which is morphologically plural, because it's semantically conceptualized as a single collective unit, we get singular agreement on the adjective. Now, importantly for today, there are also these things called hybrids that can trigger semantic and syntactic agreement. In something like number 3, the committee has or have decided. In dialects of British English, we can have has for syntactic and have for semantic agreement. And I'll be talking today about another kind of hybrid construction, namely Finnish numeral noun constructions. Let me just give you some background first. As shown in number 4, the lexical noun inside an NNC is morphologically and semantically singular, not number neutral in case you're curious. So as you can see in 4, we would say kolme lintua, 3 bird, and bird is partitive singular, cannot be nominative, cannot be nominative plural, cannot be partitive plural, must be partitive singular. We are assuming that the numeral is assigning partitive case to the lexical noun, to its complement. Now, in Finnish, it's clear that singular verbs are the default option with NNCs, as you can see in 5. So we can say, kolme lintua istui oksalla, 3 birds sat, singular, on the branch. I will try to convince you that we can also have plural verbs, as in 6, the same sentence, just with plural istuivat. This is a more marked option and needs semantic and pragmatic support, but it's still something that is possible. And I have a little footnote here to remind myself to mention that there is some individual variation and perhaps dialectal variation in terms of how committed people are to the default singular option. So in this talk, I'll be using corpus data, also some experimental data, a range of data sources to look at this division of labor between singular and plural verb agreement. And these Finnish verb agreement patterns have largely gone unnoticed in the theoretical work on hybrid agreement. So I'll be talking today about when both semantic and syntactic number are possible on the target, here the verb, what influences which one is realized? Or in Finnish, in particular, what can push people away from the default singular verb? So I'll be walking you through an exploration of the semantic and pragmatic factors that can motivate use of a plural verb. And I'm going to show that the default singular verb pattern is actually not straightforwardly predicted by current accounts. And I will provide evidence that use of plural verbs is motivated by semantic factors that I'll walk us through. And there's also already been some similar data from other languages, so I'll be adding to that. And crucially, as I'll show you, Finnish is a very interesting case because given that the singular verbs are clearly the preferred option in Finnish, we might wonder, when we're seeing the plural verbs, are these verbs actually agreeing with something? Are we really dealing with plural agreement? Or might the third person plural morpheme have some other semantically motivated functions distinct from what we traditionally think of as 5-feature agreement? So let's see. So the structure is as follows. I'll talk in section 2 about Finnish NCCs on the DP level. Then we'll turn to some existing accounts. Then in section 4, we will look beyond the DP at verb number. In section 5, I will present a range of data about different semantic properties that can motivate use of plural verbs. And then in section 6, we will take stock, speculate wildly about differential subject marking, and conclude. Now in section 2, just as some background, so Finnish has no indefinite or definite articles and no gender. And in sentences with regular non-numeral involving subjects, as you can see in 7 and 8, nominative subjects in pre-verbal position trigger subject-verb agreement. And as we already saw before, repeated here in 4, the lexical noun in numeral noun constructions, like 3 bird, is always singular. Now, adjectives in Finnish numeral noun constructions show mixed number agreement. As you can see in 9, they are plural when they're above the numeral and singular when they're below the numeral. Now, the low position, the one below the numeral, is the default. The high position is somewhat more marked, but still totally grammatical. So we can say both those rotten plural 2 breads or those 2 rotten singular breads. Now, there are also some adjectives that show meaning difference depending on the position that I have here in 10. I will not go through those, but I'm happy to discuss them during Q&A if you're interested. Now let's briefly mention demonstratives in Finnish NNCs. Finnish has no articles, but we can use things like this and that. Normally by default, as shown in 11a, they are plural, but corpus data shows that singular demonstratives are used when the NNC gets a strongly collective, non-individuated interpretation. I've just listed a few examples there without context. In B through E, I'm happy to talk about this. But as a recap, what we've seen so far, and you can see this in table 1, is that the numeral itself is singular. Oh, I didn't actually mention that, but the numeral is singular. We can tell because it could have plural case, it doesn't. Plural number. The lexical noun is singular. The high adjectives above the numeral are morphologically plural. The low adjectives are morphologically singular. And demonstratives are usually plural, but can also be singular. Now, is anybody's head spinning yet? Okay. So also, in case anybody's wondering, the Finnish lexical nouns in NNCs are semantically singular and not number neutral. I won't go through this in detail, but you can ask me about prior work that very convincingly shows this, in case you're pondering this. Turkish and Hungarian, two other languages with singular nouns in numeral constructions, have number neutral nouns. The Finnish singular nouns do not appear to be number neutral, so this is typologically quite interesting. But okay, now let's take a look at some prior analyses to see how they fare. And I'm going to focus on Landau and Norris because they're the ones that talk about the relevant adjective data. So Landau builds on work by Wechsler and Zlatic on the distinction between concord and index agreement, basically syntactic and semantic agreement. And the idea is that both syntactic and semantic number features are present in numeral noun constructions, but hosted on different heads. The syntactic concord feature is specified on N, and the semantic index number is specified on num. So if we take a look at this diagram here, essentially what this ends up meaning is that adjectives in zone A down here, they agree with the concord syntactic features of the noun in that zone. Elements in zone B, like if you're an adjective that ends up in zone B, you would agree with the index features of the noun because they're hosted on num. The determiners up here actually get a little bit complex. I'm not going to say too much about them. They can spell out either index or concord features, and they have both. That part of the analysis is a little bit less clear, I think. But crucially, if you look at number 9 here, we can see that for this Finnish sentence with the two adjectives, the patterns of this tree work great. We have the low adjective, which is singular in Finnish, as the account predicts, and the higher adjective above the numeral, which surfaces as plural, again, as Landau's analysis predicts. And that's also shown here at the bottom. So the basic idea, actually, under this broad class of analyses is that languages have different cutoff points where they switch from syntactic concord agreement to semantic index agreement. So as you move up the tree, whenever you switch to semantic agreement, the idea is that then you can't go back to syntactic agreement. And this is schematized in 12. So it's fine to have everything be syntactic agreement until you get to the verb, for example, in 12a. In 12b, we could also switch after the adjectives before the determiner, or in 12c, we could switch early on and then stick with all semantic agreement. But crucially, what is predicted under these analyses to not be acceptable is if we go back and forth. So if we have semantic agreement somewhere in the tree, then we can't go back to syntactic agreement for the verb, for example. Now, the second analysis I just have here shown visually is by Norris. He also has done some work on Finnish and Estonian. And as you can see, the basic setup is quite similar. We have a higher plural feature and then a lower singular feature that gets us the adjective pattern that we've already seen. So both accounts can capture the adjective number marking patterns. However, it's not entirely clear whether they can capture the singular plural alternation of the demonstratives, and they're pretty much silent on the interpretational effects that we've seen. But let's now look beyond the DP at verb number marking, the main focus. So it's been argued by Landau and Wechsler and Zlatic that DP external agreement processes, let's say verb agreement, target semantic index features. So if we assume that NCCs are semantically plural, which seems like a reasonable assumption, we could quibble with that, and I'm happy to discuss it. But if we assume that they're semantically plural, that the whole construction is plural semantically, then verbs with NCC subjects should consistently show plural agreement. Now, you might wonder, why does verb agreement target semantic index features? Why do people say that? Wexler and Zlatic point out that historically, verb agreement often evolved from pronoun incorporation. So it's related to the person feature, which is by definition an index feature. So this would be why, because verb agreement is related to pronouns, this is why verb agreement would be targeting semantic index features. And Landau explicitly states, as I've shown here in 13, that under this view, we should not expect to see concord agreement with verbs. So verbs should only be able to agree with the semantic level information, not with the syntactic features inside the NNC. And Corbett's agreement hierarchy makes a similar prediction, but in a more gradient sense. And I'm happy to discuss that. Now let's actually get back to what happens in Finnish with verb agreement. Now, I showed you both agreements in the beginning of the talk, but actually, it's standardly reported that Finnish NCCs occur with singular verbs and are ungrammatical with plural verbs. This is shown in 14a for Finnish. Say 9 apple fall singular, and a plural is marked as being ungrammatical. And similar patterns are reported for Turkish and for Hungarian, which are two other languages that have singular nouns in their NNC constructions, but crucially, it's been claimed that they are number neutral, unlike Finnish. So I'm mostly including them here just for comparison. So we can already make one observation, namely that the syntactic theories of hybrid NNC that we just talked about, that make predictions about verb agreement, they, as we just saw, appear to predict a singular verb should be ungrammatical. But singular is the preferred option for Finnish. In fact, it's so preferred that here people say it's the only one. So this is a bit of a mystery, right? Why is singular third person verb agreement the default, which seems to be the exact opposite of the theory? This is still a bit of a question, and I'll come back to it a little bit later in the talk. But the second observation that I'm going to focus on more is, and what I'm going to give you evidence for, is that plural verbs are actually not ungrammatical. Plural verbs can occur with Finnish NNCs, but they're more marked than singular verbs and have a narrower semantic distribution, being governed by specific semantic and pragmatic factors. And now in section 5, I'm going to give evidence for my claim that use of plural verbs is systematically associated with certain semantic properties. I've listed here 3 that we'll discuss: maximality, familiarity, and distributivity. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are the ones I've been looking at so far. And I want to come back now, before we start going through this, to the question at the beginning. So, given this weird situation where clearly the singular is the default, that's the one speakers prefer, that seems to be the most frequent one, the singular, and the plural occurs in a more limited set of contexts, we might actually be wondering, is a plural verb agreement agreement? If it was agreement, why would it be so strangely limited? So maybe the plural verbs are actually doing something else. Maybe they're not doing traditional agreement. Maybe the third person morpheme has some other semantically motivated functions that are distinct from the 5-feature based agreement. And this is what we'll speculate about at the end of the talk, having to do with a differential subject marking. But let's first go through the evidence. So first, let me talk about maximality effects. And I'm going to try to convince you that with Finnish NCCs, a plural verb can trigger a maximal interpretation of the subject. Now, it's already been noted in prior work that plural definite noun phrases have maximal reference. They refer to the total or maximal sum of entities that satisfy the descriptive content of the noun. This is like the plural version of the uniqueness property of singular definites. So if you look at 15, I saw a caribou and 6 bears. I killed the bears, but one of them escaped. Because the bears has maximal reference, it's infelicitous to then say one of them escaped, right? Now, if we look at Finnish, if we keep everything else constant, 16a and b show that the difference in singular versus plural verb forms impacts maximality judgments. So 16a has a plural verb and 16b has a singular verb. So 4 parties reached, plural, an agreement versus 4 parties reached, singular, an agreement. And the interpretation we get for 16a is that there's 4 parties and all 4 parties reached an agreement. So this is the maximal reading. There's 4 parties involved in the context and they all reached the agreement. But if you have a singular verb, as in 16b, this essentially just means there exist 4 parties who reached an agreement. Maybe there's more, who knows, but there exist 4. Now, because the singular verb is the default form, I think it seems to also be compatible with the maximal interpretation. So it looks like the singular could be maximal and non-maximal, but the plural verb indicates a maximal interpretation. I also wanted to point out that here at the bottom, scroll up, we can dissociate maximality and familiarity. I have examples on the next page showing that maximal readings arise even when the reference are new information not previously mentioned. So I won't go over these in detail, but I just wanted to show that maximality can be dissociated from familiarity. Now, I wanted to note here in number 18 that these maximality effects, it turns out, I recently discovered, have an interesting cross-linguistic resemblance. There's work by Maldonado on the plural marker Perani in Purépecha, spoken in central western Mexico. And this plural marker elicits maximal readings. So, for example, if we say 5 girls are sitting with this plural marker, this is finding a context where there's 5 girls and all are sitting, but it's infelicitous if there's 5 girls and only 4 of them are sitting. So this was an interesting link, I thought, to the Finnish patterns. Then we also have a lot more evidence for maximality. We have further evidence, basically, that plural verbs are linked to maximal interpretations because plural verbs often occur with the universal quantifier all, with superlatives, and when only a maximal reading is available due to world knowledge, as well as contexts where the position of the genitive modifier signals a maximal reading of the subject. And I won't go through this in detail. I'll just point out that, actually, let's just jump to perhaps the least intuitive one for English speakers, which is the one with the genitive possessor, perhaps. So it's been observed before, independently of verb agreement, that presence of a genitive possessor before the numeral indicates that the subject is maximal. So here in 20a, I say Finland's 4 representatives, and in 20b, we say 4 Finland genitive representative. And when the genitive possessor occurs before the numeral, this triggers a maximal reading, and it is felicitously used with a plural verb. So here we get the reading that Finland's 4 representatives did well. All 4 Finnish representatives did well. But if we have the other order, where the genitive possessor is after the numeral, this has a non-maximal interpretation, and so this most felicitously occurs with a singular verb, and this gets the interpretation, there exist 4 Finnish representatives who did well. So we've seen now a range of evidence that plural verbs in Finnish and in Cs are linked with maximal interpretations, such meaning that the predicate applies to the totality of the entities denoted by the lexical noun. Now, familiarity and specificity are also at play. Now, it's already been noted in other languages without NNCs that plural verbs are linked to specificity, familiarity. There's an example here from Turkish, for example. But now let's take a look at the Finnish data. So if we look at 22a and b, these are 2 cases that show that if we have references that have been mentioned in the prior discourse context, if they're familiar, they can felicitously then be used, referred to with a plural verb. So here we have Kinnock's and Thatcher's differences were especially visible when these two politicians ended up facing regular citizens. So here, these two politicians, this NNC is paired with the plural verb, which makes sense given that we've already mentioned, or Kinnock and Thatcher, it's as a reference of those two politicians are known from context. We also have evidence that plural verbs are linked to specificity. So if we use words like a certain or aforementioned, then those happily occur with plural verbs, like certain three-person had accompanied plural a victim. So here we have the word a certain indicating that it's a specific. And in contrast, if we look at non-specific things like approximations and so on, like around 60 families or over 50 polar bears, these approximatives that are not specific, they don't like plural verbs. So here we see in both of these examples, they occur with a singular verb. So we have evidence that use of plural verbs is associated with specific or familiar interpretations of the NNC, so when the entities are familiar or specific. And I'm not going to go over this in detail, but in case you're curious or worried, there's a small-scale experimental study that was recently done testing a subset of these sentences that is very much in line with the intuitions and with the corpus data. So feel free to ask me about the experimental results in case you have any doubts or concerns. I wanted to close section 5 by commenting on distributivity effects, because as we can see in 26, when the predicate is clearly distributed, when we have here the word jokainen, meaning each and every, or each, plural marking seems to be required or strongly preferred. So here's a context where we are we have an individuated interpretation, and this seems to really want to get a plural verb. For example, for grandchild were plural each the apple of the grandfather's eye. So we have this adistributive interpretation, and that gets us the plural verb. It's been noted that similar effects occur in Russian NNCs, as shown in 26C and D. What's important to note that in Russian, the lexical noun and the adjectives are plural, unlike Finnish. So for Russian, we can describe the distributed reading as being associated with the presence of verb agreement, which is, as we've seen, not really the case in Finnish. In Finnish, it's not clear, is it really agreement or what is it? But in sum, I've hopefully convinced you that plural verbs with NNCs in Finnish are linked to situations where the entities have certain referential properties or semantic properties, they're maximal or familiar or individuated via distributivity. So now let me spend some time taking stock and speculating and concluding. So table 2 summarizes what we've seen so far. So in the beginning, I showed you that adjectives, if they're high above the numeral, they're plural. If they're below the numeral, they're singular. Demonstratives are by default plural, and verbs are by default singular and plural in certain contexts. And remember the claim from prior work that languages can have different cutoff points where they switch from syntactic to semantic agreement, but once you switched, you can't go back. That's just, a reminder here in 12. Now, if we think about the Finnish pattern, so you can see now, I've just kind of replotted it, the singular verbs in Finnish should be ruled out because this is the case where we're switching back to syntactic agreement after semantic agreement. So the singular defaults in Finnish, according to this approach, should, from what I can tell, not be allowed. And now the plural verbs that in Finnish, they're grammatical, but they're not the default. They need kind of special licensing and support. They should be fine. They should happily occur, right? Because we're sticking with semantic agreement all the way. So it's not clear why they're so hard to get in Finnish if they are agreement. So the Finnish data poses challenges for a purely structural system. So we can make one observation about singular verbs, that the default Finnish pattern is predicted to be ungrammatical, as I just said. Now, why does Finnish prefer third-person singular, or conversely, why does Finnish not exhibit reliable index agreement and use plural verbs? Like, what is wrong? Why isn't it going with a semantic agreement? I'd like to suggest that a possibility has to do with the history, with the historical origins of third-person agreement in Finnish. As I mentioned before, the idea for why we would see the semantic agreement is because verb agreement is linked to pronominal incorporation. That's the case for first and second person in Finnish, but third person verb agreement actually has a very different and rather unclear etymology. Maybe there's no reason in Finnish to expect verb agreement to target semantic features. Maybe there's no reason to expect third person agreement to want to be plural in Finnish because the verb morpheme doesn't come from pronouns. So just wanted to put that out there. Now thinking about plural verbs, as we saw, the pattern that's predicted to be grammatical, third person plural verbs, does exist, but it's more marked and more narrowly distributed. And let's think a bit more about what that might mean. Because we might wonder, when we have these third person plural verbs, are they really actually agreeing with something? Or could they have some other function that isn't actually proper agreement? Because intuitively, what we've seen is that the third person plural morpheme is linked to situations where the individual referents are highly individuated, prominent, and important. And this is quite reminiscent of a phenomenon called differential subject marking. This is a phenomenon where some languages mark subjects, or in the case of differential object marking, they mark objects differently, with case or with agreement in specific situations, for example, when they're highly prominent. In other words, when they're definite, specific, animate, topical, and so on. And I've given an example here from Spanish using the personal a. And now the question I like to ask is, does the third person plural verb agreement in Finnish maybe have a secondary function as a differential subject marker, marking subjects with particular properties? Now, one property we could try to kind of put an umbrella over what we've seen so far is a notion of dynamic referential stability proposed by Farkas and von Huizinga. And this is simply the idea that the stability or variability of the value assignment for a variable, this is just basically, it measures the stability or variability of the value assignment for the variable introduced by a noun phrase. So, and different expressions differ in their referential stability. So proper names are very referentially stable. Definite descriptions are contextually fixed. Indefinites are non-stable, and so on. And crucially, for us, Farkas and von Huizinga note that the more referentially stable direct objects are, the better DOM triggers they are in Romanian. So kind of building on this, maybe the more referentially stable an NNC subject is in Finnish, the more likely it is to trigger use of a plural verb. So let's think of this briefly for example 16a and b repeated here. So here we have the four parties reached an agreement with the plural verb and a singular verb. Now with the plural verb, on the maximal reading, I'm committed to the existence of a set of referentially stable individuals, right? There's four parties and all four reached the agreement. With the singular verb, the meaning here is simply there exist four parties who reached an agreement. So for this sentence to be true, there just have to be four. It doesn't even matter which four or whatever. So this is a much less referentially stable subject than what we had in 16a. So if this speculation about the plural verb ending actually being a kind of differential subject marker and perhaps tracking referential stability is on the right track, we should see evidence of this elsewhere in Finnish as well. And indeed, a potential candidate that we're thinking about is proper names of sports teams and political parties, like Leijonat, the Lions, or Vihreät, the Greens. They're morphologically plural, but can occur with singular or with plural verbs. You might be thinking about committee nouns in English. Now in Finnish, regular committee nouns have to take singular verbs, but these proper name versions, they fluctuate. And very interestingly, it seems, we're still looking into this, but it seems that when there's singular verb, we get a more collective interpretation. With a plural verb, we get a more individuated interpretation of the sports team or whatever. So this seems to suggest that the semantic effects of plural verb marking go beyond the NNC contexts. And now they don't demand that we commit to a DSM analysis, but they're definitely in line with that, with the differential subject marking analysis. So now let me conclude this whirlwind tour. So I walked you through some unexpected number agreement patterns in Finnish numeral noun constructions, and I argued basically for the importance of paying attention to the semantics to understand how these things work. And I've shown that the default singular verb pattern in Finnish doesn't seem to be captured by current structural accounts. And the plural verbs that the structural accounts predict, well, they're not ungrammatical, so they are grammatical, but the structural accounts fail to capture the fact that they are motivated and constrained by particular semantic factors, as we saw. So this then led me to the idea that, well, maybe it's actually not regular agreement that we're seeing with the plural verbs, but the plural verb could be functioning secondarily as a differential subject marker. Now, if it's a differential subject marker, you might be wondering, why on earth is it on the verb? Why is it not marked with case? A lot of languages mark DSM with case. This actually in Finnish could stem from the fact that the noun in Finnish numeral noun constructions bears partitive case regardless of subject-object status. So the case marking is kind of immobile. You can't mess with it in these number constructions. So maybe this is why the verb ends up being the locus of DSM. And it turns out also that many colloquial dialects have largely lost the third person plural verb form. I can talk more about this if you're curious. So maybe the form is kind of available for a new job. So this could be another possibility. Now, obviously, lots of open questions, lots of ongoing work. We also need a lot more corpus work, hopefully some experiments and other factors I haven't looked at yet, like animacy. But let me thank you very much for your attention, and let me stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 10 minutes for questions. We start here in the room. Also because I don't know how to take them in on Zoom, so let's start here. There's a question here in the first row. Yeah, okay, we can start.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So this is super interesting, and I wanted to ask a question that was sort of germane to the point you made at the end about the partitive case. So in Estonian, you can have plural nouns with numerals, but it has either, this occurs with like pluralia tentum, or it has this kind of group interpretation. So like two plural glove plural means two pairs of gloves. And with those kinds of expressions in Estonian, you have like really, you cannot get singular agreements on the verb. And so I wondered if something similar happened in Finnish, and whether you could kind of use, if it turns out that in Finnish, when you have plural marked nouns with numerals, that you always get plural agreement, if you can kind of use that as a test case for determining the role of case versus, say, number marking per se.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really interesting question. I hope you can hear me. And actually, Finnish is very similar to Estonian as far as I know. It gets a bit hairy depending on what noun. It's like great with like glasses and boots, things that come in pairs. It gets a bit more complex with other nouns. I've been trying to think about the grouping stuff, but I think that would be an interesting test case, because there one would predict that the plural predicate would just be there because of this special pluralized a number construction. So that wouldn't, I would then speculate that shouldn't have some of this special semantic stuff going on, if that makes sense. So I really, so yeah, thank you. I should definitely think more about that. And also check how much Finnish and Estonian differ.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, there was another question here in the room.
Thanks for the talk, very interesting. I'm not sure if I follow you with the idea that the facts challenge the syntactic approach, because it a lot depends on assumptions and so on. But I was wondering if you have thinking about the possibility of having a kind of impostor structure for the plural cases, in which you have a, let's say, a null plural pronoun, which is going to give you a specificity and probably familiarity, maybe not distributivity. So have you considered that possibility, and if you are, you reject it on the basis of which reasons? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. And no, I actually did work earlier on like imposters from a very different angle, and then I realized a while ago, oh, this is perhaps another way to do it as an imposter. I don't think I can fully rule it out yet. I think I'd want to think carefully about how that would work with like the different semantic effects, kind of as you were saying. So I think that's still a candidate that is in the running, and that might simplify some stuff, but I'm not yet sure whether it would get me, for example, the distributed readings. And if there's any actually other similar work that you think I should look at, definitely let me know, because I'm actually starting to think more about checking out the imposter. I'm familiar with like the Collins and like postal type work, but I think there's other work I should look at with the imposters as well. So, thank you.
Okay, we have 2 questions on Zoom, and then we'll come back to the room if you have time. So Adam Kowski, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Hi. Thanks, very, very nice talk. Can you hear me? Okay, so I have a question. Would opposite analysis be thinkable where plural is actually, agreement and singular is the lack of agreement? I'm asking because something like that happens in Polish, where you have, and perhaps other Slavic languages, where in the case of small numerals, 2, 3, 4, they are in the nominative case and you have plural agreement. But higher numerals, for some reason, are in the accusative case, and in Polish, as in other languages, verbs only agree with the nominative, so the verb occurs in the default third-person singular neuter, right? And it's not agreement in any reasonable sense, right? It's just a default form of the verb. So I wonder whether in Finnish it's possible to analyze, say, nelia and other numerals as syncretic between nominative, and then you have plural agreement, and perhaps partitive for some other case where you have simply a default form of the verb. And a sub question: what happens when you have 4 of us, 4 of you? Do you have person agreement? Because if it's agreement, I would expect there to be a person agreement. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me start with the first part word. Yeah, but those are very good points. So I have thought about that, about the lack of agreement angle, because in Finnish, like in many languages, a third person singular is the default agreement, right? So I have been playing around with an approach. Okay, what if we just say that it's the default, and then the plural is in fact real agreement? Then I would need to explain, and that's actually kind of an appealing angle, because we know that in other constructions, Finnish does have the third person singular as being the default. But I can't yet then quite capture then I'd need to think very carefully about semantically, what is it exactly that is defining the locus of where we get the plural real agreement then. So then I'd have to think carefully about, then it couldn't just be perhaps 5 features, but we would have to bring in some other features perhaps could be agreeing with, if that makes sense. So currently that was my reasoning. And I was thinking, well, actually, maybe neither is agreement. And actually, since also, historical stuff doesn't have to determine what happens today, but actually it turns out that the Finnish third person singular plural stuff is very different and very messy and very different from the first and second person. Finnish has partial prodrop. Third person doesn't do regular prodrop. So there's something happening with the third person marking that's distinct from other person agreement markings. So I should definitely look more at the Polish data. Now for the 4 of us, I want to use actually this like elative case. I have a footnote about this. Like well, I could say menelia, mentin. If I say us 4, but that's a different syntactic construction. So I don't think I would use one that is exactly the same syntax. I would either use the elative, nelia meista, 4 of us, or menelia, us 4. But I will write those down and I will check. But thank you so much.
Okay, we have time for a last quick question from Zoom again. Olga Kagan.
Thank you. a very, very interesting talk. I have basically a comment and a related question on the cross-linguistic direction. You mentioned some facts, and actually we have a joint paper with Ase Perelweig, who you quote, which deals not with agreement facts, but with elements within a DP that can appear in lower and higher positions, like adjectives which can appear lower and higher, and also this I thought was really related to the genitive possessor, which can also appear above the numeral or below the numeral, and we saw that this correlates with the maximality thing in the sense of exhaustivity, namely when we say John's 2 books, it follows that John has 2 books. If we say 2 John's books, then it doesn't presuppose that he has only 2. It's quite possible he has more. So first of all, I thought that these facts could, in a sense, be relevant. And so the related question is, we concluded, we use this data to argue for DP projection, actually, in Russian, even though it does not have articles. So my question would be, to what extent do you think that the data you describe are linked to some structural distinctions within the DP itself, or do you think it's not really related? Thank you.
And actually, well, so I thank you very much for mentioning this, and I have to look up that paper. Thank you. And I think I guess so far I've been presupposing that there is a DP, right? And I've been kind of nibbling at like the edges of thinking, okay, I actually need to engage more with that literature. In terms of the specifics of, so I think right now, actually, I don't have a lot to say about the details of the Finnish. I think I should look carefully at your work. Also, I'm actually very interested in kind of comparing, thinking more about the Finnish versus the Russian because of like the differences within the numeral, with the singular plural stuff. So I think that's something that I've been really thinking. Oh, there's a lot of interesting conclusions one could draw by seeing what's the same and what's different, because that can help us kind of triangulate where these things are coming from. So I think that's all I can say for now. But thank you so much for mentioning this work. I look forward to reading it.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the time we have. Let's thank the speaker again. And we move on to the next talk, also on Zoom.
Yeah, hi. Should I share my slides or?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Am I audible?
You are.
Great.
Okay, so we have Nina Haslinger with a talk on non-maximality and vagueness, revisiting the plural Psoridus paradox.
Right. So first of all, thank you so much to the organizers for making it possible to present this virtually. I really appreciate it. Okay, so the point of this talk is to investigate how non-maximality and vagueness relate. And the background to this is the traditional view that definite plurals pick out the maximal plurality in the extension of the NP, right? Such that the townspeople are asleep ends up having the truth conditions of all the townspeople are asleep, and the plural the townspeople picks out some individual consisting of all of them. So it's been known for a long time, since work by Krivka, Malamud, and others, that actually definite plurals can get weaker interpretations, and in particular, these weaker interpretations are licensed by making a certain type of discourse goal or question under discussion salient. And so here's an example of this adapted from one of Krivka's cases. So there is a bank vault accessible via several doors as pictured here. And so A and B want to steal the safe, and they bribed someone to let them in, right? But in the end, the plan didn't work out. And so B wants to know how it went. And A says, well, the doors were open, but I don't know, I was stopped or something, okay? And so the statement by A seems to be adequate in this context, even if door 4, for instance, is closed, right? Whereas if we imagine this door being closed, this doesn't seem like an adequate statement. So I'm using this checkmark and cross sign to indicate semantic adequacy in a context, regardless of whether the effects are truth conditional. Okay, so in this context, the intuitive truth conditions at least seem to be like there was a path to the safe, so these 2 doors and at least one of these were open. Right. Notice that non-maximal construers can be even weaker than this. So in particular, they can be purely existential if that is sufficient to address the QD. It has also been pointed out that non-maximal construals cannot involve separate LFs. And so the question arises what else the nature of this context dependency is. And I want to look at two approaches today, first of which takes non-maximality to indicate a form of vagueness introduced by plural definites, motivated by examples where definite plurals give rise to a kind of Psoridus paradox. The second one takes non-maximality to indicate dependence on a contextual parameter, namely a so-called issue, which is a partition of the logical space, so roughly a question meaning. And this is motivated by cases where giving an explicit goal or QD influences the acceptability of non-maximal construals, and it's been noted that in such cases with an explicit QD, the truth conditions tend to be precise. So what I want to do today is to show that we actually need both vagueness and issue dependence and present a formal analysis that reconciles both of them. So I'll start by arguing that there is no real empirical disagreement about vagueness in plural predication. So using the Psoridus paradox as a test, definite plural sentences are vague in some contexts, but not others. And so vagueness-based and issue-based approaches, in a sense, are both right because they're motivated by different types of contexts. Which properties of context less vague? And my claim will be that this is basically the case if there are several similarly good choices for this issue parameter, and this requires the issue to be a kind of fine-grained question with lots of partition classes, so that ignoring one or two of them does not make a big difference. We will formalize this by combining a variant of the issue-based approach to plurals due to Christian-Spector with a version of the strict tolerant approach to vagueness, and this will be applied to the issue parameter. And so I want to note that the idea of using the strict tolerant framework in the context of plurals is not new. This has been done by Heather Burnett. So what is new here is the connection with the issue-based theory of non-maximality. Right. So just to remind everyone, how do we diagnose vagueness? We look at whether the sentence in question gives rise to the Psoridus paradox. So if Peter's height is 185 centimeters, then Peter is tall. We might accept that Peter is tall given certain comparison classes. And then if this is the case, we will also be inclined to accept that he is tall if his height is, let's say, 1 centimeter less than that. But then if he counts as tall at 184, he should also count as tall at 1 centimeter less than that, and so on, right? Because such a small difference just doesn't get us all the way from tall to not tall, right? But then by chaining up such steps of reasoning, at some point we end up with the conclusion that Peter is tall at a height that very clearly should count as not tall given the comparison class. Okay, so it might seem that what's wrong with this argument is not the logic of it, but the second premise, right? So like the conditional might just not hold, but then the question is kind of why can't we give the particular n for which it doesn't hold? So the goal in giving an account of this is not just to avoid validating the inference, which is easy, but also to explain why none of the individual steps stands out as unacceptable. And this is what I take to be the descriptive hallmark of vagueness. So small differences on a scale cannot affect the truth value, but then their combination can. Burnett noticed that something similar is at work with plurals. So here's an example slightly different from hers. So there is a lecture hall with 50 windows, and A and B have been renovating the walls. And so for the material to dry quickly enough, the room has to be well ventilated. And so B asks, how good is the ventilation, right? And A says, well, the windows are open. And so this seems to be acceptable even if, let's say, 2 of the windows are closed. At the same time, if only 2 of them are open, for instance, this would not be a good utterance in this context. And so the question again is, what is the cutoff point? So is A's utterance adequate if there, let's say, 4 windows are closed or 10 of them? Okay, so the most plausible way of phrasing the paradox in this case is actually kind of meta-linguistic. So given a context conforming to this scenario, the sentence, the windows are open, seems to count as true in some sense. If all of them are open, and n open windows should also count as true with n-1. But then this n gives us the problematic conclusion that it should count as true with just 2 open windows. So the reason I just put this in the meta language is that object language conditionals of this form are odd. I think this actually has independent pragmatic reasons having to do with the issue parameter that is at work in non-maximality. And so I think these are independent of what underlies the paradox. And so for simplicity, I'm going to sidestep this meta-linguistic thing and pretend that actually the premises of the paradoxical argument look like this. The next step is going to be to complicate the picture by looking at examples that exhibit non-maximality but not vagueness. Okay, so the issue-based approach is motivated by cases where the acceptability of non-maximal construers clearly depends on their relevance to the contextual goal or QOD. And the examples motivating this typically do not give us vagueness. So, So Malamud's and Krivka's original examples do not give us vagueness. We see this in this bank robbery case from before, where the sentence seems to be clearly no longer true if, for instance, we close door 2, right? So if we look at the paradoxical argument, first premise is true, right? But then this conditional premise that if n open doors make the sentence true, then so do n minus 1, this fails already at the first step, right? Because it's just not generally the case that if 3 doors are open, the sentence should count as true. So there's no paradox here, so there is also no evidence for vagueness. So when do we get the paradox? So arguably the vagueness-based and the issue-based account do not really disagree on the judgments here, but rather they systematically look at different types of context. So in contexts without vagueness, the salient issue involves 2 clearly defined outcomes. So in the bank robbery case, is the safe accessible or not? And changing the status of one individual either flips the outcome completely or it doesn't matter. So for instance, closing one door in this bank example is either irrelevant or it blocks access to the safe completely so that there is a clear change in truth value. In contexts with vagueness, the salient issue involves a graded scale of outcomes, which is also why these tend to have a large domain. And so in the drying walls example, right, the question would be something like, how good is the ventilation, which is a degree question, and then changing the status of one individual affects the outcome, but only slightly. Okay, so to summarize, definite plurals give rise to vagueness in some but not all contexts. Specifically, they do so only if the graded scale of outcomes is at issue. The next step is going to be to introduce 2 ingredients of the formal analysis that we will need. One is a recent version of the issue-based framework for non-maximality due to Christian Spector. The other one is an approach to the Psoridus paradox known as supervaluationist strict tolerance semantics. So before we get to that, and I look at so the general idea in this literature is that sentences containing plural definites are semantically underspecified. And in our paper, this is done by letting them denote, in a sense, a set of propositions, which they call candidate interpretations. So here I'm going to gloss over the way they do the composition and just assume that plural sentences literally denote such sets. If so, each candidate interpretation of a sentence like the doors are open has the following form. There is a plurality in the set returned by a certain function S applied to the sum of all the doors, and every part in this plurality is open. So the function S is going to map any individual to a set of parts of that individual. So ultimately, we're quantifying over some pluralities of doors here. And this set has to be upward closed, meaning that if X is 2 parts Z and Y, and Z is contained in Y, and Z is in a set, then Y has to be in a set. So the intuition that is being modeled here is that the set contains those pluralities of doors that count as differing only marginally from the maximal one. And then different choices of this S correspond to different degrees of non-maximality. And our set of propositions contains basically this proposition for any choice of this function S that gives us an upward closed set. In a given context, a selection is made from the set of propositions based on the issue parameter in the context. So let's say the QOD. So the idea is that given an issue, we only consider those candidate interpretations that provide just enough information to partially answer the issue. And so in the bank robbery example, the issue would be something like this. Is there a plurality of open doors that provides a path to the safe? The relevant candidate interpretation is one in which the set returns by S contains all the pluralities of doors sufficient to reach the safe. And anything weaker than that, so for instance, a purely existential construal, is not considered because it doesn't address this question. Anything stronger is not considered because it provides extra information not needed to address this question. So we need a notion of relevance here that is, so to speak, exact and also excludes over-informativity. This can be done by saying that a proposition is relevant to an issue if it's a non-trivial disjunction of partition cells of this issue. So just to illustrate, if our issue looks like this, then any combination of these partition cells that is not trivial is going to give rise to a strongly relevant proposition. Crucially, and this will become relevant later, if our issue is already a polar question, there are only 2 ways to select a strongly relevant proposition. So before we move on, let me briefly clarify something. So for Christian Spector, these candidate interpretations have to answer the question directly, right? But often the intuitive QED is addressed only indirectly by an utterance, right? So in the bank robbery scenario, the intuitive QD would be something like, was the safe accessible, which is not quite the same thing as this. And in the drying walls scenario, the intuitive QD is something like, how well ventilated is the room, which is not quite the same thing as asking how many of the windows are open, but this is the issue one would actually probably want to apply their theory. It has recently been argued that we should get rid of this distinction between the issue in a technical sense and intuitive QD by defining relevance probabilistically. So all I want to say here is that as far as I can see, this doesn't really affect my story that I'm going to present. The reason being that in this scenario, both the intuitive QD and the issue in the technical sense are polar questions, and in this scenario, both are degree questions. Okay, so so we've got this set of candidate interpretations. We've got a subset of them selected on the basis of relevance. How do we get from this to truth conditions? What they do is define truth and falsity conditions by quantifying over these propositions universally. So if we have a plural sentence uttered in a context C, then it's true if any proposition that is a candidate interpretation and is strongly relevant to the issue in C is true, and it's false if all of them are false. So notice that there's a gap here between truth and falsity conditions if these candidate interpretations have different truth values. This is motivated by homogeneity effects. So descriptively, these truth value gaps we find with plurals. I have an appendix on the slides about how this relates to vagueness and my proposal. Okay, what do we predict in terms of non-maximality? In the bank robbery scenario, the salient issue is a polar question. So where all the doors on a path to the safe open. And only one candidate interpretation can be strongly relevant to this. All the others either fail to answer this question or provide irrelevant information. So the truth and falsity conditions are just determined by this single proposition. So we get non-maximality, but there is no way of getting vagueness. In the drying walls scenario, the salient issue has a graded scale of answers. So the issue is something like how many of these 50 windows are open. There are lots of strongly relevant candidate interpretations. So in particular, for any n between 1 and 50, the proposition that there are n open windows is strongly relevant. So notice that this also includes the maximal proposition that all of them are open. And then since we quantify universally over these strongly relevant propositions, we predict that the sentence is true if all the windows are open and false if none of them are. So if we are right that this is the issue at hand, then in fact, not only do we not get vagueness, we also do not get non-maximality. Okay, so to summarize, Christian Spector defined truth and falsity for plural sentences by quantifying universally over a subset of the possible construals of the sentence. And the subset depends on an issue parameter that is given in the context. And it's clear that the system leaves no room for vagueness in the sense that once the value of the issue parameter has been fixed, the truth conditions are precise. So the next step is going to be to introduce an approach to the Psoridus paradox, so the second ingredient that we will need. And the basic idea here is going to be that entailment is defined in a non-standard way that permits the values of contextual parameters to shift slightly within an inference. And then the new thing will be to apply this to to the issue parameter. And the idea will be that in some contexts, we can shift to a different issue. This has fewer partition classes, so fewer propositions are relevant, and so the truth conditions become weaker. Okay, so let's look at the approach to vagueness first and apply it to plurals later. I'll present the system in a way slightly different from the original paper, the reason being that for me, the context relativity of the inference relation is crucial, since this plural Psoridus argument goes through in some but not all contexts. So we introduce a set of contextual parameters that are subject to vagueness. And for instance, one of these parameters is going to be the threshold for tallness in a context. And we introduce a distinction between precise and imprecise contexts. So a precise context is basically just a function assigning a value to each of these parameters. And the idea will be that the compositional semantics is built on precise contexts. So it's going to give us truth and falsity conditions for each of them. And these are non-vague truth and falsity conditions. So for instance, a predicate like tall is going to have a cutoff point determined by the precise context. And someone counts as tall if their height is at least that degree. Okay, precise contexts do not represent actual utterance contexts because actual utterance contexts may leave the value of a parameter underspecified. So there may be multiple values that are almost equally good for the discourse purposes. For instance, if your comparison class is German men, it's not so clear whether 180 centimeters or something slightly less than that is the best threshold for tall. Okay, this is modeled by the notion of an imprecise context, which is a pair consisting of a precise context that gives you basically the default value of each parameter, and a function that assigns to each of these parameters a so-called tolerance relation. So this is a relation on a scale of possible values for the parameter. So we assume that these values form a scale, and then a tolerance relation has to satisfy two conditions. First, it has to be reflexive. Second, if it relates x to z, and y is in between x and z on a scale, then x and z also have to be related to y. So the thing that this intuitively models is that the difference between two potential parameter values is negligible for the purposes of the context at hand. This is a slightly different definition from the earlier literature, in case you're wondering, yeah, because I'm assuming that degrees are in the ontology. Okay. Finally, we need a notion of compatibility between a precise and an imprecise context. The idea is going to be that if we have an imprecise context, a precise context is going to be compatible with it if for each of these parameters, the default value it has in the imprecise context is in the tolerance relation with the value it gets in the precise context. So intuitively, we're looking at precise contexts that only vary within the bounds set by this tolerance relation. And the idea is that this models the notion of a borderline case of vague predication. So a sentence uttered in an imprecise context is evaluated with respect to the precise contexts that are compatible with it. And then if it's true with respect to some but not all of them, then descriptively it has borderline status, right? And so let's look at an example. So let's say our threshold for tallness is this, and 2 degrees are in the tolerance relation if they differ by less than 1 centimeter. So then any compatible precise context is going to have a threshold that is in this interval, right? And then also if Peter's height is in this interval, then the sentence Peter is tall is going to have borderline status in this imprecise context. Okay, so what does it mean pragmatically to have borderline status? I will adopt 2 assumptions from the earlier strict tolerant literature. First, for the purposes of truth value judgments, borderline cases count as descriptively neither true nor false, right? So in the context I just gave, if Peter's height is average, Peter is tall is neither true nor false. Second, when we draw inferences in an imprecise context, we tolerate conclusions with borderline status, but we do not tolerate premises with borderline status. This is motivated by the acceptability of the conditional inferences in a Psoridus argument. So, right, so the inference from Peter is tall in a given comparison class if his height is 180 to Peter is tall if his height is 179 is acceptable in a certain sense, because if the premise is true in a non-borderline sense, then the conclusion will be either true or borderline. Okay, so that's the basic idea. And then we can apply the same thing to our premise in the plural case. So we will formalize this by introducing the notions of strict and tolerant truth. So if we have a sentence uttered in an imprecise context, then it's tolerantly true if there is some precise context compatible with the imprecise context that makes it true. And it's strictly true if every precise context compatible with it makes it true. So in our example again, right, our threshold for tallness is this, our tolerance relation is this. So then Peter is tall is strictly true if Peter's height exceeds every threshold within this relation of 180. So this means that his height has to be a bit above 180, right? Peter is tall is tolerantly true if his height exceeds at least one of these thresholds, which means it can be a bit below, right? So then the hypothesis from the original paper by Cobreros et al. Is that for an inference to be acceptable, it's enough if strict truth of the premise guarantees tolerant truth of the conclusion. So given an imprecise context, our inference relation relative to this context will say that we can infer psi from phi if for any word that makes phi strictly true. Okay, this with the Psoridus arguments, we have, for instance, this premise. Classically, obviously, this is invalid. In this framework, it depends on the context. So given certain plausible assumptions, this premise is strictly true if every threshold standing in the tolerance relation to the default threshold in the imprecise context is below 180, right? For this to be the case, the default threshold has to be quite a bit below 180, right? And then depending on how permissive the tolerance relation is, this might guarantee the tolerant truth of this sentence, Peter is tall if his height is 179 centimeters, okay? So depending on the tolerance relation, if it's permissive enough, the strict truth of this guarantees the tolerant truth of this. Okay, how does this give us the paradox? So first premise here is both tolerantly and strictly true in a plausible context. The conclusion is both tolerantly and strictly false. Unlike in a classical framework, each of these conditionals that takes us from a height of, let's say, n to a height of n-1 is true if we use the inference relation on the previous slide and if our tolerance relation is permissive enough. But crucially, the inference from the first premise here to the conclusion is not necessarily guaranteed, right? The reason is that in the presence of vagueness, the relation we just defined is not transitive, and this failure of transitivity accounts for the paradoxical nature of the argument in the sense that while each of the small steps is acceptable, the argument as a whole is not. Okay, so to summarize this framework, so within an inference, it's possible to switch from strict interpretation of the premise to a tolerant interpretation of the conclusion. This licenses these small steps without validating the paradoxical argument. And following Cobreros et al., I define strict and tolerant interpretation by a super and sub valuation, respectively. Okay, the final step is going to be to put the pieces together. So we saw this issue-based theory of truth and falsity for plural sentences in a context. My claim is going to be that this is correct as a theory of strict truth conditions. But what this framework doesn't do is it doesn't define tolerant truth conditions. And what we will do is to add these by exploiting the idea that questions can have parts. Okay, so recall that we want to account for the fact that this has both vague and non-vague non-maximal construers, right? So the vague one is what we get in the drying walls context with the degree question, how many windows are open. The non-vague one is what we get in the bank robbery example with the polar question. The basic idea will be that we relate our issue to sub-questions that are not too different from this issue itself, but ignore some of the distinctions that it makes, right? So it ignores some of the distinctions between partition classes, and by quantifying over such sub-questions existentially, we get the tolerant truth conditions. So for this, we have to assume that our set of contextual parameters with scales includes the issue parameter. So issues, in a sense, form a contextually provided scale. And then we need to talk about what it means for a plural sentence to be true in a precise context. And then our framework gives us the truth conditions in an imprecise context. So basically the truth definitions for precise context will be basically what Christian Spector said. So we take the candidate interpretations of the sentence that are strongly relevant to an issue, right, in the given context. For truth, all of them have to be true. For falsity, all of them have to be false. Notice that this is already non-classical and it's also already context dependent. So here it's not the case that all the context dependency comes in by the tolerant definition. So the precise truth conditions may already be non-maximal. My claim is that this is what's going on in examples of non-vague non-maximality. So non-maximality does not always indicate the tolerant interpretation, which is different from Burnett's earlier work. In contrast, in cases of vague non-maximality, the tolerant truth conditions are non-maximal, but maybe the strict ones are not, right? And so to get this phenomenon, we need to define a tolerance relation, and this will be a relation between issues meeting one constraint, namely that Q prime can be related to Q only if Q prime is a sub-question of Q. So a sub-question here is a question that might not make all of the distinctions between partition classes that Q makes and doesn't introduce any new one. Okay, so we quantify over sub-questions, and I'm not going to formalize this relation here, but the informal characterization that we want here is that this relation holds that if given the overall discourse goals, knowing a complete answer to Q prime would be almost as useful as knowing a complete answer to Q. Okay, so let's look at this in the example. So let's assume that in the drying walls example, our underlying issue is really how many of the windows are open. So then if we have a sequence of words that differ in how many windows are open, this question is going to put any two of them in distinct partition classes. But then if our broader discourse goal is just to decide how good the ventilation is, right, rather than answering this question precisely, we could also it would be sufficient or almost as useful to have an answer to this issue, which does not distinguish between words with 49 and 50 open windows. So this issue is in the tolerance relation with the original question. But then if we have an answer to this issue, it might be almost as useful to have an answer to this issue that unifies even more of the partition classes, right? So Q double prime here is related to Q prime. But crucially, it might be the case that an answer to this is not good enough to address the overall discourse goal of deciding whether the ventilation is good enough. If so, Q won't be related to Q double prime, and this failure of transitivity underlies the Psoridus paradox. Okay, so how do we get strict that give us the code? So basically, we apply our earlier definition, and assuming that the predicate itself is not vague in a plural sentence, the sentence will be strictly true if it's true in every precise context with an issue that is in this relation to the default issue in the imprecise context. Okay, so we quantify universally over those. Notice that these are sub-questions of the default issue. In the tolerant truth conditions, we quantify over these sub-questions existentially. So crucially, given the Christian-Spector framework, the truth and falsity conditions of a plural sentence under an issue Q entail the truth and falsity conditions it is going to have under a sub-question of Q. This means that the quantification over sub-questions here doesn't actually make things any stricter, right? So this is equivalent to just saying that the sentence is true with respect to the default issue in the imprecise context. On the other hand, the tolerant truth conditions just require truth under some of these sub-questions, and this can amount to a genuine weakening if there are some such sub-questions that makes fewer of these candidate interpretations, so the propositions, relevant. Okay, so let's look at this in the example. So the default issue in our imprecise context is this one. So the strict truth conditions will just depend on this, and so they will be maximal, right? All the windows are open. Strict falsity conditions will say none of them are open. But the tolerant truth conditions are met whenever the sentence is true in a precise context with a certain sub-question standing in this relation to the original issue. So the sub-question could look like this, right? In this case, notice that the proposition that all windows are open is no longer strongly relevant because it gives unnecessarily much information. Yeah? What this means is that the truth conditions will no longer require all windows to be open, and so they will be weaker. And similarly, falsity conditions will be weaker. So for instance, we could have a construer that permits one exception like this, or even more. Okay, so the broader idea is that vagueness or its absence is fully predictable from the properties of an imprecise context in which a plural sentence is interpreted. And basically, we need two parameters in this context. First, the default issue parameter. Second, the tolerance relation between issues. In a Walsh scenario, we get maximally strong, strict truth and falsity conditions, but the tolerant ones are weaker because, as we just saw, there might be other similarly useful sub-questions. And so in some non-maximal scenarios, a sentence will be tolerantly but not strictly true, so it has borderline status. And further, the relation may be non-transitive, giving rise to the Psoridus paradox. In the bank robbery scenario, recall that our issue was basically, is there a path to the safe, right? So this is already a polar question. So the only sub-question that it could be related to by this tolerance relation is itself. So strict and tolerant truth conditions have to coincide. And so there are no borderline cases. And since the relevant part of this relation is also trivially transitive because we just have one question to relate it to, there's also no paradox. Okay, so to summarize, if we have a fine-grained issue, we have lots of different choices for sub-questions. So we have the potential for vagueness in principle. If the issue is a polar question to begin with, there's only one choice, so there's no potential for vagueness. So to sum up this proposal, we combined issue-based theories of non-maximality with the strict tolerant approach to vagueness. So we kind of combined two, let's say, non-classical ideas from the imprecision literature. And since we combined both of them, the proposal makes use of super or sub-valuation at two distinct levels. First, we did this universal quantification over these propositions, the candidate interpretations giving us different degrees of non-maximality. This was done in each precise context. But then second, we also quantify over different precise contexts corresponding to an imprecise context with different issues, and this is going to give us vagueness. And this idea allows us to make an empirically motivated distinction between two types of non-maximality. First, we've got vague non-maximality, which can arise only if we have a fine-grained issue. In this case, the strict and tolerant truth conditions are distinct. On the other hand, we have non-vague non-maximality, which arises, for instance, under a clear-cut binary issue. In this case, strict and tolerant truth conditions will coincide, and both of them will be non-maximal. Okay, so there are two further consequences of this that I can't discuss here for reasons of time. First, my proposal predicts an indirect connection between vagueness and homogeneity, in a sense that in a context where we get vagueness for non-maximal plural predication, we necessarily get a homogeneity effect, while in a context where we do not get vagueness, this is not necessarily the case. So you can check out the appendix for this, and also for a comparison with Burnett's proposal. Second, my proposal does not directly relate vagueness to acceptable contradictions of this type. Since everything is done via supervaluation, these are not directly predicted. This is intentional because with plurals, such examples are bad. So as people have noted, it's bad to say the windows are open and they're not open. But then the question is like, which property of the context licenses this? And I have some speculations about this in the appendix. Okay, so thanks a lot for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 10 minutes for questions. We start here in the room. Azra has a question here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Very interesting talk. It went by kind of fast, but it seemed like, so in your system, the vagueness is in the questions, right? Yeah, I wonder if something similar could work for the regular vague predicates like, you know, tall. Like if you were in a context where you needed to reach something on a shelf, would it no longer be vague to say, oh, he's not tall, you know, even, and then if he was just 1 inch shorter than someone who could reach the shelf or something like that, I'm not sure what my intuitions are, but I wonder if these two cases could be brought together rather than, right now they're like, in one, the vagueness is on the predicate tall. Yeah, I mean,
right, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so this is a good question. So I'm kind of undecided on this, which is actually why I didn't put it in the talk. So on the one hand, there is this intuition expressed in some of the philosophical vagueness literature that the QOD is not enough to, so basically the QOD is not exactly what fixes the threshold for tall. So actually using scenarios of the kind you just described. On the other hand, I'm kind of sympathetic to the idea you just expressed because there are certain cases that are usually brushed aside in the vagueness literature where we have a context where tall is basically defined in the context of some binary discourse goal. So for instance, let's say we're at the airport, right, and we have to sort luggage into, you know, luggage that is heavier than 20 kilograms and luggage that is less heavy than that, right? So then you could easily say, I think, this is heavy and this isn't, right? Even if the difference is very small, but they fall on different sides of this boundary. So there are these very specific cases where we really have to do binary sorting of something where these predicates become precise. And so I actually think that maybe one should, yeah, so it's an idea that I'm pursuing independently. I didn't want to apply the exact story I have here directly, because I think it doesn't fully account for the way we typically determine comparison classes. So for instance, Delia Graf has argued that comparison classes are determined with reference to like typicality relative to some predicate. If this is true, it's not really captured here, but maybe one could say that for tall, there are two parameters and one depends on this typicality issue and the other depends on a QD or something. But I don't have a formal proposal along these lines, but I think it's an interesting idea. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other question here in the room? Jessica?
Hi. Thanks for that talk. It went really fast, so I think this is more of a clarification question. I'm interested in the role of goals as modeled by sub-QUDs, if I got it right. I have a side interest in multiple alternative questions, which don't partition in the two ways that you. So I'm going to use an alternative question with just two alternatives to pose my other question, but I have a side issue where I'm worried about like 3 or 4 alternatives. So if I say something like, are the windows or the doors open? There's a few different sub-goals that I could have, and I feel like one tracks your degree or gradable one, and the other doesn't. So one is just the ventilation scenario, where I think, oh, I feel a draft, and I want to make sure we're maximizing the ventilation, so I want the doors to be open because they're bigger than the windows. But there's another goal. I feel a draft. I'm worried about the cat escaping, but the cat can only escape through the doors. So I want to know whether the doors are open. I say, are the doors or the windows open? But the trick, I think, for you is that I get the same non-maximality in both cases. And is it true that you predict that there would be a difference with respect to maximality?
Okay, so I think that depends on something that I didn't have time to really go into this talk for reasons of space, which is like, how do we compositionally derive the set of different propositions corresponding to degrees of non-maximality, or what Christian Spector call candidate interpretations. So the way they do it, it would in principle be possible. So, okay, so they do this with a certain contextual parameter that is roughly a bit like these sets S that these functions S that I assumed. And this can be different for each plural in a sentence because these parameters are indexed. So then in principle, you could have candidate interpretations that, for instance, treat the doors maximally and the windows non-maximally, or vice versa, or both can be non-maximal in different ways. So this system of theirs is very permissive. So I think this would generate mixed construers. I have to think a bit, so I'm not actually sure what I predict for the interaction with alternative questions exactly. But in principle, if you have multiple plurals, you can have different like degrees of non-maximality. The other question is like, is this empirically well motivated? And so I think they discuss a couple of examples that kind of clearly show that if the plural DP is different, or if the predicate is different, right, that you want to have different degrees of non-maximality within a sentence. With that being said, so I've been wondering about examples like in the morning the doors were open and in the afternoon they were not, right? Where I'm actually not so sure that one easily gets these mixed readings. So I think this is a bit of an open empirical issue. Yeah.
Well, my point is mainly that I don't get mixed readings. I don't get any difference in interpretation between the two sentences, and that seems to be the problem.
Okay, so I think that probably this could be. So I would expect that this can be manipulated by having different sub-QDs. So let's say that, for instance, I don't know. The doors have to be closed for fire safety reasons, right? So all of them have to be closed during an event, but also during the event, it's required for the windows to be open for some other reason. And then I think my proposal would predict, and I think I would also stand by this prediction, that in this kind of context, it would be okay to say, for instance, the windows are open, but the doors are not, where, let's say, the windows are open would get a maximal construal, assuming that the QD requires this, and the doors are not would get like the weakest possible construal, so like negation of a weak non-maximal construal. Yeah, so at least that's the prediction.
Thanks.
Okay, let's move.
Thanks.
Let's move to, we have time probably for another question. Sophia Malamud on Zoom.
Hi.
Hi, very interesting talk. So it's probably more of a clarification question. So if we are in the bank robbery scenario, right? So I'm presuming that the question doesn't really depend on kind of what's in the sentence, right? Like the questions are determined contextually without regard to...
So I think it's kind of like it's a bit like your example with the painted walls, right? Versus the,
so the question, I think that might be a problem if you have variation on both, I think, vagueness and maximality.
Okay.
If you say the doors are open in this scenario, you get your bank robbery scenario. But if you say the doors weren't open in the same scenario, you get non-maximality, right? Because it doesn't matter in the specific configuration that you showed. It doesn't matter if it was door number 2 or door number 3 and 4 together,
Yeah, but so it's true that, okay, so I think it is true that the doors weren't open, and this kind of scenario is predicted to also have a non-maximal construal in the sense that it should be sufficient for the truth of the doors weren't open if one of the doors that are actually absolutely
relevant,
necessary to this safe is not open. So, okay, so I think that for this kind of scenario where the non-linguistic context really exactly fixes a certain set of pluralities, this is correct, but
I think you get you might get vagueness on the negation, or like on one of the variants you get vagueness, and on the other variant you don't get vagueness.
No, so I think that okay, so vagueness in the system. Okay, now I get your point. Sorry for not getting it before.
Right, like
so,
imagine a long corridor with a bunch of doors. Like suppose it's more than just 2.
So I think not necessarily, because there are actually, so maybe I didn't make this clear. So there are actually kind of 2 prerequisites in the system to get vagueness. One is to have a fine-grained QD with lots of partition classes, but this is actually insufficient, because in addition, we need this other component that wasn't formalized to the same degree, which is the tolerance relation between issues. And so what I would claim is that in this bank robbery scenario, if you have an issue for which is irrelevant whether door 1 is open, right, then, for instance, right, and door 1 is absolutely necessary to get to the safe, then we cannot interpret the sentence tolerantly as actually responding to this issue, because this issue is not, an answer to this issue is not useful in this context. So there is kind of a second component there, which is this relation between issues. And I think this is going to get us out of this problem, yeah.
Oh, I see. So weren't open versus were open would determine, would give rise to different tolerance relations?
No, it's going to be the same, but the crucial thing is that like the, so to get non-maximality, in this example, we actually do not need the tolerance relation in the sense that we get it immediately from the, right, from the alternatives. But then to get actually vagueness, the tolerance relation has to do something, has to relate the question to some of its non-trivial sub-questions. And so then my claim would be that if we're interested in the binary issue of like whether we got to the safe or not, then these sub-questions will just not be, so there won't be any such sub-questions to relate it to, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Then the tolerance relation will just do a trivial job, and that's why there is no vagueness. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
We need to move to the next talk. Thanks again to the speaker. And the next talk is also on Zoom, I believe. Or, it's here. Perfect. Okay, so the third and final talk of the session is by Mui Yang, Singularity and Plurality of Discourse Reference to Worlds. I'm going to be sitting there and do the... I don't see here. Is it here?
No? Okay. Let me just check this. Sorry, it doesn't go to the next page. Thanks everyone for coming. So today I'm going to talk about singularity and plurality and discourse reference to worlds. So the phenomenon that I'm going to focus on are conditionals, and in the literature, conditionals have been standardly analyzed under Quater's restrictor analysis. However, recently there has been an alternative of the restrictor analysis, which is the referential analysis of conditionals. So let's look at the gist of this analysis by looking at the simple sentencing number 1. If Mary comes, John will come too. So under the referential analysis, the antecedent clause of the sentence denotes a definite description of the possible worlds where Mary comes. And the consequent clause checks whether the referent of that description will also verify John's coming. So that's the gist. And today, we're going to look at a common assumption under the referential analysis, namely that conditional antecedents denote plural definite descriptions. So to look at why plurality is preferred under this framework, let's look at the interaction between quantification adverbs and when clauses first. Compare the following two sentences discussed by Deswart. So in both sentences, we have the quantification adverb usually and a when clause. So number 2, when Anil died, his wife usually killed herself, is reported to be bad. Versus when an Indian died, his wife usually killed herself, is reported to be good. So what we're seeing here is that the predicate in the antecedent die is describing a non-repeatable event. So when it combines with a proper name Anil, the when clause will describe a unique event of Anil dying. Whereas when it combines with an indefinite subject, the when clause will describe a multiple event, each involving one Indian dying. And here, the contrast between number 2 and number 3 suggests that the quantification adverb usually must be restricted by when clauses that describe multiple events. So this is essentially an illustration of the general constraint on quantification adverbs noted by Deswart, namely that quantification adverbs or Q adverbs require non-singleton restrictors. So what does all of this have anything to do with conditionals? Well, they are related because quantification adverbs can also be restricted by conditional if clauses in English. And this is the famous observation made by David Lewis. For instance, in number 4, if Mary shows up, John usually shows up too. Here we have the quantification adverb usually in the consequent. And the sentence gets naturally interpreted roughly as most situations where Mary comes are situations where John comes. So basically, the Q adverb usually here is quantifying over the situations described by the if clause. So what we have seen is that on the previous slide, we saw that Q adverbs were shown to require restrictors that pick out non-singleton restrictors by the referential analysis. And we have seen that usually in English can also be restricted by if clauses. And together, these seem to suggest that the if clause of the sentence in 4 also describes multiple events. Now, the standard assumption in the literature goes one step further because it is assumed that if clauses always refer to pluralities. This means that if clauses not only refer to pluralities in conditionals that express adverbial quantification. So those would be examples like number 4. And I will sometimes refer to those conditionals as Q adverbial conditionals. It is also assumed that if clauses denote pluralities in conditionals that express modal quantification or modal conditionals. So cases like number 5, If Mary shows up, John might show up too. Here we have a modal auxiliary might, and the referential analysis would assume that the if clause in this case also denotes plural objects. So today we are going to look at a puzzle from Japanese where there is a conditional marker that is compatible only with modal conditionals and systematically resists Q adverbial conditionals. And this cut between Q adverbial and modal conditionals will challenge the assumption that the antecedent clauses of both Q adverbial and modal conditionals refer to plural objects. And the upshot of my analysis today is that conditional antecedents can refer to singular reference after all. So the data will come from Japanese, so let me give you some basic profile about Japanese conditionals first. So Japanese conditionals are obligatorily marked by verbal suffixes and enclitics in the antecedent. For instance, if you want to say, if Mary comes, John also comes, here I'm giving you two options, and the conditional marking appears on the verb come in the antecedent. Here I'm giving you one suffix leba, and the other one would also be a suffix tara. At the same time, the antecedent can sometimes also be accompanied by the sentence initial adverb moshi. So number 7 is exactly the same sentence with the suffix leba and also with moshi appearing in the front of the sentence, and that's also acceptable. Now we can move on to look at Q adverbial conditionals and modal conditionals. Q adverbial conditionals first. So just like in English, if we have the Q adverb 台跌 usually, then we will get, naturally we will get the Q adverbial reading of the sentence. So number 8 is the sentence that means if I get on a plane, I usually feel sick. Here we have the Q adverb 台跌 usually in the consequent. And just like in English, the sentence gets roughly interpreted as most situations where I get on a plane are situations where I feel sick. So 台跌 here is quantifying over the situations described by the if clause, the antecedent. Now the crucial contrast is once we have the combination of moshi and 台跌 in the sentence, then we end up with a sentence that is highly unacceptable. So number 9 is the same sentence with 8, only with moshi added in the front of the sentence. And this is judged to be highly degraded by native speakers. So what about modal conditionals? Well, the combination between moshi and modal operators don't seem to be problematic at all. For instance, we can have the modal auxiliary かもしれない might, and the sentence means if John shows up, Mary might show up too. Here in the sentence with and without moshi, the sentence is both fine. And similarly, we can have a modal adverbial 多分 maybe, and again, with and without moshi, the sentence is both fine. Now we can confirm this observation by also checking the interaction between moshi and covert operators. For instance, by looking at generic conditionals, which are standardly assumed to contain a covert generic operator that gets interpreted similarly to the Q adverb usually. And the crucial observation, which has been observed by Kaufman in 2007, is that moshi is disallowed in generic conditionals. For instance, in 12, it becomes night if the sun goes down, and this is intended as a description of the natural law. And the contrast is that without moshi, the sentence is perfect, whereas once moshi is added, it becomes unacceptable. Another place where we can check are conditionals that show an ambiguity between a covert always reading and a covert epistemic must reading. For instance, in the sentence in 13. So this sentence means if Mary comes, John also comes. And there is no explicit quantification operator in the sentence. And the sentence is ambiguous between two readings. The first one would be that all situations where Mary comes are situations where John comes. And I assume that in order to derive this reading, we will need a covert quantification adverb always in the sentence. And the other reading would be if Mary comes, say tomorrow, then it must be the case that John will also come. And I assume with Kreutzer that in order to derive this reading, we would need a covert epistemic must in the sentence. Now the crucial contrast is that once we have moshi in the sentence, then we only get the epistemic reading. So 14 is exactly the same sentence with moshi added, and then in this case, we will be losing the sentence that's derived with covert always, and we will only get the reading that's derived with the covert epistemic must. So this again confirms our observation that moshi is systematically incompatible with quantificational adverbs. So here's what we have seen so far. In the beginning of the talk, I have shown you that Q adverbial conditionals were used in the literature to motivate the view that conditional antecedents refer to plural objects. And by looking at Japanese, we have seen that conditionals that contain the sentence initial moshi do not have Q adverbial readings systematically. So together, these seem to imply that Moshi antecedents don't refer to plural objects. Now, so far so good, but there still remains one question, namely that why is Moshi allowed in modal conditionals then? Or another way to put this question is, what is the difference between Q-adverbial and modal conditionals such that Moshi is allowed in modal conditionals but not allowed in Q-adverbial conditionals? In order to get an answer for this question, let's look at some independent evidence about the contrast between the two types of quantification. But before I do so, let's actually take one step back and look at Kreuzer's view on these two types of quantification in conditionals. Well, according to Kreutzer, these two types of quantification in conditionals actually don't differ much because, according to her view, both Q-adverbs and modals would be restricted by condition antecedents. For instance, if we have 15, if Mary comes, John sometimes comes too. Here we have the Q-adverb sometimes. And according to Kreuzer's view, this sentence would get construed as existential quantification over the situations where Mary comes. And similarly, if we have a modal conditional, if Mary comes, John might come too. Here we have the modal auxiliary might, and according to Kreuzer's view, again, we would construe the sentence as existential quantification over the possible worlds that we can epistemically access from the actual world, and also those where Mary comes. So that's Kreuzer's view. However, later in the literature, there has been converging evidence from independent sources that shows that the construal for modals presented here is actually not correct. And I'm going to show you one piece of evidence that comes from Deontic Conditionals, discussed by Frank. So let's look at the example in 17. If the new laws pass, those people will have to work longer. Here we have the Deontic model have to in the consequent. So according to Kreuzer's view, the sentence would again get construed as a universal quantification over the possible worlds that we can deontically access from the actual world, and also those where the new laws have passed. And we will be asked to check whether all those worlds are such that those people work longer in those worlds. So that's the interpretation of the sentence under the Kreutzer style construal. Now suppose that we are in a world where the actual laws don't require people to work longer. The new laws would require them to do so, but they haven't been passed. Intuitively, the sentence is true, because once those new laws pass, of course, people will be required to work longer. But the problem is that, according to the Kreutzer style construal would predict the sentence to be false. And the reason is that the necessity of salespeople's working longer would, according to this construal, get evaluated with respect to the actual laws, the laws at the actual world. And according to those laws, salespeople don't have to work longer. This basically means that none of the worlds that we have in our quantificational domains are such that salespeople work longer. So it's predicted to be false. So what goes wrong with 18 seems to be that the criteria that we use to evaluate the Deontic model have to are independent of the content of the antecedent clause, so the passing of the new laws. But intuitively, what we need is going to be a construal where the passing of the new laws can actually feed into the criteria that we use to evaluate the Deontic model. Now, I will not tell you how each author implements this idea in the literature. Rather, what I'm going to do is to adopt a core assumption that underlies most of the solutions that have been proposed in the literature so far, namely that modals in conditionals are not restricted by antecedent. Rather, they are evaluated pointwise at each antecedent world. So this means that if we look at 17, this would mean that we will need to evaluate the Deontic model have to at each hypothetical world where the new laws have passed. And this idea is going to play an important role in my analysis shortly. So now we are ready to go to look at my analysis, which is going to be couched in the framework Intentional Plural Compositional DRT developed by Brasheviano. I will try to only give you a visualized illustration of my ideas, but before I do so, bear with me for about 2 pages where I introduce the basic setup of this framework. So there will be 4 types in this framework: truth values, individuals, variable assignments, and situations. For simplicity, I will assume that maximal situations are possible worlds. Information states, or info states, are sets of variable assignments. And in this framework, an anaphoric reference is modeled using discourse reference, or derefs. And specifically, there will be 2 types of derefs: an individual type, which would be functions from variable assignments to individuals, and a situation type, which would be functions from variable assignments to situations. For instance, in this toy example, we have a information state I, which consists of 3 assignments, I, 1, 2, 3. And let's, for instance, take this individual deref U. It would, for instance, assign the value Bill to the assignment I3. And also this situation deref would assign the value W3 to I3. So that's roughly how it works. Sentences would denote relations between information states. They would get translated to these square brackets, where on the left-hand side, we specify the introduction of some new discourse reference. On the right-hand side, we specify certain conditions. And if we expand this, we can see that this is actually going to be a relation between an input information state I and an output information state J, such that they only differ in terms of the introduced new discourse reference. And also J has to satisfy certain conditions. Sometimes a sentence just doesn't introduce any new discourse reference, so it's going to appear in a simpler form where we only specify the relevant conditions. So there will be one condition that's going to play an important role in my analysis, which is the singularity condition. So this is the condition that requires the relevant deref to store exactly one value with respect to each information state. And let's look at how this works by looking at the simple discourse in 20. A mouse came, it left. Here we have a new discourse reference, vui, introduced by the indefinite phrase a mouse and written as the superscript here. And the pronoun it in the next sentence would refer back to the new discourse reference, vui, and this is written as the subscript. So these 2 sentences would get translated into the following sequence of 3 updates. And the first one would be the introduction of the new deref vui, and also imposing the singularity condition on vui. So how this works is that, suppose that we start from an info state that doesn't contain any information yet. Now, what this first update does is that it asks us to randomly store all of the individuals that we have in our model at vui, but at the same time, making sure that we have exactly one value in each information state. So suppose that in our model, we only have 3 individuals, Jerry, Mickey, and Tom. This would mean that this update would lead us to a discourse where we have 3 separate information states, each containing exactly one vui individual. And in the next step, we will be asked to check whether the vui individual is also a mouse. And since Tom is a cat, not a mouse, so we're going to get rid of that information state. And in the last step, we are asked to check whether the vui individual also left. And suppose that Mickey did not laugh, so we are going to get rid of that information state. And this is going to be our final output. Now we are ready to go on to look at conditionals. So one important idea that I adopt from Brasiliano is that conditional connectives introduce new discourse reference that store all the situations verifying the antecedent proposition. So for instance, if we have the simple antecedent in English, if I get on a plane, or its Japanese counterpart marked by the verbal suffix leba, then it's going to be the English if or the Japanese leba that introduces the new deref to store all the situations where I get on a plane. So in the translation, this maximization operator will ensure that we store all such situations. So again, if we start from an empty information state and suppose that I get on a plane in W123, and this is going to be our output of this particular update. In addition, I will propose that there sometimes can be situation derivs that are singular. And particularly, I propose that moshi is an overt marker of singularity. So 22 is exactly the same condition antecedent with moshi appearing in the front. So what happens here is that, so the translation of the sentence is going to be the same, except that we will have an additional introduction of the new deriv P, and also the singularity condition imposed on P. So what happens is that in the first step contributed by moshi, we will store exactly one situation in each information state. And then what happens is that the verbal suffix leva is anaphoric to moshi, as you can see in the subscript here. And the leva will store a subset of the value stored by moshi. So to see this, the first step will again ask us to randomly store all situations in our model at P, but making sure that we have exactly one P value in each information state. And then, with respect to each information state, we are asked to store at Q the situation where I get on a plane. I hope it's easy to see that because of the interaction between P and Q, now the singularity of the red deriv P, which is contributed by moshi, now gets inherited by the blue Q in each information state, because in each info state, we have exactly one Q value. Now we are ready to look at Q adverbial and modal conditionals. So Q adverbial conditionals first. So Q adverbs are going to express a set relation between two derivs. The first one is an anaphorically retrieved deriv Q to store the restrictors. And the other one is a newly established deriv R to restore the nuclear scope. So these would be the subscript and the superscript here. And overall, because of the conservativity of natural language determiners, I'm going to assume that the nuclear scope deriv is a structured subset of the restrictor deriv. And so the crucial point in conditionals is that the restrictor derivs of Q adverbs are going to be provided by the antecedent clause via anaphora. And we can see this by looking at the indices on the sentence in 23. So this is the sentence that we have seen earlier. If I get on a plane, I usually feel sick. So leva here introduces a new deriv Q to store the situations where I get on a plane. And taite usually here is anaphoric to Q for its restrictors, and at the same time introduce a new discourse reference R for its nuclear scope. So the translation of the sentence is going to be like this. There's no need to read the translation. I'm going to guide you through the translation by the figures. So in the first step, we will store at Q the situations where I get on a plane. And then we are going to store at R the situations where I feel sick. And finally, in the last step, we are going to be asked to check whether the Q situations and the R situations stand in a most relation. And in this case, because I forgot to mention that. If we suppose that I don't feel sick at W3, we are going to throw in a dummy situation there, which is basically a value that falsifies any proposition. So in the last step, we check whether the Q situations and R situations stand in the most relation. And in this case, because they indeed do so we are going to output exactly the same information state. And now we are ready to look at why moshi is odd in Q adverbial conditionals. So 24 is the same sentence with moshi added in the front, and we want to know why moshi is bad here. So the sequence of translation is going to look like this. It's going to be exactly the same, but again with the addition of the newly introduced deriv P and the singularity condition. So what happens here is, again, at the first step, we randomly introduce singular reference at P to store our situations. So this is going to be the one that's contributed by moshi. It introduces singularity. And then in each information state, we store at Q the situations where I get on a plane. And we store at R the situations where I feel sick. By this point, I hope it's easy to see that now the singularity introduced by moshi gets inherited by the antecedent deriv, the red Q here, and also gets inherited by the blue deriv R here, which is the nuclear scope. In the last step, we are asked to check in each information state whether the Q situation and the R situation stand in the most relation. But at this point, we run into a problem. And the problem is that adverbial quantification require non-singleton restrictors, as we have said in the beginning of this talk. But if we look at the input information states of this most relation, in each information state, we only have a singular restrictor deref, because Q stores exactly one value in each information state. Because of this, I propose that the most relation will fail to update all of its input information state, and this is why the sentence is unacceptable. So the upshot is that the presence of mosi prevents the antecedent from providing a meaningful restrictor for the Q adverbs in the conditionals. Finally, we can go on to look at modal conditionals. And recall that we have assumed that unlike quantification adverbs, modals are not restricted by the antecedent. In order to reflect this idea, I will have a new proposal for the semantics of modals, where modals are associated with 3 discourse references. The first one is an anaphorically retrieved deref to store the evaluation situation. So that's the subscript P here. And the next one is a newly established restrictor deref, the Q here. And the third one would be a newly established nuclear scope deref, the R. And overall, modals will express a set relation between Q and R. So the crucial difference between Q adverbs and modals is that for Q adverbs, we have assumed that their restrictor deref are retrieved anaphorically. Whereas for modals, I am assuming that they actually have a newly established restrictor deref established on their own. And for instance, this simple sentence, might phi, is going to be translated into a sequence of updates where we first store at Q the situations where we can epistemically access from our evaluation situation P, and store at R the situations where phi holds, and finally check whether the Q situations and R situations stand in some relation. Now this can be plugged into conditionals straightforwardly. So 25 is the sentence that means if Mary comes, John might also come. Here we have the modal auxiliary kamoshirennai Q, and you can see that it is anaphoric to leba only for its evaluation situation, and it would establish the restrictor and the nuclear scope situations on its own. So the sequence of updates will look like this. Again, we will store at Q the situations where Mary comes. And in the next step, we are asked to store at R the situations that we can epistemically access from the Q situations. So from, in this case, the epistemically accessible worlds situations from W1 and W2. Let's suppose that from both W1 and 2, we can access W1 and W3. This would allow us to have an output information state that's sort of expanded, because we can now have an information state that consists of 4 assignments instead of just 2. And then we just do whatever we have been doing up to this point. We store at S the situations where John comes, and in the last step, we check whether the R situations and S situations stand in a sum relation. So that's how it works. Finally, we can go on to look at why mosi is acceptable in modal conditionals. So again, 26 is the same sentence with mosi added in the front, and we want to know why all of a sudden mosi is okay here. So the sequence of updates is going to look exactly the same, only with the additional introduction of the new deref P and the singularity condition. So the upshot here is that in modal conditionals, mosi does not prevent the antecedent from providing a meaningful restrictor for modals. And here's why. Well, in the first 2 steps, we store at P singular reference randomly the situations that we have in our models. And then in each information state, we store at Q the situations where Mary comes. So far, so good. Then in the next step, we are asked again to store at R the situations where we can epistemically access from Q. So in this case, from W1, and in this case, from W2. Again, suppose that from both situations we can access W1 and 3. This would mean that we can end up having an expanded information state for each of these information states, such that we now have 2 assignments instead of just 1 in each information state. And now, in each information state, we store at S the situations where John comes. And in the last step, we are asked to check in each information state whether the R situation and the S situation stand in a sum relation. Now, in this case, I hope it's clear to see that thanks to the presence of the epistemic accessibility relation, now we are ending up having a restrictor derived R that is no longer a singular, because in each information state, now we are storing 2 values. This means that the non-singleton restrictor constraint on adverbial quantification is not violated in this case, so we can interpret the sentence smoothly. And I argue this is why Moshi is acceptable in this sentence. So finally, we can go on to conclude. We have observed that there is a cut between Q adverbial and modal conditionals in Japanese in terms of the distribution of moshi. This cut, which we don't see in English, challenged the common assumption of the referential analysis that conditional antecedents introduce plural discourse reference. And we explained the data based on 2 pieces of ingredients. The first one is the independent assumption that unlike quantification adverbs, modals are not restricted by conditional antecedents. And the other one is a version of the referential analysis of conditionals where there is overt singularity marking of situation-typed derivs, namely by Japanese moshi. Thank you.
Okay, we have 8 minutes for questions. Any question in the room? Ezra again here.
Very interesting, thank you. I've got a couple of questions, but I guess, so first of all, just to understand it, on the right-hand side with the modals, it's effectively like you're first expanding the accessible world and then evaluating based on that. So in a way, it's like having will and then a simple Q adverbial or something like that. Mm-hmm. So, because let's say we have will that expands things to future, and then the Q adverbial just does a standard look at it. So one question I have is, do you actually see moshi in that situation where you have like a modal plus a Q adverbial?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And actually it's not limited to will, but also basically any type of epistemic models scoping over Q adverbs. And I actually have the relevant data in the appendix where, so there's something special about these Q adverbs that I used in the talk, so taide and itsumo. Somehow it seems that they just cannot take narrow scope within the consequent. They have to quantify over the if clauses for some reason that I don't know. But if you can find a Q adverb that actually allow narrow scope within the consequent, like often and sometimes, and that's actually true in English too, then you suddenly get both, the sentence would become ambiguous. The first one would be one where these Q adverbs quantify over the if clause. And the other one is the one that I think you have in mind, which is actually an epistemic reading where the often and sometimes are scoping over the interval of the event described by the antecedent. Yeah, and the prediction, the observation with when we have moshi is actually compatible with what I have said, because if you have those ambiguous Q adverbs and you have moshi, then you only get the model reading. The Q adverbs are not allowed to take narrow scope.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any other question in the room? Robert, over there. And then Maria.
Yes, thank you for the talk. I enjoyed it a lot. My question is just about the truth conditions for like a simple moshi conditional. Mm-hmm. Maybe you said that and I missed it. I'm here looking at the slides on my phone, so they're kind of small. But this one has a. Is there always a modal in the second clause?
Did you want to see the...
Like if Mary comes, John comes, do you think that is... Okay, there's always a modal. I was just worried because it seemed like the truth conditions might be too weak because at Moshi you only have one info state, right? And so usually if there is some output for any input, the sentence will be true. So you only have to consider one world that satisfies the antecedent, not all possible worlds that satisfy an antecedent.
Yeah.
In the Moshi conditional.
Yeah. In the case of modals, I guess what I would say is that there is some sort of homogeneity effect on the accessibility relations, so that from each antecedent world we have exactly the same set of accessible worlds. Now I'm not sure if that is correct, but I think if we assume that, then we wouldn't get the problem you have in mind.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I need to think about whether that assumption is a valid one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there was a question here, Maria.
So thank you very much. Very nice talk. So I was wondering, so normally in dynamic semantics, epistemic might is treated as a non-distributive global operator, a holistic operator that directly quantify over the information states. And here, this is really clashes with your singularity condition. And now you do something to fix it, clearly. So you get plurality of words afterwards, I think via maybe some accessibility relation and so forth. However, I wonder whether don't you miss the advantages of the standard dynamic account? So, for instance, do you capture the infelicity of epistemic contradiction, or cases where, so I don't know if this is the right example, but something like if Mary comes with Moshi and then so if the murder happened in the morning, it might be John might be the culprit, and Mary might be the culprit, something like that, where you really want to quantify over the epistemic possibilities in your state, and somehow this singularity condition prevents you to consider different epistemic possibility together. Maybe you fix it by putting extra constraints on the RAP, so the epistemic accessibility relation, but I'm not sure, so I have to read the paper.
Let me see if I understand it. So is your worry about what kind of antecedent words get picked and stored in the deref introduced by Leba? Is that your worry?
Yeah, so that you introduce the sum down there. It's where you evaluate the might, right? So the existential. There must be an epistemic possibility.
Yeah.
And there you cannot. That's completely disconnected from the original epistemic state, and you cannot. So here, in this example, you just have the same words, so it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So you're reproducing, and then maybe you always get that effect. But it could be, so you start with the W1 and W2.
Mm-hmm.
And then in both, you get exactly the same accessible words, and so you fix the problem. But then probably because you have put constraints on the accessibility relation, somehow that it needs to be constant on the epistemic possibilities or regional possibilities.
I think I understand it now. Yeah, this is an oversimplification of modal semantics, I think. And I'm not sure if I completely embrace the original Quarto-style analysis of conditionals will fix this. But at least in order to do that, I think that can be easily done in this framework. You just need to have a more fine-grained implementation of models with the model base and the ordering source, which is what Brasher-Viana originally has. But yeah, I agree with you for the question of whether from each singular Q word we have exactly the same set of accessible words. That question isn't so clear. I think I need to think a little bit more about that.
So we have 1 minute for last quick question. Maybe Sergey.
Yes, thank you for the talk. I'm just wondering, have you thought of an alternative to this analysis with modals conditionals, and you can see that, for instance, in Kratz's analysis, the conditionals quantify over worlds, so kind of maximal situations. While with adverbials, like usually and so on, they quantify over something smaller. And crucially, I think it's plausible to assume that for these adverbials to be licensed, it has to be allowed that you can have multiple situations within the same world.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just thinking, so maybe what Moshe does is basically it says, I only quantify over maximal worlds,
yeah.
and that's why the adverbials are ruled out.
Yeah, thanks. That's a very good hypothesis. I have actually thought about it. So the idea is maybe Moshe is just lexically, it has a type-specific requirement. And I actually have an appendix for that too. I don't have a direct answer for why that wouldn't work, but I think there is preliminary evidence that Moshe is actually somehow type flexible, but not between situations and worlds, but rather between worlds and individuals. Because of those cases where you can see Moshe actually appears on a marks topics. And actually, if you look closer, in both, I'm not going to go through the details here, but the idea is that in conditionals and in topics, Moshe is subject to the same kind of uncertainty requirement. So I was taking these kind of data as an evidence that Moshe is actually type flexible between worlds and situations. But of course, that is not a direct response to what you said, because I don't have any evidence for whether it is flexible between Moshe and situations. Now, I don't know how to diagnose that possibility, so I need to think about it. But if anyone has any suggestions for how to test that, I will be grateful.
Okay, we need to end here. Let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
And I believe we have a coffee break now. So see you soon.
All right, I think we're ready to get started on the second to last poster session of SALT. So you guys know the drill by now. So we'll play the videos and then do questions in the room and on Zoom. So folks can take a seat. Our first poster of the session is by Zarina Levy-Forsyth and Olga Kagan on classifiers and the mass count distinction in Uzbek.
All right. I'll be talking.
So our talk is on classifiers and the mass count distinction in Uzbek. We specifically focus on Tashkent Uzbek, which is an obligatory classifier dialect, in which, similar to notionally mass nouns like snow in 1b, notionally count nouns like book in 1a require a classifier in order to combine with a numeral. Traditionally, it's been argued that in obligatory classifier languages, all nouns are born as mass, and so classifiers are necessary to make the nominals countable. And it has led some researchers to claim that the linguistic differences between classifier and non-classifier languages reflect the divergent conceptual representation of entities in the world. Alternatively, it has been proposed that all languages are in some sense classifier languages because nouns are universally across languages born as underspecified for the mass count value. So by default, nouns receive mass interpretation, and the count interpretation may only arise at the syntactic level. We argue against these approaches. We provide evidence that Tashkent Uzbek exhibits the mass count distinction even in the absence of classifiers or before classifiers are merged. We also provide a formal analysis of a range of Uzbek classifiers showing that they are sensitive to the mass count distinction. Thus, our findings support an alternative approach, stating that even in obligatory classifier languages, the mass count distinction is lexicosemantically encoded in nouns. Our evidence is based on the three distributional criteria: compatibility with different types of modifiers, distribution of the plural morpheme, and compatibility with different classifier types. And the first one includes quantifiers, collective and approximative numerals, as well as distributive adjectives. So, for instance, some quantifiers are grammatical only with notionally count nouns. So this is similar to the contrast in English, many books, many chairs versus many waters and many snows, the latter being ungrammatical. In contrast, some quantifiers are grammatical only with notionally mass nouns. So, for example, compare a small amount of water in 3a, which is grammatical, and the ungrammatical small amount of books in 3b. Next, collective and approximative numerals, which do not combine with classifiers, are only compatible with the notionally count nouns. So in 4, all 3 books versus all 3 waters. Similarly, distributive adjectives can modify notionally count nouns only and cannot modify mass nouns. Next, the distribution of the plural morpheme offers support to the existence of the mass count distinction. And among other examples, the plural morpheme is optional on count nouns preceded by a non-selective quantifiers like köp in 6, which can mean many or much, and is ungrammatical on mass nouns. And finally, the classifier system itself is suggestive of the existence of the mass count distinction in Uzbek. There exist sortal, group, and pair classifiers, which occur only with count nouns, whereas mensural classifiers, which are required with mass nouns, can also occur with count nouns. So, for instance, the general sortal classifier ta in 7 is grammatical, and in fact it is obligatory with notionally count nouns like book or chair, but not with notional and mass nouns like water or snow. And similarly, group and pair classifiers occur with count nouns only. And finally, some mensural classifiers like liter in 10b are highly sensitive to the denotational properties of nouns, of mass nouns with which they combine, while others like cop in 10a, which means sack, can combine with mass and count nouns. So in our analysis, the presented variety of classifiers function as mediators between a numeral and a properly denoting NP. And syntactically, they first merge with the numeral, and then the resulting phrase combines with the properly denoting nominal. So you see the two identical trees. Semantically, classifiers allow for a numeral to combine with a properly denoting NP, and the number of P units is specified as equal to n. We assume that mass and count nouns are lexically distinct, that count properties are atomic. In fact, the denotation of the nouns consists of atoms and sounds thereof, while mass properties are not. And that both mass and count nouns are of the same type. We claim that sortal classifiers introduce a cardinality function, so counting is based on a division into p atoms that is present in the denotation of count nouns and lacking in the denotation of mass nouns. And below we presented a couple of examples of sortal classifiers in Tashkent, Uzbek, and the underlined portion indicates presuppositions. Measural classifiers introduce a measure function, thereby dividing the denotation of the NP into units, which makes counting possible for originally mass nouns. And unlike sortal classifiers, they impose their own division into units. Again, below we indicate several examples of such classifiers in Tashkent, Uzbek. We conclude that Tashkent Uzbek exhibits the mass count distinction even in the absence of classifiers or before they are merged. Classifiers are only sensitive to the mass count distinction. They do not uniformly serve as individuators of otherwise mass nouns. Instead, classifiers function as mediators between a numeral and a property denoting NP. So this is it. Thank you for your attention.
All right, our next poster is by Lucas Champollion and Timothée Bernard. It's Negation, Modality, Events, and Truthmaker Semantics.
Hi everyone, this talk is entitled Negation, Modality, Events, and Truthmaker Semantics. I'm Lucas Champollion. Now, it's well known that in event semantics, we take ordinary sentences like Joe leaves to denote sets of events, like in this case, a set of leaving events whose agent is Joe. And it's also well known that a sentence like Joe doesn't leave does not simply denote the complement of the set. That is to say, does not denote the set of all events that are not leaving events by Joe, because there are plenty of events in that set that have nothing to do with Joe or with leaving. Instead, the appropriate thing to do, and what we are going to do today, is to assume that there is a function neg which maps the set of events denoted by Joe leaves to an appropriate set of events that can stand as the denotation of Joe doesn't leave. Now, the crux is, of course, to decide how to define neg. So now, in general, event semantics has plenty of motivation from a wide variety of sources, including, for example, spectral adverbials like for an hour, quantificational adverbs, perception reports, and causation reports. What we'd like to emphasize here is that for each of these types of sentences, we can introduce a corresponding example involving negation in the scope of these various environments. For example, we have negation in the scope of four adverbials, as in for an hour, John didn't sleep. negation in the scope of quantification adverbials, in the scope of perception reports, and causation. And now, if we look at the most successful treatments of the ordinary non-negated sentences in these constructions, they typically assume that, as we have said at the outset, the clauses, the relevant clauses denote sets of events. And so if we can let the negated clauses denote sets of events as well, then these treatments carry over. Now, this in itself is not a new idea, but the conceptual and logical foundations of this approach remain ill understood. Now, here today we built on previous work that we have presented at SALT in 2018. At the time, we assumed what we then called an axiom of negation. That is to say, we assumed that for every event predicate P, if this event predicate contains an actual event, an event that takes place at the actual world, then neg applied to P gives us a set that does not contain any actual event, and vice versa, it's a biconditional. So neg, in this case, is the function that we assume to be denoted by negation. Neg of P contains all events which preclude every event in P from being actual. Now, at the time, we took this, what we call the axiom of negation, to be an axiom. That is to say, we stipulated it. What Timothée is going to tell you now is how we're going to build on this work by avoiding having to treat this axiom as a stipulation.
Hi, thank you, Luca. So today, we extend our previous work in multiple ways. We derive the axiom of negation from first principles instead of simply stipulating it. And we also show that our formalization of a negative event interacts smoothly with meology and also possible world semantics, which allows us to model modality. We've based our work on truth-maker semantics. The main idea behind truth-maker semantics is that a true sentence is made true by some metaphysical entities that are called truth-makers. Truth-maker semantics is very interesting from a logical and philosophical point of view, but is also useful in formal semantics. What we do here is first to identify events with truth-makers. Thanks to this move, we can import, among other things, the concept of exclusion from fine truth-maker semantics into Davidsonian event semantics. Exclusion is a binary relation of events that captures incompatibility, or roughly speaking, that stands between two events that cannot both occur because they contradict each other. Exclusion matters to us because we use it to define the neg function that we take to be lexicalized by linguistic negation, and we use it to derive the axiom of negation, now renamed principle of negation. Once this is done, we can provide an interpretation of propositional logic in which propositions are sets of events. And we show that it is hyper-intentional in the sense that two classically equivalent propositions may nonetheless have distinct denotations. This has linguistically observable consequences, in particular in relation to counterfactuals. Turning to possible world semantics, we show that our neg functions behave as expected with respect to all possible worlds. Then, we model attitude verbs and models in a way that corresponds to the idea that propositions are interpreted as set of events, and we show that they all interact naturally with negation. Let me conclude by mentioning some broader implications of our work. Our framework provides a solid foundation for the treatment of negation in event semantics. This proposal meshes well with previously proposed treatment of conjunction and disjunction in event semantics. This yields a logic for propositional languages that provides more fine-grained entanglement relations than classical logic does. For some of these relations, for instance, P does not entail P and Q or not Q. This places us in the same general neighborhood as situation semantics, but we avoid the problems that have beset many situation semantics, notably the difficulty to define negation. Thank you for watching us, and we look forward to seeing you at the poster session.
All right, next up we have Teruyuki Mizuno and Stefan Kaufmann with past and counterfactual desire reports.
We investigated semantics of counterfactual desire reports in Japanese, with a special focus on the behavioral patterns that appears in the construction. So-called counterfactual expressions concern what is false or impossible as actual word. From a more syntactic perspective, it has been observed that counterfactual expressions often involve patterns that apparently lack temporal meaning. This is illustrated by counterfactual conditionals in English. Here, the sentences involve the past or past perfect form of verbs and a future adverb tomorrow. This combination is prima facie surprising given the expectation that past or past perfect cannot be used to describe future events. These seemingly extraneous past morphemes are now generally called fake past in the literature. They are called fake because instead of their usual temporal meaning, they convey the counterfactuality of the conditional antecedent, that is, Joe's not coming tomorrow. So-called counterfactual desire reports are another instance of counterfactual expressions. Counterfactual desire reports concern one's desires that are unattainable as actual word, which are instantiated, for instance, by English wish. From a more syntactic point of view, it has been observed that the counterpart of English wish is expressed by the combination of want and past in many languages. This is illustrated by Greek, for instance. As you can see, the matrix desire predicate takes the past imperfective form, just like the verb in the embedded clause, which likewise takes the past imperfective form. Importantly, the past tense in the sentence is a fake one. Here, one makes no reference to desires that the agent had in the past. Rather, the desire expressed by the sentence is what the agent has at utterance time, and it implies that this desire cannot be fulfilled, namely unattainable, as actual word. There are two competing views on how to analyze the semantic contribution of fake past. One is called passive modal. Passive modal assumes that fake past has a modal meaning, therefore lacks a temporal meaning. Passive modal argues that past tense expresses an abstract notion of remoteness, and when it is applied to the modal domain, it is argued to express remoteness from the actual word. The other is called passive past. Unlike passive modal, passive past assumes that fake past preserves the temporal meaning of past. And passive past assumes that fake past rewinds the time before a branching point in history, helping simulate alternative futures that could have but didn't come out true. There have been active debates between passive modal and the passive past, but previous debates on fake past have primarily focused on counterfactual conditional, and little attention has been drawn to counterfactual desire reports. And furthermore, previous works have mainly focused on English and a few other Indo-European languages. Due to this, data from non-Indo-European languages are still scarce in the literature. This study aims to deepen and broaden our understanding of fake past by providing notable data about the counterfactual desire report in Japanese, a language hitherto understudied in the literature on fake past, and offering a form of semantics that can capture Japanese data and possibly beyond. There are three main takeaways from our presentation. Firstly, we show that Japanese can express counterfactual desire reports by using the combination of want and past, just like Greek. Secondly, we argue that passive past is right as analysis of fake past in Japanese counterfactual desire reports, in contrast to Yatrida's analysis of relevant Greek data. Thirdly, we show that the notion of hindsight, as well as the notion of causal independence, will play a role in the form of semantics. Here, we illustrate the first takeaway point, that is, that Japanese counterfactual desire reports may involve patterns that count as fake. To see this, consider the following scenario, which we call army stew. You and the boy get interested in Korean army stew and plan to cook it for today's dinner. Looking at the recipe in the evening, they notice that kimchi, a Korean traditional fermented cabbage, is one of its main ingredients. Opening the fridge, they realize that they have no kimchi. In fact, they could have bought some when they went to the supermarket last week, but they didn't because they simply didn't want them. The supermarkets in the town are all closed. Their desire to make authentic army stew thus ends up unfulfilled. Now suppose that you set the following into bold. As you can see, the desired predicate comes with past tense here. The sentence literally means, I wanted there to be kimchi in our house, but its appropriate translation would be, I wish there was kimchi in our house. Now notice that the past on the desired predicate is a fake one, because first of all, they didn't want kimchi in the past as is stipulated in the given context. So if the sentence was interpreted as in the literal translation, the sentence would be false, but the sentence is actually natural and truthful in the given context. Rather, their desire to make armies stew is what they have at utterance time, but this desire is something that can no longer be fulfilled at utterance time, as is evident from the context. To this, we add that noun phrase complements can also be used in the same context in addition to sentential complements, as shown in the following. Here as well, the past tense on the desired predicate is a fake one, as there was no fill-in past moment at which they wanted kimchi. So we conclude that whether the complement is sentential or a noun phrase, the past tense on the desired predicate counts as a fake past. As mentioned earlier, we will show that the fake past in Japanese counterfactual desire reports for the analysis of past as past, and the notion of hindsight and causal independence will play a role in the formal semantics. For more details, please come to our process session.
All right, next up we have Bernard Schwartz and Alan Bale, measurements from per without complex dimensions.
Measurements from per without complex dimensions. We're going to begin by talking about dimensions in composition. In measurement theory, there are basic dimensions, but there are also quotient dimensions. So in basic dimensions, you have things like, weight and volume, and measurements, quantities like 9 grams and 10 milliliters. And in language, we have measure phrases that express these type of quantities along these dimensions, like the measure phrase 9 grams and 10 milliliters. But in measurement theory, you also combine these more basic dimensions to create quotient dimensions, like weight volume or density. And there's quotient quantities, like 0.9 grams per milliliter, given here. And the question is, do we have measure phrases in English that in other types of languages that talk about these more complex quotient dimensions? Now, Kopok claims that we do. So we're going to call this the quotient theory of per. So in the quotient theory of per, 0.9 grams per milliliter names a quotient quantity, something that's that is a quantity in a complex dimension. And per literally puts together a quantity of volume in terms of milliliters, a quantity of weight in terms of grams, and creates a quantity of grams per milliliter, or a weight volume quantity, which can be multiplied by numbers to create various quantities along the scale. Now, there's a problem with this quotient theory. So the problem comes about with measurement verbs like weigh. Now, in the simple example in 5, we can see that weigh can relate its subject, the sample, to a measurement like 9 grams, a measurement in terms of its weight. So weigh has to be able to measure its subject in terms of its weight. But if 0.9 grams per milliliter labels a quotient quantity, a measurement of density, then there has to be more than one weigh, because to account for the acceptability of 6, weigh would have to measure the sample now in terms of its density, in terms of its weight volume. So there has to be 2 weighs in the quotient theory. But we can see from 7 and 8 that there is evidence in English that there aren't 2 weighs. There's only 1 weigh. A weight in terms of one that measures in terms of weight. So this cube weighs what that cube weighs, can express the equivalency in terms of weight, but it cannot express the equivalency of the 2 cubes in terms of density. In fact, we can see this even more prominently with the example in 8, which is contradictory. this 1 kilogram cube weighs what that 2 kilogram cube weighs, it shouldn't be contradictory, of course, under a density measure. So it looks like there's only one way, which means that the quotient theory can't account for the examples like in 6.
To solve this problem, we move to what we call the anaphoric theory of pro. The basic idea behind this is that per phrases, measure phrases with per, they don't have to denote quotient proper quantities. They can also denote basic quantities. For example, just like 9 grams denotes a particular weight, so 9 grams per milliliter also denotes a measurement in the basic dimension of weight. To make this possible, we assume that per phrases contain a hidden pronoun pro, as in 10, and per relates a quantity to an entity, the entity denoted by pro. And in the case at hand, per would combine the unit quantity milliliter with that entity to give a raw number, namely the entity's volume in milliliters. That number, call it n, would then further compose by multiplication with the quantity 0.9 grams. The resulting quantity is what's shown here, 0.9 times n grams. And in the composition of the sentence as a whole, the basic entry for weight, the one that relates entities to their weight, would be used to derive the truth conditions in the 13, which equates the sample's weight with the quantity just derived. Now, it's natural to assume that pro can be valued by the subject, in this case, the sample. And that leads us to the final truth conditions stated here, truth conditions that equate the sample's weight with 0.9 times n grams, where n is the sample's volume in milliliter. Notice that this amounts to saying that the sample's density is 0.9 grams per milliliter, but now we've arrived at this result through a different route, one that doesn't reference quotient dimensions at all and that only employs the basic entry for weight. This proposal has further benefits. First of all, we saw that in per sentences, 2 measurements take place. In the case we saw, it was the same entity, the sample, that was measured twice. But in the anaphoric approach, we could expect that 2 different entities can be measured. And this is what we see in 14, which reports on the drinks, the sugar's concentration in the drink. Here, the drink is measured in terms of volume, the sugar measured in terms of weight. Another benefit of the anaphoric approach is that it allows us to differentiate meanings between sentences that in the quotient approach would be equivalent because the exact same quotient quantity is calculated. In this case, gram and milliliter would give rise to the same quotient as kilograms per liter, and yet the 2 sentences in 15 and 16, they differ in terms of meaning, in terms of intuitive felicity, and the anaphoric theory allows for that. To summarize, we've proposed that per can be interpreted without reference to quotient dimensions. Per is anaphoric. Per outputs a raw number, which is then multiplied with a basic quantity. And per sentences involve 2 measurements, not 1. A final question that we would like to highlight here concerns the evidence for quotient quantities. We haven't seen any in our data, but is there any evidence in natural language for the composition of such quantities?
All right, next up we have Luca Kernich with subtraction and exhaustivity in exclusives.
Only sentences have 2 inferences. The positive inference, in case of only Gali arrived, this is that Gali arrived. And the negative inference, here it is that no one distinct from Gali arrived. The positive inference proved to be particularly vexing, and consequently a lot of work on it has been done. It's also the focus of our short presentation here. We will zone in on a specific puzzle that has been observed for the behavior of the positive inference of only. We will call it the projection dilemma, that has been known since at least Larry Horn's dissertation. The first horn of the projection dilemma involves the observation that the positive inference for a sentence like only Gal arrived can be suspended. For example, the continuation, and perhaps she didn't either, is felicitous, though note that it is epistemically incompatible with Gali arriving. However, if we drop the modal, and have a non-modalized continuation, like only Gal arrived, and she didn't either, the sequence is infelicitous. This pattern here teaches us that while the positive inference Gali arrived need not be inherited by the sentence, only Gali arrived, a weaker inference, namely that it's possible that Gali arrived, must be. Only in this way we can explain why the non-modalized continuation is not felicitous. We call this pattern of behavior of the positive inference the weak projection pattern. It turns out, however, that it is not always available. This is the second horn of the projection dilemma. If we look at a sentence like not only Gali arrived, here we can only obtain strong projection as is witnessed by the infelicity of a modalized continuation, and perhaps she didn't. Similar facts obtained in answering the question, did only Gali arrive? The answer, yes, and perhaps she didn't, is infelicitous. It's also infelicitous to say yes and perhaps she didn't either. Thus, we observe that in this case, the strong inference Gali arrived is obligatory. We call this pattern the strong projection pattern. Strikingly, practically identical behavior can be observed for negative acceptive sentences. On the one hand, only Gali arrived conveys the same meaning as no one but Gali arrived, namely we have the positive inference that Gali arrived and the negative inference that no one distinct from Gali arrived. However, we also have the same weak projection behavior. For example, no one but Gali arrived and perhaps she didn't either is a felicitous sequence. However, in order to suspend the positive inference that Gali arrived, we necessarily have to have the modal. On the other hand, if the acceptive occurs, let's say in a question, the suspension of the positive inference is impossible and we obtain strong projection. However, unlike in the cases of only sentences, we do have a good grasp on this behavior in the case of acceptive sentences. A great breakthrough in our understanding of acceptive sentences was made in the work of Kai von Vindel. He analyzed acceptives like no one but Gali arrived as consisting of two components. The first component is the minimality component, which in this specific sentence turns out to yield the meaning that Gali arrived. And the other component is the subtraction component, which in this sentence yields the meaning that no one distinct from Gali arrived. In addition to adequately capturing the meanings of acceptive sentences, this analysis had a fringe benefit that it also accounted for their distribution. In particular, it accounted for someone but Gali arrived being unacceptable. This is due to the clash between minimality and subtraction. Subsequently, arguments have been provided that these two components, minimality and subtraction, should be split between two different morphemes. On the distributed analysis, a sentence like no one but Gali arrived has the logical form provided here. The minimality operator and but Gali are assigned different scopal positions in the sentence. The minimality operator then yields the same inference as on von Vindel's analysis, namely in this case that Gali arrived, and the subtraction inference that is generated is again the same as the one on von Vindel's analysis, that no one distinct from Gali arrived. Now, what are the arguments for such an analysis? Well, instead of discussing them, we will simply show that the data that we analyzed so far provide one such argument for this analysis. On the previous slide, we derived how we get the positive inference Gali arrived. If min, however, takes scope over an appropriate modal operator, like the assert operator that all declarative sentences are prefixed with, we obtain a weaker meaning. In particular, the meaning that is now obtained is that it is possible that Gali arrived rather than that Gali arrived. This is weak projection. Now, why is sometimes weak projection not available and only strong projection obtains? It turns out that the minimality operator cannot be split from subtraction in all possible cases. Specifically, when we have negation or other downward entailing operators intervening, we would obtain a contradictory meaning. This means that only strong projection obtains, which follows from minimality and the subtraction components being adjacent at logical form. This gives us the inference that Gali arrived, which is then inherited by the sentence. How does this extend or transfer to the only sentences that we started out with in this short talk? The answer is mechanically. Only needs to be treated in parallel to no and but, and we have to assume an external minimality operator. This gives us the behavior that we observed. Much more can and should be said, but we're out of time.
All right, our final poster of the session is by Adam Przepierkowski, and it's a compositional intersective account of heterofunctional coordination. That's a mouthful.
Hi, my name is Adam Przepierkowski, and this is a presentation, a compositional intersective account of heterofunctional coordination. So let me start by giving you some examples of the phenomenon concerned. So in syllable creation, when you want to say what did he give you and when, you can not only from the two WH phrases, like it's known for that, but you can also coordinate them directly, right? So you can say šta, what accusative, I kada, and when. Similarly, in Russian, when you want to say nobody helps anybody, you can coordinate the two N words. Russian is a negative concord language, so nikto и никому, nobody nominative and nobody dative. And finally, in Polish, and this is going to be our running example, you can say when you want to say something like, not exactly, we'll get that in a moment, here everybody criticizes everybody, you can say tu krytykują wszyscy i wszystkich, here criticize all nominative and all accusative. Now, here everybody criticizes everybody is not exactly the translation of the right translation of this example. The truth conditions are weaker. It doesn't have to be iteration of quantifiers. This can express a cumulative meaning, right? So this is true in a situation where all people criticize somebody or other, and all people are criticized by somebody or other, without the necessity of everybody criticizing everybody. Now, syntacticians agree that in Slavic and at least Hungarian, this is direct coordination, not conjunction reduction, and there are many arguments for that in the literature. Now, there are many syntactic papers about this phenomenon, but very few semantic papers. I'm only aware of analysis presented in Denis Paperno's 2012 dissertation, and my analysis given last year at Bedeutung. And they are all problematic in one way or another. They all assume specialized meanings of conjunctions. It would be nice to assume a standard meaning of and. Denis's analysis are technically compositional, but I would say at the cost of rather non-standard syntax. My analysis is only weakly compositional and also assumes a non-derivational syntax. And also, Denis' analysis, I think, lead to some wrong truth conditions, right? So for the running example, they don't get the cumulative reading. Now here, I propose an analysis that assumes standard conjunction, standard syntax, full compositionality, and leads to the right cumulative meaning. Now, there are two standard, uniform approaches to the meaning of and. One is intersective, also called Boolean. Another is collective, called non-Boolean. And the collective approach has some problems with the coordination of non-upward monotone quantifiers. This is discussed in Champollion's Journal of Semantics 2016 paper. And heterofunctional coordination can involve such non-upward monotone quantifiers. And for this reason, here I assume the intersective approach to coordinate in conjunction. Now, as for syntax, I assume Zhang 2007 analysis of such constructions in terms of sideward movement. So what happens here is that the subject DP and the object DP move from the original positions to the workspace where they are merged with conjunction and where the coordinate structure is created. Okay, now as for compositionality, it is based on two earlier analyses. So I assume Champollion's approach to event semantics, which he calls quantification event semantics. And I also assume, as more or less standard in minimalism now, that traces do not express variables, but rather domain restrictions, right, of the quantifiers that are moved. So how does it all work together? Let's have a look at the running example. First of all, as I said, I assume Champollion's approach to event semantics, and on that approach, verbs do not express properties of events, but they express sets of properties of events. So the meaning of criticize would be the set of such properties F, which are true of some criticizing event. Eventually, such representations will be closed off using the closure operator that's given here. So when you substitute lambda e true for F, you get the meaning there exists a criticizing event. But of course, we don't want to close at this stage. Now, as I said, traces represent domain restrictions. Here, these are traces of moved quantifiers all, right, like everybody. So the restriction here is person, right, all people. In this case, the two traces represent the information that the agent is the person, that's the representation of trace Ti, and the theme is a person, right? These are represented like this. This looks slightly complex, but the end result when these traces combine with the verb is that they add these conjuncts to the representation of the verb, right? So the representation of the lower TP, once these representations get combined, will be like this, right? And if we wanted to close this off at this stage, we would get the representation that there exists a criticizing event where the agent is a person and the theme is a person. But of course, we still have the DPs to take care of. And their representation is as in Champollion's paper. So these are universal quantifiers. The effect is that they add outward universal quantification with the restriction person, and they add inward information about the agent and theme, right? So for example, if this DPI were to be combined with the representation of the lower TP directly, the resulting meaning would be that for each person X, there exists an event of a person criticizing a person such that X is the agent of this event, and similarly for the theme. Now, these two DPs combine using the standard intersective conjunction into a meaning represented like this. And once this combines with the lower TP, we get the representation saying that for each person X, there exists a person criticizing person event such that X is the agent, and similarly for the theme. Now, the highlights of this analysis is that it assumes standard conjunction, standard syntax, compositional semantics. Thank you for your attention, and see you at poster session 5.
All right, we can open the floor up for questions. As before, we'll start in the room and then work in some Zoom ones, and yeah. Jessica first, then Ezra.
Hi, this is for Bale and Schwartz. Hi, guys. Cool talk. I wanted to talk to you about much support as a diagnostic for what's going on in per cases. So it seems like many in much support targets like something like a value, where much targets the measure as a whole. So I can say this sample weighs 1 gram per milliliter, and the other sample weighs that many ounces per cup. Or I can say this sample weighs 1 gram per milliliter, and the other sample weighs that much too. And I suspect that you'd want some sort of sub-combinations of those things, to have the much support pick out just the value before per. But we can't say something like this sample weighs 1 gram per milliliter and the other sample weighs that much ounces per cup, where much is ranging over the entire value. We have to say that many ounces per cup. So I just wanted to draw that to your attention and sort of see what you had to say about ways that we can sort of syntactically pick those two things apart.
Yeah, thank you for that data. I mean, I'll have to think about the anaphoric properties of much and many with respect to per, which I've been thinking about independently anyway. But I think I agree with your intuitions, at least. That seems right on point to me. I don't know if Bernhard has anything to add to this.
You're muted, Bernard.
You're muted, Bernard.
Sorry about that. I did not hear the whole question, but I think I got the main point enough to understand that we need to think about it. Thank you.
Thanks.
We can go to Ezra unless that's the same talk. All right. I guess we can go to Zoom, and Micho has a question for Teruyuki and Stefan.
Hello, thank you very much. So the basic idea that this hoshikatta, the want past, expresses a present desire, and therefore it's a kind of fake past. That intuition itself seems reasonable to me and is interesting, but I wonder about the following. I don't think it can express future, unlike English type fake past, right? So for example, if I'm taking your army stew example, we're at the supermarket now, and I'm trying to convince you we should buy kimchi, right? You don't think it's necessary, but I say, well, probably tomorrow, tomorrow you might think you want to make army stew. You're not thinking ahead, right? And then, you'll wish we had kimchi at home, right? In English, the fake past there is fine. But in that same context in Japanese, I try to convince you, okay, so we should buy kimchi now. I can say, maybe you'll want to make the stew tomorrow. 家にキムチがあって欲しいでしょ? Right? If that's the case, then 欲しいでしょ? But 欲しかったでしょ? To talk about in the future, you might have wished there was kimchi. I can't use the past tense there. And so that seems different than the English type. And I hope I described that clearly enough, but I was curious if you had thoughts about that.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So, yes, you are right. In that context you provided, I think the sentence with non-past is not good. I agree. So, our analysis in a nutshell is that, so in Japanese, with fake past on the desired predicate, we somehow recalculate the decision problem in the past that existed in the past. And in that case, because we are in the supermarket right now, right? But it is still possible that we can buy kimchi even if it is not unlikely. So in Japanese, so we advocate the past as a past analysis. So we go back to the past and we somehow kind of revise our desire or something related and simulate alternative futures. So yes, so that's the idea. So, and we predict that Japanese is different from English. And actually, we also presented in the poster that Japanese is different from Greek in terms of the semantic contribution of fake past. So the difference between English and Japanese, and I think English is in line with Greek. in that sense. And this discrepancy between English and Japanese is actually predictable from the account. So yeah, that's my answer. And if Stefan has anything to add.
I don't really have much to add. Unless, except perhaps for saying that I'm not quite sure, Mitchell, what exactly the English sentence would be that you're referring to. Is it something like tomorrow you will wish we had kimchi or something like that?
Yeah, and that's fine. The English is.
Yes, yeah. So I don't really have much to add, except perhaps that I need to think about this a bit more, perhaps, because it's a little mind-boggling. But it sounds like it may actually. So the fact that in Japanese you wouldn't express this with hoshikatta, you could express it with hoshi or hosikunaru or something like that, I guess. I think that's rather an argument for the past as past account. If I see it correctly, it's sort of tentative what I'm saying right now, because we are not talking about something that you know requires revision of some past decision that was taken.
So that yes, and that part of that aspect of Teru's reply I think made sense to me. But then there could be more complex context worth checking of like, you know, we just left the supermarket and, you know, I don't want army stew now, but tomorrow you might want army stew in that situation. And I'm not going to try to do the judgment online, but you know, if there is actually that there is some past time when we should have bought it kind of thing. So
maybe if we can move on to another question.
Yeah. Interesting. Thanks. Yeah, it was a good.
We have a hand up in the back there. Is that Carol Rose? I can't see.
Hi. My question is for Zarina and Olga on the classifier talk. So thank you so much for your talk. It was very interesting. So I just have one quick data comment just about the classifier languages. So I've worked on Indonesian before, and we've proposed a similar analysis for the classifiers. And what's interesting about Indonesian is that classifiers are incompatible with the definite article in Indonesian. So it's just simply a data point. And the other thing I was wondering is if it really matters for you all that it's the classifier that needs the numeral, or is it the numeral that needs the classifier? So, you know, there's other analyses which I think you've cited, so like a Krifka style analysis where it's the numeral that combines with the classifier first, whereas you all have the classifier that needing the numeral. So I was just wondering if that matters for you, and if you could switch, if that's possible to switch it up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So first of all, this is a very interesting data question, comment about Indonesian. Uzbek doesn't have definite articles, so there we cannot check that. So it's important to cross-linguistic data from this perspective. Regarding the numeral for the classifier for the numeral, that's actually an interesting question. Well, we were assuming that, let's begin with the question, why do we need a classifier there, right? So let's assume that we don't need a classifier in a language like English. So why do we need a classifier in a language like Uzbek? And then sort of a natural question would be whether what needs the classifier is the noun or the numeral. So, and we kind of believe, and we're arguing that the noun does not really need one. But so our assumption was then it's natural to conclude that the numeral does, and we also have some syntactic evidence that, which we didn't have time for in the presentation, that the classifier combines with the numeral syntactically. However, with the possibility that it is actually the classifier that needs a numeral is is in principle there, but again, so I would say that what we need in essence, we need a classifier in order to combine the numeral with the NP. In essence, this is the story. Sort of, we cannot really explain the story by the needs of the classifier alone, because in that case, sort of, why do we care about the needs of the classifier if we just combine the numeral with a noun phrase, right? That should be just fine, and we wouldn't need any classifier there at all. So something is missing there, something is not possible in this combination without the mediation of the classifier.
Yes, thank you so much.
Great. We can go to Zoom now to Liz Kopic.
All right. Hi. Yes, thank you so much for that very interesting talk, Bale and Schwartz. I actually noticed that problem earlier this spring with the analysis last year, and I solved it in a slightly different way. So instead of a quotient function, which takes two quantities and gives the quotient of them, the new analysis that I'm proposing in my poster that will be in the next session involves an operator that can take scope over a VP, and it shares with your analysis that it expects something to measure and measures it along a numerator dimension and a denominator dimension. So if we both independently came up with those elements of the solution, they must be right. I'm still thinking about the difference in predictions between your proposal and my proposal as a solution to this problem that you noticed. I was just thinking, looking at your slides, one possible place where they differ is in the resulting type. So after per combines with the denominator, per milliliter is of type E to T, which you might expect to combine via predicate modification with something else of type E to T, such as, say, sample. So you should be able to say like the sample per millimeter, and then that would denote a particular quotient according to your analysis. So that DP could serve perhaps as the object of a verb that expects a degree, like increase. So maybe like increase the sample per millimeter should be okay, maybe according to your analysis. I'm not sure if that is actually a prediction of your proposal, but what do you think about that example?
Yeah, so I'm not sure. So per milliliter, yeah, should yield something that expects. It should yield a raw number in the end. So I'm not sure if that, once it combines with the sample. So it should yield a raw number, which it should function like a degree as a raw number degree. Yeah, so I would, I guess, formally expect that you should be able to use it in the same places that you would use a number, but I'd also think that maybe there'd be a pragmatic effect here involved, whereas if you could have used the raw number exactly, why wouldn't you have like some kind of manner form of issue going on in terms of like Gricean reasoning? But yeah, very, very interesting example. I'm gonna have to think about other examples like that a bit further. I'd also kind of like to add, like in addition, to solving this problem, the one thing that we ended the question, the talk portion on, is whether there's other cases where you do want a quotient. And I don't know if we've, like there's other places where you can use per phrases and differentials. And if you're using them in a differential, it's harder to think of how you would want that to be used. If it's used in a differential, for instance, a density differential, and then you kind of want it to represent a density degree. If you're representing a density degree, then you might actually want that quotient structure. So I think the data we're talking about only shows that quotients can't be the only way that per is interpreted, but it doesn't show that quotients are barred, right? Yeah. It just shows that it can't be the only way that it's interpreted.
Yeah, I think we're heading in the same direction. And actually, your analysis is a kind of quotient analysis because there are, fractions in your formula. So my conclusion, for what it's worth, is that there is the quotient function, there's the quotient operator that takes scope, and then an additional one that works on measure functions.
Right. Right. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. Bernhard, do you have anything other thoughts about the predictions of the sample per?
You're muted again, Bernard.
Just noticed that. Yeah, thanks, Liz, for those comments. I wasn't entirely sure about the question you started with, but one issue I guess we have to flesh out in our view is what can sort of value the pro, right? Or what can value the argument that is fixed in the pro in the examples we have. And I think there's a potential there for overgeneration that we need to think about. And certainly we want to take a good look at your proposal and try to see whether we can tell them apart. Thanks.
Great. We can move on to, I think, Andres had his hand up.
Hello? Yes. Thanks. Okay. It's for the last talk on coordination. My worry is about what you exactly mean by having a standard syntax, because as far as I can tell, I mean, sideward movement is a highly constrained operation in order to rule out, I mean, I think that there is a big risk of overgeneration if you clearly not give us what are the triggers of sideward movement. That's on one hand. On the other hand, I was wondering what license, syntactically speaking, the top TP, right? I see a clear risk of overgeneration as far as syntax goes, no?
Yeah, can I answer? Oh, okay, I hope you can hear me. I don't know, I don't get any feedback, but I hope I'm...
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, thanks a lot. So, standard is a relative notion. My background is in lexical functional grammar and Hadrian phrase structure grammar, which are, niche minority syntactic theories, right? In which I wasn't sure how to formalize the semantics of heterofunctional coordination. And it came as a surprise to me that one of the minimalist approaches, suddenly it wasn't so difficult, right? And this is actually my first kind of attempt at doing minimalism. So this is standard as in the sense of mainstream kind of generative syntax as opposed to what I normally do, right? So yeah, I understand that within minimalism, sideward movement is somewhat controversial, so I get your point. And I'm probably not sufficiently well versed in minimalism to understand the problems. So I get your point that probably I should read up on that and see what the problems are. And it is clear that there must be some constraints on what gets coordinated this way, right? Because you cannot coordinate, for example, proper names this way, right? So when you want to say something like John loves Mary, Mary loves John, whatever, you cannot say in Polish John and Mary loves, right? It's only quantifiers that can be coordinated this way. So on top of the analysis that they presented, there must be some additional constraints, right? This is clear. And yeah, this is one way forward with this analysis. Thanks for the comment.
Thank you.
Thanks, great. We can go to Robert.
Hi, I have a question for Lucas and Timothy. Yes, hey Lucas, I like your shirt, proving how old and salty you are. Very nice. I have a kind of a speculative question. In many languages, or maybe not, in many languages, negated sentences can have, are required to have Irialis marking. And I wondered if you thought about how this connects to your account in the sense that I think your negation axiom has neg-p, right, referring not to sort of non-actual events, but actual events that preclude some event from occurring. So it seems like not very irrealis-y. And I don't know, do you have any comments on this very speculative question?
Hey, Robert, thank you so much for the question. I have not thought about this. I don't know if Timothée has. Let me just clarify that yes, we do assume that some events are actual and some events are not. And when it comes to the distinction between ordinary sentences and negated sentences versus the distinction between actual and non-actual events, those are entirely orthogonal. So if a sentence is true, then it describes an actual event, independently of whether that sentence has negation in it or not. So to the extent that that helps, it's good, but I would need to think more about the irrealis aspect. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Great. We can go to Linmin Zhang on Zoom. Linmin, are you there?
Oh yes, I am here, but I actually have left my comment in the chat box. So I think that there's also further evidence in support of the anaphoric view for per. So this is a comment for Alan and Bernard. So I think that in Mandarin Chinese, actually the word for per and the word for each are the same word. And also I think that the use of per might be very close to the binomial use of each, like every boy saw two monkeys. Every boy saw two monkeys each. So I think that it might also be they might also, so both the use of per and the use of binomial each might also be subjected to some same constraints. Like we can say things like two monkeys each, because if we add up the monkeys seen by each boy, it's going to be like 2 + 2, so it's addable. But then we usually cannot say things like the ham in the microwave oven is like 200 degree each. And I think that similar examples might also work for the analysis of per. So if like every ham is of the same temperature, for this kind of case, we cannot use per to construct a complex dimension. So that's I think that might be further evidence for the anaphoric view for per.
Yeah, thanks, Linmin. That's really interesting. I wanted to ask you maybe a brief question on your comment. So I think in English, at least, per, it can be ambiguous. So if I say in my neighborhood, there's 2 kids per household, I think there's a real reading there that means that every household has 2 kids. Like for each household, there are 2 kids. But there's another reading, of course, where it means like on average, right? And you can really bring this about if you don't use a real number. So in my neighborhood, there's 1.5 kids per household, where you are forced into that on average interpretation, which is more consistent with the kind of per that we're talking about. I'm wondering, is that the same for this? What is it? Did you call it May?
I think that in May in Chinese, we can also have this on average reading, but usually we do not omit this on average.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, interesting.
So the silent version will just yeah, I think that it depends. I think that in some contexts we do have this on average reading without explicit average.
Great. So that's interesting. Time for one more quick question in the room, if somebody has a quick question. No? Well, we're already beyond our scheduled time anyway, so I guess if not, we can thank all of the speakers. And the next talk begins now, so I guess let's take 2 minutes to go to the bathroom if we need, etc., and be right back.
Welcome everyone. Thank you all for joining us for this session. It is a great honor to introduce Carol Rose Little as our third invited speaker. Carol Rose Little got her PhD from Cornell University in 2020, and after that, she was a postdoctoral researcher at McGill University. She is currently an assistant professor at the University of Oklahoma. She has worked extensively on languages such as Chol, Mi'kmaq, Cheyenne, Finnish, and Indonesian, to name some of them. Among her most recent publications are left branch extraction, object shift, and freezing effects in Tumbala Chol, the Finnish partitive in counting and measuring constructions, and classifiers and the definite article in Indonesian. Besides her work on linguistics, Carol Rose Little has translated the poetry of Ana Peñate Montejo from Chol into English. From 2019 onwards, has co-organized semesterly workshops on how to write in Chol. One of the reasons we invited Carol Rose to be a speaker at SAL 32 is that we think her work is an excellent example of how to do field work with a theory-driven perspective. Furthermore, Carol Rose's research is yet another proof of the importance of studying underrepresented languages to advance our understanding of natural languages semantics. This afternoon, she will present the talk, Decomposing Strong Quantifiers. So now I would like to pass the mic to you, Carol Rose, and we are very thankful to have you here and are very thrilled to hear you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here, especially being here at SALT in Mexico. I am so happy to be here and also talk about a language of Mexico. And thank you all to the organizers for organizing a great conference as well. So I'm going to be talking about strong quantifiers. I use the term a bit loosely here, but let's begin by looking at these quantifiers in English. So we have every tortilla is red, many tortillas are red. Now, just on the surface, it's not entirely clear how we might decompose these quantifiers. So on the surface, English quantifiers seem morphologically simplex. What I'm going to be talking about today is a particular alternation in the Chol language, a Mayan language spoken in southern Mexico, that happens with some quantity words, but it doesn't happen with other quantity words. And we're going to see a very transparent morphology with these quantity word alternations. And this work adds to the cross-linguistic typology of quantificational expressions across many languages. This has been an area of much interest in semantics, of course, especially since the publication of the collection on cross-linguistic quantification by Emin Bach, Angelika Kratzer, Barbara Partee, and Eloise Jelinek, as well as subsequent publications on cross-linguistic quantificational expressions. So the language that I'm going to be talking about today is the Chol language, which is a Mayan language spoken in Mexico, in southern Mexico. It's of the Cholin Seltalan branch, and one of the closest relatives of Chol is the Chontal language. It is spoken in the Mexican states of Chiapas, Tabasco, and Campeche, with Chiapas being the state with the largest Chol-speaking population. There are about 250,000 Chol speakers today, and it's still being spoken by multiple generations. Kids are still learning Chol. The community where I primarily do my field work, kids, that's their first language. Though we are seeing Chol being replaced by Spanish in many contexts. So for instance, educational settings, as well as government. The data in this talk that I'm going to be presenting to you all today comes from my original fieldwork, which I've been doing since 2015. Various text sources, which will be cited throughout. The examples from the Chol Spanish Dictionary, which will be cited as Ali and Ali 1978. And as well as some naturalistic speech data, some transcribed recordings that are in an archive at the Archive for Indigenous Languages of Latin America, hosted at UT Austin. So my fieldwork site is here in Chiapas. So here's a map of Mexico. We can see we're in Mexico, most of us are in Mexico City. Where I do fieldwork is in southern Mexico near the border of Guatemala, so in Chiapas. Primarily the northern part of Chiapas. Chol speakers can be found in, the Chol speaking region is in Chiapas, also Tabasco and Campeche, with the majority of speakers here in Chiapas. My fieldwork site is near Palenque, which if anyone knows anything about Mayan ruins, there are some fairly well-known Mayan ruins in Palenque. So my fieldwork site is San Miguel. It's about half an hour from Palenque. What I'm interested in talking to you all about today is this alternation that can be found with quantificational expressions in Chol. So here we see that numerals, numerals such as 2, which take an obligatory classifier, they can appear with this additional morphology. So we have chap e, 2. It can also appear with this additional morphology ti chap elel. Now, due to the fact that this morphology is possessive morphology, I have a possessive phrase here in 2. I call these forms possessed forms. Now, this alternation exists for numerals, all numerals, also the bare form for all, and also this form on, which means many or much. Now, this alternation is not possible with other forms such as tzitya little, a little, lamtial half or a bit, katwil a lot. Now, those don't quote me too much on those translations. They're approximate translations for those. So I'm going to mainly concentrate on the numerals, since those are really the clearest cases that we see in terms of the semantics and what each piece of the morphology is doing. And I'm going to propose an analysis for the possessed form of the numeral, building on some empirical observations from some earlier work of mine, taking into account the meaning differences and contribution of each morpheme, as well as how we might extend this analysis to the all data, as well as the deriving most from many/much. I have some additional data in the appendix. It's a little bit murky with Pertiel, but I'm happy to talk about why that's a bit murky in the question period. I end with some speculations on why we see this bear/possessed alternation, so why we see this alternation for some quantity words but not other quantity words. And what I want to propose here is this analysis has implications for languages without definite articles, and then what type the domain of quantifiers are. Now, what we see systematically with the possessive morphology is what the possessive morphology is signaling that the domain is actually a type E rather than type ET. So this is supporting Lisa Matthewson's work that the domain of at least some quantifiers are type E. Now, this study adds to our knowledge of the typology of nominal quantifiers, which we have there is a fair amount of work in Mayan semantics, but what there's actually not a lot of is nominal quantifiers in Mayan linguistics. So this is kind of one of the first steps to look at nominal quantificational expressions in Mayan languages, with a particular emphasis on Chol. So again, we began with this interesting alternation. There are some quantity words that allow possessive morphology, whereas others do not. And I'm giving these translations here for the bear versus possessed forms, and we'll go through some environments where we can actually see the meaning of what the possessive morphology adds. Now, the morphology of these possessed quantifiers is exemplified in 3. For ti, chat, ti, klel, the 2. So what we have here is we first have this preposition ti. We have a possessive prefix. In this case, it's the third person possessive prefix. We have a numeral, cha, an obligatory classifier. Numerals appear with Chol-based numerals appear with obligatory classifiers, and then what I call a relational suffix. Now, the item inside the brackets can be replaced with Pertiel, which means all, and then on, which is many or much. It can also be replaced with any other numeral in Chol. Now, the forms Pertiel and on do not appear with a classifier, unlike numerals, so it's only the numerals that have this classifier. The possessive agreement, it tracks person features of the set that it describes. So it can change depending on who and what we're talking about. So in 4a, we have tichak elel, the 2 of them. Here we have the classifier for round, flat things. The 2 of us, tilak chak tiklel. Here we have the classifier for humans, tikil. Most of you, tilak won lel. No classifier with this one. And then all the children, so tipehtelelo alalo. And here what we see is that we get this possessive morphology, and then the overt nominal follows this ipehtelelo. So now I'm going to talk about the numerals, so what the meaning of these numerals are in context, and then talk about what each piece of the morphology adds to the meaning. So again, like we saw, the possessive agreement, it tracks person features of the set that it describes, so it can change depending on who we're talking about. And what's interesting here, or what's of note here, is that with T, with this preposition T, each piece of this morphology is needed. So 6 exemplifies this. So we need all these pieces. So we need T, we need the possessive morphology, the numeral, of course, the classifier, and then we also need this relational suffix. So all these pieces are needed. So the possessed numerals, they pattern as we might expect for strong quantifiers, hence the title of my talk here, in that they are incompatible in the theme position of existential predicates, unlike for the bare forms. So bare numerals are compatible in theme position of existential predicates. Anchak ewati wetje. There are 2 tortillas on their table. This is fine. But we cannot substitute this in with the possessed form of the numerals for a meaning like there are the 2 tortillas on the table. And this pattern is as we would expect for these existential predicates. Indeed, definite nominals, so here in 7C, a determiner cannot modify the tortilla here when it's in theme position of the existential predicate. As we also might expect from strong quantificational expressions, they cannot appear in predicative position just in general, unlike with the bare forms of the numeral. So chatikilonla, we are 2 is fine, but not tichatiklelonla is not okay, where the possessed form of the numeral is in this predicative position. So as I've shown in previous work, the possessed forms of the numerals, there are different entailments that arise compared to bare forms of the numerals. So the possessed forms of the numerals are maximal, unlike bare forms. So let's compare the data here. So here in 9A, we have Chumolochatikil Yalobil, the Estados Unidos. His 2 children live in the United States. We can then follow this up felicitously with the sentence in 9B, Yatimali Yangwahael. Another one went there as well. So what this is telling us is just with the bare form of the numeral plus the possessed noun, we don't get any kind of maximality entailments on how many children this person has. This is not the case with the possessed numerals. So if we swap this for a possessed numeral, so Estados Unidos, his 2 children live in the United States, we cannot then follow that up with Yatimali Yangwa. Another one went there as well. So basically what 10A is saying is his 2 children, his only 2 children, which is how this translation in English also is. So his 2 children in English also is this maximal set. He only has 2 children. We can also discern the meaning of these, the additional meaning of the possessed numerals, what this additional morphology adds, given some these contexts here. So figure 1 represents a context with 2 tortillas, figure 2 with 3 tortillas, all red, and then figure 3, 2 red and 1 yellow. So the sentence in 11 is only possible to describe the situation in figure 1. So the 2 tortillas are red. This is only possible to describe figure 1. It's not possible in figure 2 because there's 3 tortillas. And then the fact that 11 is not possible in figure 3 is telling us that these possessed numerals are not partitive. So it's not like 2 of the tortillas are red. Now, the bare form of the numeral would be compatible in all these contexts, though pragmatically weird in figure 2. So what we've seen here is these possessed forms, they describe a maximal set. So we have for Tichatikle Yalobil is his 2 children. He only has 2 children, different from what we saw for bare numerals. Tichak Lelwa, the 2 tortillas. So this was only possible in a context where there were 2 and only 2 tortillas. Next, I discuss what each component of the morphology of the possessed numerals, I talk about what each component adds to the semantics, and building on some observations from some previous work. So the pieces are the possessive prefix, which I assume for the purposes here is just derived by an agreement relation, though it can provide us with clues as to what is in the possessor argument position. The preposition T, which I'm going to talk about why a preposition is showing up to mark these quantificational expressions, and then also the suffix el, which is important. We'll see its distribution in other possessive contexts, the fact that it forces a obligatory possessor. So I'll go through how we want to capture the syntax of tichak et les lois, the two tortillas. So this is given in 12a with the syntax in 12b. So here in 12b we have prepositional phrase. I'll talk about what the preposition is adding here, mainly for syntactic reasons. Then we have this possessive phrase where we have the possessor, tortilla in this case, in the specifier of this pos p. And then what is being possessed, the possessee, is the numeral here. And then the relational suffix is in this pos head. So the relational suffix, it appears in other possessive constructions, not only these quantificational expressions. So it appears on certain nouns to derive a more intrinsic relation between possessor and possessee. We can see this in 13. In 13, we have ipisi la rosa, rosa's cloth. So this could be like laundry or something, but ipis lel a rosa, where we have el on the word cloth, it's like her clothing that she's wearing. Similarly, for part-whole construction, so when we do not have this el suffix, so we have itie otioj, like wood to build a house, perhaps, but there's a clear difference with itie el otioj, where we have the wood of the house, so the house is wood. And what's important here is in the 13b and 14b, is that in the constructions with el, there has to be an obligatory possessor. So not necessarily overt, but there has to be some kind of possessor. So there has to be the possessive morphology. So this forces there to be a possessor. So there's evidence that the possessor argument is type E. So for instance, first and second persons can be possessors, as we saw in these contexts. So tihunion la tilakcha tiklel. So we both arrived, so the two of us, where we have lakcha tiklel, the possessor argument is first person plural. Furthermore, we also see this in 15b. Determiners can modify the nominal arguments. They can modify the possessors. So in 15b, we have an example from a book on how to write in Chol, talking about how and when to use the rules when to use glottal stop. And we see here the sentences if the two glottal stops are in fact used. And what's important here is that hini, which is a determiner, can modify tzuk, the glottal stop. So evidence that, and that's in the possessor position, evidence that they are type E. Otherwise, we can't get other types of, we can't get chop A or the numeral 2 to modify what's in the possessor position. So this is shown in 15c, chop A haas, like I ate all two tortillas, something like that. It doesn't work here. So again, this is evidence for whatever is in this specifier of pos p. This possessor argument is type E. I propose the following denotations for nouns in the language. So I've shown elsewhere there's not obligatory plural morphology. So numerals and nouns, so numerals can combine with nouns without the additional need for plural morphology. So the denotation for a nominal like tortilla, wa, contains individuals and its pluralities in 16. So I've also shown elsewhere that bare nouns, they can be definite in Chol. There are no obligatory definite determiners. Indeed, there are determiners, but not obligatory ones. And I have argued for the use of covert type shifters in order to derive these definite interpretations. Indeed, the use of covert type shifting has been proposed in many other languages, typologically diverse languages that allow bare nouns to be arguments. And I'll use insight from Sharvey and Landman 2004, where definiteness with pluralities comes through a maximality condition, here as the supremum operator. Now, I want to talk about why T might end up surfacing in these position in these constructions. So normally T is a preposition. That is what I analyze it as here as well. So T is Chol's like all-purpose preposition. So as a preposition, it can appear these prepositional locative phrases. I went into the house. I went out of the house. It also serves to introduce biphrases of passives. So the frog was squashed by the stone. And here this T is introducing stone, the agent, this biphrase. So why might T show up in these quantificational expressions? So I propose that T serves to syntactically mark these non-argumental. So if these are really generalized quantifiers, they're not type E. So they're not in the normal argumental position. I note that it really is only these quantifiers that allow this alternation where T shows up. So otherwise, T cannot show up with other quantity words or nouns. So recall from the beginning, I showed a table where there's certain quantity words that do not allow this possessive morphology alternation. It cannot show up with that. So in 21a, with a meaning like the many tortillas are red is not possible. T is just doesn't work here, nor can it appear with nouns to mean some kind of definiteness or maximality property. It has also been talked about before that many oblique arguments are introduced with prepositions across Mayan languages. Cross-linguistically, this is quite common. So the possessed forms of the quantifiers, I will argue, are not argumental, so they are really generalized quantifiers, and this T really serves to mark the fact that they're not type E. So my semantics for the numerals is as follows. So building on work by Bale and Kuhn 2014, I propose that numerals are predicative. So they first take a classifier as their first argument. So here, the numeral cha first combines with a classifier, so which is a measure function here. And then we get this MP phrase, cha-e, the numeral plus the classifier, and then this is predicative, so it combines via, so it modifies nouns. So as we saw before, nouns are sets of individuals and their pluralities, so it can combine with this noun, and what we end up getting is yields a set of pluralities. So in this case, yields a set of pluralities of 2, and those things are tortillas if this is combining with the tortilla. So for the relational suffix, which I want to concentrate on next. So what I propose for the relational suffix is that it takes a one-place predicate as its first argument. So these would be the numerals in these cases. And what it does is it takes a numeral, so this type ET numeral, as its first argument, and then the possessor as its second argument, which is a maximal individual. And so what happens is maximality, it comes via the possessor in the specifier of POSP. And so what we end up getting is after combining with the numeral 2 and an individual, so this possessor in the specifier of POSP, it says that there is some y numbers in 2 in this when it combines with 2, and then y is actually the same as z, and in this case z would be the possessor argument. So whatever is numbering in 2 also has to be tortillas. The tortillas are maximal, so that's how we yield this maximality. So we get the 2 tortillas. But this is all done via possessive morphology and not via definite articles. So we end up getting a generalized quantifier. And now this is interesting. Like I said, bare nouns can be definite, and indeed these, what we might think of as definite numerals in English, these are generalized quantifiers for Chol. So this parallels some older analyses for definite articles that are quantificational as well as definite numeral constructions as well. Now we don't necessarily think about definite numerals in English as being generalized quantifiers in the same sense, but they seem to be in Chol. So again, this just goes over how our relational suffix combines with all the parts. So our relational suffix first combines with the numeral, then it combines with the tortilla in this case. And so what's important here is tortilla has been type shifted to an individual, yielding some kind of maximal individual. And it says that, whatever is numbering in 2 is also the same as this maximal individual. And this is what this relational suffix is adding. So we get a maximal entity of 2 tortillas. And the preposition is inserted to mark this as non-argumental. So it's syntactically needed, but semantically vacuous. What's also interesting about this analysis in the fact that these possessors are type E, it has parallels with the verbal structure and some work that I've done on external arguments in general in the verbal domain in Chol. So bare nominals as external arguments or ergative arguments are always going to be definite in Chol. This is an example. This doesn't have context in 29, but along with my collaborator, Morelia Vasquez Martinez, we've looked at a number of texts coded for all the instances of bare nouns. And for whenever we have a bare noun that's a subject, ergative subject, it was always definite. Now, this is not the case for internal arguments, but it was the case for external arguments. Now, it has been a lot of, especially proponents of the DP hypothesis have shown that possessors occupy a parallel syntactic position within the nominal domain, as in with the verbal domain, a long-standing observation. So this is further evidence for an argumental analysis of the domain of these possessed quantifiers. So systematically, what we see is that possessed forms interpretations, they're relative to some kind of contextually salient set, and that's what's in the possessor position. Otherwise, bare forms of these possessors, at least with the numerals, they combine with nominals of type ET, but then the possessive forms, the nominal is in this possessor position, and as I've argued, is type E. So the numerals are a very clear case of how we might want to derive the structure. It gets a little bit more, it gets murkier with the quantifier all. I have some speculations about how we might extend the analysis. I'll talk briefly about them right now. So I'm just going to tell you all is maximal. We saw the numerals, these possessed forms of the numerals are also maximal. Unlike with the bare forms of the numerals and the possessed forms of the numerals, there's much more overlap between the bare form with all and the possessed form of all. So there's some subtle meaning differences, but one way that we might be able to maintain the idea that the relational suffix first combines with some kind of modifier is to extend an idea from Brisson 2003, who takes all in English to be a domain adjusting modifier. And then, so this would be an analysis for Bechtel, the bare form of all, and then when Bechtel combines with el, the relational suffix from the numerals, it also must take an argument as its domain. So now I want to talk about how we might now extend the analysis for numerals to on tion lel, which roughly means many, much, / most. There are some syntactic differences as well that are a little murky. It's not entirely parallel, but again, we see the same possessive morphology deriving a different semantic interpretation. So we see on appear in sentences like 32, 32a, on mi ashishim, I harvest a lot of corn. This is translated from the Spanish cosecho bastante maíz. So what we have here is, even though on is in this preverbal position, so it's not right next to the noun ishim, it's still a lot, or harvesting a lot of corn. Tion lel, so the possessed form of on, is given in 33. So if we have a context, I come into the kitchen and see just a little bit of salsa remaining, I ask, where did the salsa go? You say, Tame kotze tion lel ichtit kwa, I put most of the salsa in my food. So here we've established a context with some salient salsa, and then what this additional possessive morphology is doing is saying most of the salsa. So like numerals, on can appear in predicative position. So here we see it with the numerals as well. And just like numerals, the possessed forms cannot. So again, we don't see the possessed forms being able to appear in predicative position. However, what is different than numerals is that on only appears in a predicative position. So 36a, we have onyop otio kishtianyoho, many people arrived. And here, this onyop is in this preverbal position, which is also associated with secondary predication. We cannot have it modify, it cannot appear within the nominal domain. So, many people arrived, this is not okay to mean many people arrived. So actually, on can only appear in this predicative position. And unlike numerals, on is ungrammatical with the classifier, so classifiers really only appear with numerals in the language. And then also unlike numerals, this T can be dropped. So tame kotsa yonlel ishti kwa, I put most of the salsa in my food. This is the context from earlier. So this T, this preposition, seems to be able to be dropped. Now, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, why it can be dropped here, but I want to talk about how we might still rely on this possessive morphology, so the relational suffix to kind of get us to the meaning where we derive most from much/many. So recall the denotation of the numeral plus classifier. It's a modifier of type ET. So one way that we might think of extending the analysis to on. So for the proposed semantics for this relational suffix, takes a one-place predicate, numeral. So we can think about extending the analysis to on, where on is also a modifier of type ET. I'm abstracting away from degree arguments at the moment, so we can think about this in 40. So in 40, what we have is some measurement of x that is a lot, so high, equal to or higher than some contextually salient standard or amount. But if we just take what I proposed for the numerals wholesale and the relational suffix, we actually don't get, we get a maximal entity, so we get something like the many tortillas, which is not what we want. Indeed, most here, so indeed we can see that this doesn't mean the many. This is given in 41. So I fried 4 plantains and 3 eggs. Most of the plantains, and gave 1 to my older sister. So these are not maximal like what we saw for the numerals. And here's for just showing that the numerals really are maximal in the exact same context. Fried 4 plantains and 3 eggs. With the possessed numerals, they really are maximal. I ate the 4 plantains. We cannot follow this up with 42b. So one way to potentially modify the semantics of this relational suffix and also kind of rely on what we saw for where it appears in other possessive constructions is instead of saying that whatever is numbering in many is equal to whatever is the possessor argument, this maximal possessor argument, so whatever is numbering in many is part of that possessor argument. So now, at this point, we would still need to figure out a way to get maximality back from the numerals, but this is perhaps one direction that we can go. And again, so if we have, so if the possessor argument, whatever is in the possessor argument, this is some maximal individual, we get many of that maximal individual. Again, this semantics predicts that whatever is in the possessor argument is a nominal of type E, so it is some salient individual in the discourse. We see this again here with the fact that determiners can modify whatever is this possessor argument. So most of the students arrived early, septik otiopti yonlel hinish ehunyo. And what's also interesting is that hini cannot be placed in other instances, and it cannot modify yonlel. So in 46, we see septik otiopti hini yonlel ehunyo, where hini is trying to modify yonlel, and if this really is some kind of generalized quantifier meaning, this makes sense why we wouldn't be able to stick hini modifying yonlel. So while there's still some work that needs to be done in order to figure out how to make the two analyses for the numerals and deriving most from many parallel, I would like to mention that this is not the first time, of course, that people have tried to derive, even in English, most from many. But the way that Chol derives this meaning is through possessive morphology. So Hackel 2009 derives an analysis via superlative semantics, deriving most from many. But what we see through Chol, this is done through this possessor morphology. We can also think about potentially extending the analysis for most back to the numerals. So if we think about the two of us, which is something like our two-ness, where two-ness is somehow part of us. But nevertheless, both of the data from many most still points to a systematicity in what this possessive morphology adds to the meaning. And again, this idea that the possessive argument is type E, and these are really, and the domain of these quantificational expressions is type E. Now I want to end with some observations about the quantity words that allow the alternation with the possessive morphology, and talk about some differences with those quantity words and the quantity words that do allow the possessive morphology. Again, here is our table. Some quantity words allow this alternation. All numerals, bechtiel al, on, many, much. But other forms like tzikya, lamtial, katwil don't allow this. So tzikya, a little or few, doesn't allow this additional possessive morphology. There's some morphosyntactic consequences of this. So the quantity words that do not allow the possessive morphology, so in addition to the fact that they can appear within the nominal domain, they can also appear as prefixes to verbs. So 47a is an example from the dictionary. So the commissary already took part of it, our land. And what's important here is this lamtial is a prefix to the verb. It appears between the ergative marker and this verb take. We can also derive, 47b also gives a similar meaning, but in this case, lamtial is just within the noun phrase. We see the same thing happen with tzikya, a little. This is not possible with the other numerals that allowed this alternation. So verbs, so numerals cannot be prefixed to verbs. Meaning with the intended meaning of 2 tortillas doesn't work. Also with bechtiel, all. I fried all the plantains with bechtiel as a prefix to the verb. So the quantity words that do not allow this alternation also allow an adverbial interpretation. So they can appear in this preverbal position to mean something like when katwil mi bets ibohini hukop, this canoe tilts a lot. Or katwil mi kosan imut, he raises a lot of chickens. 51b, we might actually, the interpretation of this, so people have argued, myself included, that this nominal argument mut, chicken, is actually an instance of pseudo-noun incorporation. So what katwil is doing in this preverbal position is saying there's a lot of chicken raising. And then finally, while all the quantity words can modify nouns like in 52, so tik ushu bechtiel chak e katwil tzikya wa, I ate all the or too many or few tortillas. Only the quantity words that do not allow, only some quantity words can modify what has been called incorporation anti-passive. So this is given in 53. So we see in 53 is we have a light verb construction, chatlen, and then we have this, what I've labeled incorporation anti-passive, munmuj, which is like chicken buying. And so we can't say I did all the chicken buying or I did 2 chicken buying, but we can say I did many or a bit of chicken buying. So we see some differences here. We see some differences with the quantity words that allow this alternation versus the ones that do not. And then in the appendix, I show that on is also allowed in 53. Recall that on has a slightly different syntactic distribution, but it's allowed in 53. So though all the quantity words discussed can modify nouns, only some can appear with this possessive morphology. The ones that do not allow the possessive morphology are also more adverbial in nature. So they can modify incorporation antipassives, modify events, and also prefix to verbs. So an analysis moving forward should capitalize on this more adverbial nature of these other quantity words, but we also want to figure out why they also appear within the nominal domain. So that would be the desiderata of moving forward for analysis for why some quantity words allow this alternation, whereas others do not. Now, just a few concluding remarks. So I began with the pattern that some quantifiers in Chol exhibit, namely that there is an alternation between bare and possessed forms. I provided an updated analysis of the facts of numerals, drawing on observations from some previous work of mine. I sketched a possible extension to what we have as all, how we might think about extending this analysis, and also how the analysis might fit into the many, deriving most from many. I suggested that the quantifiers that do not allow this alternation are more adverbial in nature, that we still need to account for why they can also appear within the nominal domain. But one of the main points of my analysis is in terms of these possessed quantificational expressions, this supports the work of Lisa Mathewson that at least some quantifiers are entity restricting and that they take an argument of type E as their domain. And this is an interesting consequence for a language without obligatory definite articles. Now, quantified expressions have been noted to behave differently from regular arguments across languages. In the case of Chol, they're marked with this preposition. Indeed, other languages, for instance, like San Lucas, Chiavenni, Zapotec, quantified subjects must appear preverbally, even though the basic word order is VSO. Chamorro, which is normally VSO, also does not allow quantified subjects in this VSO position. It has also been noted that certain quantificational expressions are derived from other ones, such as distributive quantifiers from non-distributive ones. And morphologically complex strong quantifiers have also been noted in the literature. So for instance, with Basque, the definite article appears on strong quantifiers. This has been analyzed as a quantificational determiner, analyzed as domain restrictor, but this actually appears on the quantifier itself. And what I have added to our typological knowledge of the quantificational expressions is that Chol marks these forms of strong quantifiers with this additional possessive morphology, and that's how Chol derives these additional meanings from other quantity words. So thank you so much for listening. Here are some acknowledgements from many of my collaborators and also people who have given me comments throughout this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl Rose, for your wonderful talk. Now we have 10 minutes for questions. We will begin with the questions here in the room, and then we will move on to the questions on Zoom. So please, there.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Carol. This is a very interesting talk. Yeah. So I mean, in Quichean branch languages, you see many of the similar like morphological, like reflexes, like you see here in Chol. Of course, these languages, shared an ancestor 3,000 years ago, so languages can do different things. But what I find really surprising is that you mentioned that. These quantifiers that don't undergo this alternation are the ones that are more adverbial, and then the ones that do undergo the alternation on their face look adverbial, right? They have the preposition, or not adverbial, but they seem like verbal modifiers, not nominal modifiers, because they have the prepositional phrase. Are are you opposed to just analyzing all of these as being like VP modifiers and not even noun modifiers? And I bring this up because, like, for instance, in Kachikel, like, you know, the universal is derived from a numeral with the f, like with the, you know, and is obligatorily possessed, and obligatorily has chi, which is the t, right? It's chikichuchunat, like literally like their one by oneness. And you can actually separate that prepositional phrase from the argument. So I can say like the children riakwala, she'ef left, chikichuchunat, and it means like each kid left. So it's like you can clearly see that it's not really serving like an argument role at all, whether direct or quantificational. Like, can you separate the possessor from the actual quantifier in these constructions?
So if the possessor is separated, I would not say that it's been extracted. So prepositional phrases are generally islands for extraction. So in that case, it wouldn't have been extracted. So it's not like separated.
It's just like co-reference, but I mean, but they can be separated in Joel.
But yeah, as to your point about if I want to analyze all of these as some kind of adverbial modifiers, I'm not actually, I don't know. Part of the reason is they really seem to be maximal in the sense that they really seem to be imposing these presuppositions on these nouns. So I'm not quite sure if I want to do that quite yet.
Okay, yeah.
Are there any other questions in the room? Scott.
Hi, thanks for a really interesting talk, Carlos. So I guess I had a couple questions. So one sort of quick follow-up related to Robert's is, so I mean, as we've discussed before, Yucatec has mostly lost the system that you described. You can sort of see it in bits and pieces, more fossilized. The one quantifier that clearly historically comes from this is all. And the root for that does show up in this preverbal position, whereas none of the other kinds of like many, a few, etc. quantifiers do. So it's kind of the exact opposite of what you showed. So I wondered if you thought about an alternative that, I mean, the petiel looks like it maybe historically incorporates the EL suffix, right? It's a CVC root plus EL historically, perhaps. So I wonder if that could give you an alternate explanation for it. So that was sort of the comment. The question, I guess, is, does the EL suffix in Chol also have abstract noun forming uses more broadly? Like the cognate in Yucatec definitely does. So you take beautiful, you add the val L, you get beauty. And so that really sort of makes it feel like, you know, the fiveness of the tortillas, the manyness of the tortillas, the entirety of them, etc. might be, I'm not sure how different that is than what you're proposing, but might be a good jumping off point as well.
Yeah, thank you. So for Behtiel, so it can also appear with this L. So there's like Behtiel Lel. So you get an additional L. But so your question about can L have these abstract noun forming properties, and the answer is yes, though they are possessed. So you can have like womanliness, like ishiki, yishiklel, his like womanliness or her womanliness, or utzat, like beautiful, yutzatlel. So you do get the same properties. But what's important there is that also they are obligatorily possessed. Or there's like, you have to have the possessor there as well. Is that the same in Yucatec? Okay.
Please, Shane.
Thanks. This is super interesting. So I just have a kind of data question about the derivation of most from many. Because if I'm remembering Haeckel's right and understanding yours right, I think one difference would be in these contexts for like the largest group of. And so like in a context where there's 4 red tortillas, 3 yellow, 3 blue, can you do the most of the tortillas are red in that kind of context? Where it's the largest amount of tortillas are red, but not most, not more than half. And in general, is it like sensitive to say the number of alternative objects in a way that the most would not be?
Yeah, in terms of like that fine-grained, I'm not sure, but I can certainly check. So you had four red, 3 yellow, and 2 blue or something. So the most of them are red. I mean, that works in English, I think, for me, right? Yeah. But yeah, so I need to check on that. So yeah, one of the things that I haven't looked into extensively is like how close to the meaning that most is to like really more than half. So is it exactly that or not? One of the other quantity words that I mentioned here, lamtial, seems to mean half, more or less. But that's interesting because that means half, but that cannot appear with the additional possessive morphology.
We have a question on Zoom from Jenny Dueches. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I really liked your talk. Actually, what I find very interesting, what you said about the fact that there are these quantity expressions that seem to be more adverbial, and this is common. This is a class of quantity expressions that's commonly found across linguistically, and you find them in European languages, but also in Indonesian and Guarani, for instance. And for French, for instance, you can also see that the ones these are rather adverbial-like, also when they are used with nouns, in the sense that they don't agree with the noun they come with. And these differ from the more nominal quantifiers in the sense that you can't use them with a definite article. So you can't say les peu de personnes, but you can so the few of persons or the small quantity of persons, but you can say les quelques personnes, the several persons. So it's also the ones that are less nominal in their properties that have this property of not taking a definite article.
Thank you. Yeah, so another, just to briefly comment on that, it seems cross-linguistically, for instance, diminutive morphology can show up on both verbs and nouns, so these types of quantity words or quantity kind of expressions, adverbials, they seem to be able to appear in both the verbal and nominal domain. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, on the other hand, you might also want to have a look at Caritiana, as there you have these quantity expressions that do seem to be adverbial-like, and then via the verb also quantify the noun phrase. So might be useful as well.
Yeah, so there's actually a verbal prefix that also a lot of times appears with the universal, so with all, so ti pertiel or pertiel, and this is la, which is like completely, and a lot of people use them at the same time, so like I completely ate all the tortillas, and that also seems to, if you say I ate, also if you say I completely ate the tortillas, it also, we get like all the tortillas, none were left.
Yes, thanks a lot. I really enjoyed your talk.
Thank you.
There is one last question on Zoom from Elizabeth Kopok. Please.
Just brief comment about the proportional reading of the superlative of many. I did some work, some kind of typological work, and found that the chances are lower than around 10%. That it will have a proportional reading. So I would predict that it doesn't turn out to have a proportional reading.
Oh, thank you. Was that with was that so proportional reading of many, you said, or
of most?
Oh,
yeah.
Most.
So
Okay.
Like, yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So yeah, most of the dots are red. As we have in English, that's a very weird way for a superlative of a quantity word to behave. Most languages don't allow that reading, the proportional reading.
Thank you.
So, is there any other question, like here?
I have a very short data question. Does Chol allow, like in the non-prepositional numeral constructions, for the numeral to be like a VP adjunct? Like I know like Sotsiel and Seltal allow, like you can say like two left the children. I mean 2 children left. Like separate the numeral from the noun.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
You can do that.
And that would be an instance of like sub-extraction. Yeah.
And it only goes with the absolutive marked.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only possible with internal arguments and possibly external arguments of interrogatives, but it's a little sketchy on that one, but definitely not external arguments.
And the T-marked ones can go with either.
The T-marked one for internal and external, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool, thanks.
Well, we are out of time. Well, please let's give another applause to our invited speaker.
Thank you.
Then, well, let's have lunch and we shall be back in 1 hour.
Probando, uno.
Do the work of pluralizing the event, but that relationship between hierarchy and interpretation. In the sentence in 1, the occasional sailor strolled by, there's a sense that occasional, from its position as an adjective, is able to modify not only the individual next to it, but also the verbal event. The puzzle is how these adjectives are able to associate with the event as well as the individual. How frequent adjectives divide into subgroups is controversial in the literature, but we see empirically that occasional type adjectives form a unique category in that they're able to, on their own, cause a plurality of events, or pluractionality. Unlike other frequency adjectives like daily or infrequent, occasional doesn't depend on other sources of pluractionality. It's able to assert a pluractional reading even when the DP it's contained in is singular. In 2, we see that the plural number signals pluractionality. In 3, the adverb occasionally, infrequently, or daily do the work of pluralizing the event. The difference lies in 4. Only occasional is able to create a pluractional reading here. We see this as evidence that we need to treat occasional, odd, and rare as a subgroup separate from the rest. One important empirical observation is that these sentences can only end up with a distributive reading. In 5, the occasional car drove by, we can only get the reading that there's several driving by events, each performed by one car. Crucially, it cannot mean that there was a single driving by event performed by a low number of cars. Because of this obligatory distributive reading, we want to group occasional type adjectives together with the quantifier each, in that the distributive reading must be baked into the meaning of the word itself. One way to capture this has been the quantificational analysis. Zimmermann makes the observation that the event and individual aren't in an asymmetrical relationship, like what you would expect from a standard analysis of generalized quantifiers. Instead, the event and the individual are somehow more closely knit and pluralized together. Zimmermann, among others, presents an analysis involving an infrequency operator that existentially quantifies over ordered pairs of events and individuals. Zimmermann specifies a non-overlap relation to avoid the events from clumping together in time. One problem with Zimmermann's analysis is that temporality is treated as an inherent part of pluractionality, but there is data to argue against this. Sometimes the separation between events can be spatial, but the events can still be temporally overlapping. Even in these cases, we're able to use occasional type adjectives. Like when statives are used, like the one in 7, there was an occasional star in the night sky. We use this to argue that these adjectives aren't temporally anchored. A larger problem is the inability to capture the intuition that occasional type adjectives express the density of manifestations of an individual. In sentences like 8, we're not counting individual sailors, but rather the instantiation of a sailor from the perspective of the speaker, and the way in which they are instantiated is through the strolling by event. In principle, the same sailor could be involved in several of the strolling by events. Gerke and McNally provide an alternative analysis to capture this, in which occasional behaves like an adjective in that it only modifies the individual next to it, but it specifically distributes the manifestation of individual kinds. They attribute the plurality of events to context alone. There are several reasons to believe that the connection to the verb is compositional and not just contextually derived. One such reason is that these sentences are proportionally ambiguous. In the sentence, the occasional sailor strolled by, occasional type adjectives need to count the members in the intersection of the individual set and the event set. We can see this when we use stress. If we put stress on sailors, the sentence is true, even if there are many people strolling by, but only a few of them are sailors. Conversely, if we put stress on strolled by, there can be a high number of sailors, but only a few of them are involved in a strolling by event. This proportional ambiguity shows that occasional type adjectives specifically pick out the intersection between two sets, which requires that both sets be within the scope of the adjective. An ad nominal analysis wouldn't be able to predict anything but a low number of sailor instantiations. We also see that occasional type adjectives can't just freely associate with any event nearby. For example, when occasional is in an embedded environment, it's still restricted to the closest verbal event and can't reach out to pluralize the matrix verb. In the sentence, I hope an occasional sailor strolls by, occasional can only relate to the strolling by event. It's not able to contextually connect to the verb hope, so the sentence cannot mean I occasionally hope the sailor strolls by. This again leads us to think that the event must be compositionally tied to the adjective. We want to combine distributivity in the stage reading created by occasional type adjectives by taking seriously the view that stages inherently make up ordered pairs of events and individuals. This reanalysis of stages was, to our knowledge, first presented by Barker, and it fits in neatly with Carlson's original intention of stages as not just a time slice of an individual, but as closely related to events. Uniting the event and the individual in this way helps us unite the benefits of earlier approaches, such as symmetry, plurality, and distributivity, and stages. We here present our analysis of occasional type adjectives. Occasional takes two predicates P and Q, and X essentially quantifies over a set of events E, a set of individuals X, and a set of stages S. P makes up the individuals, and for all members in X and for all members in E, there exists a member of S containing the two in an ordered pair. And this pair is a stage of that individual member X. Q makes up the events, and the total set of S is loaded by some contextually relevant standard. With this view of stages, we're able to keep the distributive rating and the close connection between the event and the individual, while within the very same mechanism manifesting that individual. One final important point is that it's the set of stages whose members are spread out, and this vagueness means we're no longer restricted to temporality for event multiplicity, but that location can also play a role. To conclude, we have adopted Barker's reanalysis of stages as ordered pairs to explain the behavior of occasional type adjectives. We argue that these adjectives quantify over stages and thus distribute the low number of manifestations of the individual. Further, we show that occasional type adjectives need an event to assert the plurality of, and so the event must be compositionally tied to the adjective and not just contextually filled in. We believe this analysis captures all the relevant intuitions that we have about the behavior of these adjectives. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next presenter is Elizabeth Koppak. The title is Quantity Division versus Distributive Quantification. Is pair just like each?
Consider the sentence, James Bond ate 2 olives per martini. What sort of event is being described here? On a ratio-based analysis, this says that the measure of the event in the olives eaten dimension divided by the measure of the event in the number of martinis dimension is equal to 2 olives divided by 1 martini. To establish foundations for quantity division, let's adopt Raposo's dimension-centric approach, where you start with a set of basic dimensions, like length, mass, and time, which you can multiply together to form derived dimensions. The space of dimensions forms a group under multiplication, which means that you can multiply any 2 dimensions together. There's a multiplicative identity element, 1 sub d, and for every dimension, a multiplicative inverse. In other words, you can divide by a dimension. Every quantity has a designated dimension, and every dimension has a corresponding unit in the space of quantities. There's a multiplication operation on quantities, which means that you can multiply any 2 quantities together, and quantities generally have multiplicative inverses as long as they are non-zero, which means that you can divide by them. With these foundations, we can analyze per as a function that takes 2 quantities or degrees and gives back their quotient. For example, the result of dividing the quantity 1 kilometer by the quantity 1 hour. To analyze the 2 olives per martini example, we need to overcome 2 challenges for this analysis. First, per can be used as a sentential operator. We can see this from the absurdity of the following argument. It's estimated that 150 species per year go extinct. 150 species per year is a high rate. Therefore, a high rate is among those going extinct. A second challenge is that ordinary sortal nouns like martini can occur in the denominator. This is an issue even for cases where a particular ratio is being referred to, as in $20 per martini is a high rate. To accommodate sortal nouns in the denominator, Let us assume that for every predicate denotation S in the space of denotations of type E to T, there is a cardinality dimension number of S. As each dimension D is associated with its own unit quantity unit of D, we will have unit quantities for each flavor of cardinality. For example, the unit quantity for the number of martinis dimension would be the quantity 1 martini. Let's assume further that a noun martini has, along with its basic denotation, a denotation as the unit for the corresponding dimension. So martini can denote the unit for the number of martinis dimension. This allows us to extend our analysis of per to cases like $20 per martini, as shown here. For uses as a sentential operator, I assume that per can compose first with two quantities and then with a gradable predicate. In the case of eat 2 olives per martini, the result is a predicate that holds of an event E if the number of olives eaten in E divided by a measure of E along the number of martinis dimension is equal to 2 divided by 1 martini. So we arrive at a ratio-based analysis of this case. But there's another option. Tănătescu and Tovena offer an analysis of per-like items on which they are distributivity markers. So James Bond ate 2 olives per martini is like, for every martini, James Bond ate 2 olives. Or every time he drank a martini, he ate 2 olives. Tănătescu and Tovena take inspiration from Boulos and Rothstein's analyses of those types of constructions. On Tănătescu and Tovena's analysis, this sentence describes an event E that can be divided into sub-events, each corresponding to 2 olives. These events can be mapped in a one-to-one fashion to another set of events, which in turn are associated with a single martini. In this poster, I offer 3 empirical arguments in favor of a ratio-based approach. Cases like 100 kilometers per hour do not fare well under a distributivity marker analysis. Such an analysis would falsely predict that the event described lasts longer than 1 hour because it has multiple sub-events, each lasting an hour. A ratio-based analysis only implies that the spatial extent of the event divided by its temporal extent is 100 kilometers divided by 1 hour. Another type of challenge for the distributivity marker analysis comes from cases where the adjective is a gradable predicate. For example, this parliament is far cheaper to operate per citizen, which is from the Europarl corpus. On a ratio-based view, this involves comparison along the dimension how cheap X is to operate divided by the number of citizens X serves, say. This sentence does not mean for every citizen, this parliament is far cheaper to operate. A distributivity marker analysis would require that the citizens stand in a one-to-one relationship with some other set of entities, but no such relationship is implied by this sentence. Another set of cases supporting the ratio-based approach are these, where the numerator denotes a measure function like price or alcohol consumption. As before, no one-to-one correspondence of the relevant kind is implied here. On a ratio-based analysis, a case like the cost of wheat per ton is $100 expresses a ratio. If X is wheat, then $100 divided by 1 ton is equal to the cost of X divided by the weight of X. Compositionally, I propose that cost per ton denotes a measure function that applies to a given entity X and gives back its weight in tons, its weight divided by the quantity 1 ton, as given inside the parentheses in the denominator of the fraction on the right-hand side. I posit a lexical entry for per, where the first 2 arguments are lifted from type D to type E to D, the type of measure functions, and that the unit noun ton undergoes a shift to a measure function denotation as well, giving the weight of its argument in tons. In some sense, this lexical entry for per carries out division at the level of measure functions. I conclude on the basis of these phenomena that a ratio-based analysis for per is needed and that per is among the lexical items that conventionally express the notion of quantity division.
Thank you. Next presenter are Robert Henderson and Ellen McCready. The title is Dog Whistles, Unmasking and Polarization.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to our poster, Dog Whistles, Unmasking and Polarization. And this is joint work with Ellen McCready. I'm Robert Henderson. And what I'll do in this very quick presentation is sort of get you up to speed on what our poster is about. And hopefully you can come talk to us in more depth at the poster session. This poster is about dog whistles, which is a project we've been working on for a few years. And we have over here an example of a dog whistle from the 2003 George Bush State of the Union. He says one, yet there's power, wonder-working power, and the goodness and idealism and faith of the American people. And to most people, wonder-working power, I don't know, it sounds like a normal civil religious banality. But if you are an evangelical Christian, you know that there is a hymn, and the chorus, says there's power, wonder-working power in the blood of the Lamb. And so this might be considered a dog whistle. People who are familiar with this hymn say, hey, this person is talking like we do. I'm familiar with that. He's an evangelical Christian like me. And maybe they might translate one as in two, right? There's power, specifically Christian power, or evangelical Christian power in the goodness and faith and idealism of the American people. So that's an example of a dog whistle. Right? It sends a message that not everyone in the audience can hear, but certain audience members can hear it and can do things with that message. What can they do? We've argued in previous work that there's two kinds of dog whistles, identifying dog whistles. These concern covert signals that the speaker has a certain sociolinguistic persona, like in the case of one where George Bush might be sending a covert message that he is evangelical Christian. They're also enriching dog whistles, and these involve sending a message that might do what an identifying dog whistle does, but additionally can add some enriched content, truth conditional content to what was said. A classic example of this is the dog whistle inner city, where inner city, a speaker who uses it in a certain context might signal things about their sociolinguistic persona, but they're also going to maybe also send an enriched message. Inner city doesn't mean truth conditionally in the city. It means like African-American neighborhoods in the city under a certain racialized conception of those neighborhoods and the people who live there. Okay, so we've worked a lot on dog whistles. In previous work, we've developed sort of a Bayesian RSA account of how dog whistles work, where listeners are trying to guess the speaker's persona given what was said. Okay, and then speakers are selecting their messages in order to do sort of two things: optimize the probability that the listener assigns the speaker the persona the speaker wants, or what the persona the speaker wants is sort of determined in negotiation, right? So the speaker wants to be assigned a persona that they want to have, but they also want to be assigned a persona that the listener likes as well, right? They want to be seen in good terms. Okay, so we're not going to go into great detail here on our previous account. You can come to our poster and talk about that in more detail. But instead, what we want to do is sort of extend this work today. So in this previous work that I just mentioned, we've been primarily focused on when it's optimal to dog whistle, right? So under what sort of conditions in these games is it optimal for the speaker to choose a dog whistle message as opposed to some other message, maybe a direct appeal that says, right, George Bush could have said, yet there's power, Christian power in the goodness and faith of the American people. He chose not to do that. And we sort of tried to understand when is it optimal to choose the dog whistle. In this talk and in this poster, what we're mostly interested in is sort of the flip side. When is it optimal for a speaker to choose to not dog whistle, to instead to go mask off? That's what we're calling unmasking, or a mask off moment, where a speaker chooses to use maybe even taboo language because they've chosen that they think it's optimal in this scenario to go that route rather than dog whistle. Okay, so what we think is that our previous model actually predicts the sort of the typology of the different kinds of cases that we actually see speakers engage in real conversations when certain parameters in our model are set to extreme values. So we have sort of three case studies here paired with slogans that we think we actually see speakers do this in real life, especially on Twitter. We've been focusing a lot on these sorts of mask off moments in social media conversations, but we think they apply more generally. Okay, so the first case is when the speaker chooses not to dog whistle when they decide it's ineffective. They no longer think the dog whistle will be effective. And one way this could be is that when the speaker's audience already believes that she has the persona in question that's linked with the dog whistle, or at least when the speaker believes that the audience believes this, right? So more technically, in our models, if the priors of the audience are very, very high, if the speaker has a persona, perhaps even a taboo persona associated with a dog whistle, well then there's no point in hiding, right? She's going to be identified as having potentially this persona no matter what she says, whether she's a dog whistle or not. And so the slogan of the speaker is something like, well, if I'm already canceled, I'll just speak my mind. Okay, and we think we see cases of this in actual discourse where speakers just say, screw it, I'm just gonna, use a racial slur rather than a racial dog whistle, for instance. Another case might be evaluation. Okay, the idea is that there might be changes in the way that the speaker assigns values to various personas that they could have. So for instance, if a speaker decides, hey, I want to have a certain persona, okay, and I don't care if some people see it negatively, like I value it very, very highly, okay? Well then, in those cases, you can get dog whistling will no longer be optimal, right? The slogan of this speaker is, I don't care what you think of me. I don't care what you think of me if you don't think like me, basically, like I don't care, right? What do you think of me? I want to be who I feel I am. It's kind of the flip side of the in effect in this case. Okay, and then finally, there might be differences whether you a dog whistler or not based on speaker beliefs about the audience position, right? And the slogan of this speaker is something like, "I'm not talking to you anymore." Okay, this is a speaker who looks at it in the audience and discounts certain speakers or certain audience members, ignores certain segments of the audience. And instead focuses maybe only on a subset audience where it's more profitable for them to not dog whistle than try to hide their sociolinguistic persona and their ideology that might be linked with that persona. Okay, so that's our talk. I hope you enjoyed this mini talk and hope to see you at the poster session. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenters are Jessica Rett and William Starr. Title is Decomposing as If.
Hi, I'm presenting joint work with W. Starr called Decomposing as If. Traditionally, as if constructions are divided into these three types: a manner use in 1A, a perception use in 1B, and something that's been dubbed an exclamatory use in 1C. And we're all concerned about the questions of where the resemblance relationship comes from, where the non-verticality comes from, and how we can differentiate between these uses. Other people have differentiated between 1A and B on the one hand, and 1C on the other hand. Everyone agrees the treatment of 1A and B involves as if as an event modifier. Buchan gets this compositionally, and Bludden and Srinivas get it by treating as if as an idiom. And then Bludden and Srinivas investigate uses of 1C, this exclamatory type, which they get by propositing a different idiomatic use of as if, and this time encodes an exclamatory operator. We want to emphasize that as if is a productive cross-linguistic strategy, and so we shouldn't be looking for an idiomatic account of these constructions. It's formed with the same subordinator as we see in assimilatives and equatives across languages and across constructions, and also the same subordinator used in conditionals and questions across constructions and languages. And we also observe that as if clauses are obligatorily X marked, which we treat as a source of non-verticality. And finally, there's nothing particularly exclamatory about matrix as if constructions, and we can derive anything that we see in the meritive sense by using exclamation intonation. So we divide the data into two types, and they're a strict subset of normal simulative constructions. They're just those that can embed clauses. Verbal similatives are those that associate with the argument of a verb, either a manner or a perception source. Propositional similatives associate with some proposition, either the one introduced by the matrix clause or something that's retrieved from context as an anaphor. And we use the term non-verticality to demonstrate that if you say Q as if P, neither P nor not P is entailed. But we observe that propositional similatives have this extra non-verticality. We characterize it as biased non-verticality, which means that the speaker is biased in the utterance of Q as if P. The speaker is biased towards not P. I'll just emphasize again that as if is quite productive cross-linguistically. We'll conclude a typology in our proceedings paper, but I also want to observe that in languages that mark their root regularly, as if constructions are obligatorily marked with subjunctive mood. And we don't think of English as a counterexample to this claim, but English is not a language, as we know, that marks its mood regularly. So in order to talk about all of these languages, including English, we'll have to switch from using the term subjunctive to using the term X marking, which we'll do in a second. Our analysis has five steps. We'll import an account of as from the similatives literature. We'll import an account of if from the conditionals literature. We'll import an account of X marking from that literature. And we've got two different ways of composing verbal and propositional similatives that tracks their different syntactic configurations. As is a relativizer. It can relativize any sort of semantic object across constructions. And as such, as its status as a relative clause, suggests that it has some sort of interpretational variability that's been observed and studied by Campanegro. And we will follow Campanegro in our availing ourselves of a special type shifter called an iota shift, wherein relative clauses can come to associate a set or a definite plural derived from that set. If can also occur in a bunch of different constructions and cross-linguistically. We follow a number of people, including Starr's own work, is treating it as a question subordinator, which effectively raises the issue of P while highlighting the positive answer. But the highlighting won't play a role in our analysis today. And we follow von Fintel and Yashadu in treating X marking as just a general term of to cover the strategies that languages use to indicate that a proposition is not open, which is to say is inconsistent with epistemic possibilities. And we follow those guys as well as Starr's own work in treating X as encoding this familiar Stalnackerian similarity relation between possible worlds. In verbal similatives, these are just regular verbal similatives, not even as if. We treat the matrix clauses denoting, in this case, a set of manners, although we could have done times or perceptions. And as denotes a set as well, but we avail ourselves of this type shifter. So we get a unique plurality of manners that he danced in. That feeds as an argument to the matrix verb, and we get truth conditions that predict the sentence is true if she danced in the manner or manners that he danced in. This could be the same ones. We pivot to as if constructions just by adding our two additional ingredients. In A, we see our X marking introducing our similarity relation. In B, we see if raising the question of rheto P. C is just the standard Hamblin type lowerer or closure in inquisitive semantics. And D is this Campanegro move wherein we type raise the set of manners to denote a unique plurality of manners. And we get the same sort of truth conditions, but here we're saying that she danced in the manner or manners compatible with her being classically trained in close possible worlds. Propositional similatives are syntactically different. They contain a propositional gap, which functions as an anaphor. It's typically valued by the matrix sentence or some other salient proposition when the as-ifs function as their own matrix constructions. And you see that just straightforward composition in 16. The as clause is necessarily in the positive because it's not valuing an argument, it's commenting on a proposition. So we have to supplement this account with the semantics of comma intonation to make sure that our propositional similars have knowledge status. We turn to compositional analysis of as-if constructions, just in the same manner as you saw before. There's an additional assumption that we need to get the biased non-verticality we've associated with propositional similatives. And we argue that this bias arises as a speaker bias independently associated with marked plurality in a variety of constructions that exhibit marked plurality. And we've seen this in especially things like tag questions and negated yes-no questions. Did you not clean the car? You cleaned the car. I lost my job, so forth and so on. So we don't want to encode this compositionally in as if. And we'll conclude there. Thank you.
The next presenter is Brian Bucola. The title is Higher Order Plurality as a Solution to Xiang's 2021 Puzzle.
Hey everyone, the title of my poster is A Higher Order Plurality Solution to Shang's Puzzle. To start with some background, singular WH questions presuppose uniqueness, whereas plural WH questions don't. For example, which student passed the exam? It's odd to answer this with Al and Beth, because it presupposes that only one student passed. This is different from which students passed the exam, which can be answered with Al and Beth. According to Dial's influential proposal, questions presuppose that there's a maximally informative true answer. In other words, a true answer that entails every other true answer. For the singular question, the associated answer set is the set of propositions X passed where X is an atomic student. And importantly, there's no entailment relation between any of the members of that set. Just because Al passed doesn't mean that Beth passed, and so on. So if the set contains a maximally informative true answer, then it contains only one true answer, hence only one student passed. For the plural case, things are different. The associated answer set is the set of propositions X passed where X is a plurality of students. And in this case, there can be entailment relations between members. For example, if Al and Beth both passed, then that's a true proposition that would be a member of the set. And so would the proposition that Al passed, and so would the proposition that Beth passed. So even if there's a maximally informative true proposition, there can be multiple true propositions. And so we just get a mere existential presupposition. Shang pointed out a very interesting puzzle, which is that with certain non-distributive predicates, a plural WH question can have a list of pluralities as an answer. For example, which students solved the problem together can be answered with Al and Beth and Kara and Dimitri. The answer set for this question is the set of propositions X solved the problem together, where X is a plurality of students. But just like in the singular WH question case, the members of this set bear no entailment relation to one another. And that's even the case when we talk about pluralities and subpluralities. For example, if Al, Beth, and Kara solve the problem together, that doesn't entail that Al and Beth did, it doesn't entail that Kara and Dimitri did, and so on and so on. Therefore, because there's no entailment relation between any of the members of the set, if there's a maximally informative true answer, then there's only one true answer, and the prediction is that only one plurality of students solve the problem together, which is incorrect. Shang proposes that such questions have higher order readings ranging over generalized quantifiers over students. Roughly speaking, the question means something like, which generalized quantifier G over students is such that G students solve the problem together? A possible G would be the intersection or the conjunction of two lifted pluralities, Al and Beth, with Kara and Dimitri, with the result that Al and Beth solved the problem together, and so did Kara and Dimitri. What I'm going to argue is that we should actually go against a higher order reading solution and towards a higher order plurality solution. And I'm going to give two arguments for this. For the first argument, consider the following context. This class consists of students from France, Italy, Russia, and China. The French students solved the problem together, and so did the Italian students. And again, the question is, which students solved the problem together? And this can be answered by either of the two answers in 5. The French students and the Italian students, or the students from the 2 Mediterranean countries. How do we analyze this? Well, for the conjunctive DP, that's pretty easy using a group forming operator like the up operator from Landman. So this is given in 6a. We simply form the group of French students, the group of Italian students, and then we combine them into a plurality and feed that to the predicate solve the problem together in a way that allows the predicate to distribute to each of these groups. The non-conjunctive case is a little bit more difficult. This is discussed in a recent paper by me and Jeremy Kuhn and David Nicolas, where we argue that the 2 Mediterranean countries, so this is the students from the 2 Mediterranean countries, and we argue that the two Mediterranean countries can scope out of a group denoting DP. This is given in 6b. In either case, what we end up with is a higher order plurality, namely a plurality of 2 groups, the French group and the Italian group. And that higher order plurality gets fed to the predicate. Importantly, this case has the same logical signature as ordinary plural WH questions. In other words, there can be entailment relations between the different answers because what's going on here is something like distribution down to subpluralities of the higher order plurality. So at the end of the day, we just get a mere existential presupposition. As for the second new argument, the predicates that Shang discusses are what Grimau calls plurality distributive for the reasons I just mentioned. They distribute down to pluralities. Hence the important role of conjunction or intersection in the requisite generalized quantifier answer. But the same readings arise even for what are called plurality collective predicates, which have readings that do not distribute. In that same paper, we analyzed such readings for declarative sentences under the label symmetric readings. So to give you an example, again, similar context, this class consists of students from France, Italy, Russia, and China. A fight broke out, and the French students hit the Italian students, and vice versa. Again, the question is which students hit each other? And as before, this can be answered by either of the two DPs in 8, A and B. The French students and the Italian students, or the students from the two Mediterranean countries. Now, crucially, the GQ answer, which would involve the intersection or the conjunction of the French students with the Italian students, would yield the wrong reading. It would yield a distributive one, namely the French students hit one another, and so do the Italian students. The higher order plurality solution gets the right result. Namely, we again have this higher order plurality consisting of the French group and the Italian group, and when we feed that to the predicate hit each other, we just get that one group hit the other and vice versa. And this works exactly the same way as if we had Itchy and Scratchy hit each other. That would just mean Itchy hit Scratchy, Scratchy hit Itchy. So just to summarize, I'm going to argue that Shang's puzzle not only can, but must be solved with higher order plurality. This solution extends recent findings from the declarative to the interrogative domain, and adds to the growing evidence that natural language makes use of higher order plurality, even in the absence of conjunction. If you want to hear more, I look forward to talking with you at the poster. Thank you.
Thank you. The last presenter is Hu-Lei Wang. The title is Now and Scope Effects in Mandarin Relative Clauses.
In this paper, I look at exceptional scope effects in Mandarin relative clauses and their interaction with the Fox-sensitive particle dou. It has been observed in previous literature that a quantificational phrase embedded in the subject position of a Mandarin object relative clause can take wide scope over an RC external quantifier and bend a pronoun in the matrix clause which itself does not segment. So as shown in 1, the sentence, a woman that every man invited hugged him, is ambiguous between the following two readings. When the embedded QP takes narrow scope, we get the reading in 1a. There is a woman X who was invited by all men, and X hugged someone. When the embedded QP takes wide scope, we get the reading in 1b. For every man X, a possibly different woman that X invited hugged X. Similar scope effects have also been observed in English object relative clauses, as shown in 2. However, the exceptional scope effects disappear when the embedded QP is associated with a Fox-sensitive particle dou inside the relative clause. So 3 is minimally different from 1 in that the relative clause contains the particle dou, and as we can see in 3b, the wide scope reading and matrix pronoun binding of the embedded QP are no longer available. I observed that the same dou RC embedded in a specificational sentence, such as the one in 4, admits a multiple individual reading, which is similar to the scope effects in the object relative clause without dou in 1. So 4 is different from 3 in that the matrix clause contains a specificational copular verb be. So the sentence, a woman that every man invited is his mom, has the reading that for every man X, X invited one or more women, and among the women that X invited, there must be a woman who is X's mom. So in other words, although the RC head NP is quantified by the numeral 1, we still get the reading that there are multiple women being invited. It seems that the scope effects in manual object relative clauses, like those in their English counterparts, can be derived from reconstruction of the RC external quantifier along with the RC head NP back into the relative clause, which can then interact with the embedded QP for scope. However, the blocking effect of though in 3 is puzzling under the reconstruction approach, unless though is assumed to block reconstruction. But empirical evidence from reconstruction effects show that though does not block reconstruction at all. Let's look at anaphora banding first. As shown in the baseline sentence 5, where the relative clause contains where the relative clause does not contain the particle though, the reflexive tacity in the RC head NP can be bound by the subject DP, John's mom, inside the relative clause, which shows that RC head NP can reconstruct. Similarly, in 6, where the relative clause contains the particle though, we can see the same anaphora banding pattern, which suggests that though does not block reconstruction for anaphora banding. Furthermore, though does not block scope interaction between an embedded QP and an RC external quantifier, as long as the quantifier is contained in the RC head NP, as shown in 7a, instead of directly quantifying over the NP, as shown in 7b. Since though is present in both sentences, the contrast in 7 cannot be due to that though blocks reconstruction, but rather that adjectival modifier, such as the one in 7a, and a numeral, such as the one in 7b, are different in their ability to reconstruct for scope. Furthermore, the reconstruction approach does not predict the interaction of scope effects in a though RC with the matrix clause type. If the scope effects result from reconstruction, why does though block it only when the relative clause is embedded in a non-specificational sentence, but not in a specificational one? I propose that despite being similar, the exceptional scope effects in the object relative clause without though in 1 and the multiple individual rating in the specificational sentence 4 are actually derived from different mechanisms. The exceptional scope effects result from long QR of the embedded QP out of the relative clause to spec DP, where it takes wide scope and bans the matrix pronouns. I will show in the poster that long QR across a finite boundary in a Mandarin prenominal predetermined object relative clause does not violate any locality constraints on QR. The multiple individual rating in 4, on the other hand, results from analyzing the though RC as a set of natural functions, which is only available in object relative clauses embedded in the specificational synthesis. I will show that functional rating is inherently different from scope interaction derived from QR, although they seem to achieve similar effects. Crucially, the contrast between 3 and 4 in the blocking effect of though follows directly from the semantics of though. More specifically, the non-vacuity presupposition of though blocks long QR, giving rise to the absence of exceptional scope effects in though RCs in 3. But it's compatible with a natural functional analysis of the relative clause in 4. So welcome to my poster session to see more details of the proposed solutions.
So thank you to all presenters. I would like to invite the presenters that are here on location to join me on the stage, and then we will take a question. Please. It's very crowded. Do we have enough chairs?
Okay. Okay. So my question is for Robert Henderson and Ellen McGrady. So I was thinking about two additional cases in which a speaker might have like an incentive or a motivation for not using a dog whistle and being explicit. So I was thinking about political discourse in particular. So in politics, usually it's important to take control of the agenda, let's say. So implicit communication might not be a good way to do that. So if I want to put religion on the agenda and leave, I don't know, wealth distribution outside, saying Christian power instead of wonder working power might be a good way to do this. So I want to discuss religion, I don't want to discuss other things, so I explicitly signal my persona and the ideology associated with it. And the other case would be like, again, in political discourse, like the audience, usually you have like part of the audience that is like against your ideology, and part of the audience that is like in favor, but also a subset of the audience that is unconvinced or unconcerned with the issue. And as a politician, you want to convince those. And to do that, it's difficult to do that without overtly addressing the issues, the ideology. So in that case, you might want to overtly, the dog whistle wouldn't be good for that. So I wanted to know, what do you think about this?
I mean, yeah, so I mean, those are both interesting cases. And I think they would fall under maybe the heading of our second case, the valuation. So, speakers have a effective value for personas. So, I mean, we don't have a mechanism for deciding how, in what scenarios speakers come to have these effective values. I guess you would have an explanation on a higher level. But once a speaker says, oh, I really want to be identified as an evangelical at all costs, right? Then they would have an incredibly high effective value up to, infinity for having that persona. And so in order to ensure that every audience member gives them that, they would make an explicit appeal. So I think we can handle those cases, would fall under the second case study. But we don't really have a way to even talk about, the motivations for having particular effective values.
And if I could just add briefly, so the way our utilities are working at the moment, you have a utility for truth conditional communication, you have a utility for properly transmitting your social persona, but the way I understood your first comment or / question, it's got more to do with controlling the discourse and taking control, these sort of meta aspects of the conversation. And so I don't actually know of work in any context that talks in a game theoretic sense about these meta moves in conversation. But perhaps incorporating this kind of thing would give an avenue toward an explanation for the first part.
Okay, so is there a question from Zoom? Or let's wait, okay, then there, yes.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I have a question for Jessica and Will. So this is kind of comment and plus question. So the comment is that, I have actually worked on the cross-linguistic variation of as if as a small project in the past. And what I found is that, there are many languages in the world that express as if by using evidentials, especially inferential evidentials. So this is kind of common. So because you mentioned the cross-linguistic matter in the talk, so I'm wondering what's your take on, your perspective on that issue. And question is that, in the semantics, the subjunctive mood, wax marking is part of the semantics of your work. But what I also found in my project is that, there are many cases in which indicative mood is instead used in the if clause rather than subjunctive mood, especially in casual conversation. So is there any kind of thoughts on, are there any thoughts on that matter? Like how does this fit into your account? Yeah.
What language did you say uses the indicative?
In English, so yeah, in English, I found a lot of cases where there is indicative mood in as if.
So we have a slide where we show a bunch of different instances of indicative uses in counterfactual conditionals, and we really want to argue that English is just not very good at using what we think of as the indicative mood to mark counterfactual cases across constructions, and we think this is compatible with the X marking strategy in the von Fintelini-Attradu work. So the empirical claim is, in languages that do regularly mood mark something like counterfactuality, subjunctivity, or irrealis, we do see obligatory subjunctivity counterfactual mood marking in as-if clauses. The question of languages that use evidentials in these constructions is blowing my mind. I'm not aware of these, so I'll have to catch up with you. Are you telling me that there's still a relativizer, but instead of if, there's an indirect evidential?
It's a bit complicated. It depends on languages. For instance, in Japanese, we express, so there is an evidential marker that is used for inferential evidential. That is kind of, I think there's no relative base. Yeah, I'm not sure about the syntactic facts, but yeah. So, yeah, maybe I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, well, I'll just respond by saying that our main claim is we really want to divorce, and this is very true for STAR and other areas of their research as well. We really want to divorce this similarity relation from if. We really want to associate it with something more like X marking. And in STAR's other work, they argue that it's because it's associated, we use if in biscuit conditionals and as a question subordinator cross-linguistically. We do use if here to do something at the discourse level in terms of QUD raising and effectively othering the clause. So I'm completely open to the idea that languages use other strategies for doing that, and I think it's sort of, it helps bolster the case that we don't want to lexically encode much in if in particular, and certainly not the similarity relation. But I can't wait to talk to you about the data.
Sure.
There is a raised hand on Zoom. Marcin, you can ask your question unless it is on as if.
Sorry, unless it is on what? What was the last bit? It's on Jessica. Oh, yeah, it is on as if, yeah. Should I ask?
Yes, I will call you later. So is there something else from the...
Hi, Louise Me from USC, a question for Liz Kopuk. So thanks for the talk, especially the beginning. It was quite entertaining. So I had a question about the syntactic structure that you assign for per something phrases. So if I got your compositional details to be, if I understood your compositional tree, you took 10 kilometers per hour to be a constituent, right? But I was wondering if there's any independent evidence for that, given that you can say something like, John drove them per hour, maybe not so clearly in English, but in languages like Spanish, you will see the accusative clitic replacing kilometers. And also, you might be able to insert a depictive in between 10 kilometers and per hour, something like, he drove 10 kilometers exhausted per hour. And a related question to your analysis is that if 10 kilometers per hour is denoting a degree or some sort of amount, then why do we see it in the restrictor argument of a quantifier of individuals, like there was a policeman every 2 yards per block. So if it's a degree and every requires individuals, we should not expect that. But thank you for your talk, it was great.
Thank you. Okay, I hope I remember the second question as I'm answering the first one. So I think that there are cases where the numerator per denominator forms a syntactic constituent and denotes a term that refers to a specific ratio. And I think there are also cases where they are syntactically separable, and you can see that from the linear separation. So there are many cases of per involving linear separation. So like how much money does it cost per year, that kind of thing. So it seems like maybe per forms a constituent with the numerator at some level of representation, like a deep structure, and then undergoes a shift to the right. But yeah, I mean, the data is consistent with the possibility that per can always just hug the right edge of the VP, the nearest VP. So yeah, at some level of syntactic representation, they are separable. And I'm assuming that at the level of interpretation, they form a constituent. So yes, the surface realization might not match the LF in that respect. What was your second question? Okay, there's a policeman stationed every two yards.
So the example was there was a policeman every 2 yards per block.
What does that mean?
That every 2 yards for each block there was a policeman. That's the interpretation I get. I don't know. I don't know if it's even possible in English, but
it's hard for me because yards are smaller than blocks. I don't actually get an interpretation of that.
Okay, so then we just move on.
I have. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Okay. So, Marcin, now you can ask your question.
Okay, and apparently now I'm not able to start video, so it'll have to be an audio question. Yeah, okay. It's just a quick thing for Jessica. If the again, a lot of interesting talks, by the way. The thing I'm wondering is if the core of the as-if construction, or at least some crucial component of it, is a question. It seems to me like there's an interesting issue that's raised there about some things that do exist and some things that don't. So the thing that doesn't exist is, at least in English, is as whether, but a thing that does exist is as though. So I was wondering if you thought about it all, either of those.
Yeah, awesome. I'll just add that the fact that we have as though is another reason why we don't really want to lexicalize a lot of things, and if in particular. And there's some data on the one of the last slides that sort of goes through that in terms of how we get that what we call biased non-veridicality. So in Starr's previous work, the difference between if and whether, they're both yes-no question subordinators. They both raise the issue of P, but if differs from whether in that it biases towards P. And whether does not have this bias. And we lean on that to get what we call this bias non-veridicality in the propositional similatives. The idea is that it's not doing very much in terms of the truth conditional semantics, but at the discourse level, it's sort of signaling that there's a speaker bias. And that it's a sort of marked construction in terms of having some additional polarity. But yeah, we'd have to say the same thing for though, and it's not clear to me whether Starr has additional evidence outside of this construction that though has this bias as well. But it's a great point. We'll remember to include.
Thank you. Now, one question from the audience, Andrea.
Hi, I have a question for Robert and Ellen. Once you're done conferring. I wanted to ask you about the third case of unmasking that you described. So this idea that if you realize that people in the audience are in line with you, then you don't need to dog whistle anymore, and then you can sort of abandon a strategy. So I can see how that works theoretically, but I was wondering if one could also think of situations in which dog whistling still continue to serve that type of social function of establishing common ground and creating solidarity about, among people of the same ideas, even though everyone exactly know what everybody knows exactly what I mean, so we don't need to be implicit anymore, but still it retains the sense in which, it helps us share these type of beliefs. I'm thinking of like a case like Let's Go Brandon. I mean, it's not a dog whistle. It's slightly different, but still, everyone knows what it means. But still, people keep repeating it. And I think what happened is that it's just become an expression that, in on itself, just becomes something that creates a lot of affiliation among people of the same belief. So I was just wondering if you think this other possibility might be the case, and if so, if there might be cases in which even if you know that your audience is perfectly in line with you, there must still an incentive and maybe a utility to continue to use a dog whistle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely the case. I mean, sorry, whenever I get a question, I try to do it exactly how our model would work. So in situations where it truly is an in-group, I'm talking to a complete in-group, there is this in-group language that maybe out-group doesn't know. There might be an incredibly high probability that the message signals that persona, both the dog whistle and then an explicit appeal. So they would actually like coincide, and you might not get a utility bump either way. They'd be kind of like equivalent in terms of your expected utility using the dog whistle or not. And then you would have some, I don't know, you would choose either at some proportion. So yeah, I think there's still utility in using the dog whistle, even in these cases where you're talking with an in-group, because maybe it signals just as well as the explicit appeal. But the point is, you can use an explicit appeal. At least using an explicit appeal in these scenarios is not harmful. Like, you're allowed to unmask even if you're not required to.
There is one question online. Yimei, you can ask your question. It's for Brian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Brian. Both of your arguments are very interesting, convincing. I just have one small comment and maybe one short question. So the comment is that in addition to your arguments in favor of the high order plurality approach, I think there's another argument for it, which even though might be a little bit theory dependent. So I'm thinking about that question embeddings are subject to homogeneity. So when you say Mary doesn't know who came, and it means that for everyone who didn't come, Mary knows that they didn't come. And then this effect can be naturally explained if we adopt Dunning-Kruger's analysis, saying that the answers to the questions involves plurality. And this observation also extends to questions like sentences like Mary doesn't know which students solved the problem together. And then in your story, it will be very natural to extend Dunning-Kruger's explanation if we assume that questions are based on high order pluralities instead of saying that they are based on Boolean conjunction. So I think that might be a good argument for you again. And so this is my comment. And a short question is that, in your opinion, what would it be wrong to say that both readings are readable? So readings involve high order conjunction and high order plurality. Because just thinking of saying that John and Mary left, John and Mary, this conjunction. It's very common that we analyze them as either like a conjunction over two multiple individuals or as the summation over two simple individuals, or like either as a plurality or as a Boolean conjunction. So I am curious about your thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Yimei. I was hoping that you would ask a question, and thank you very much for that first comment. For the extra support for the higher order plurality idea. As for your question, I do think that, so I should maybe clarify the title of the talk in terms of the solution to your puzzle. More narrowly, it's a higher order plurality solution to the kinds of question answers that you discuss and that I discussed today. But one could imagine contexts where you may have an even higher order plurality, quote unquote, answer, like something like, the students from the two Mediterranean countries and the students from the two Nordic countries solve the problem together, something like that. The question being, would this have a reading as a response to the question, which students solved the problem together, according to which, the Italian students did, the French students did, the Swedish students did, and the Norwegian students did, something like that, where basically what you've got is a plurality of pluralities that are then two pluralities of pluralities that are then conjoined. And I think that would be getting to your question of like, basically it's like, questionception or something like that. The thing is, I don't have strong intuitions about that kind of DP answer to the original question. So as a kind of next step, I think one way of, because the problem with question-answer dialogues, at least the problem that I have, is that we're talking about something like acceptability of a response to a question given a certain context. And maybe what might be more tractable would be something like truth-value judgment. So perhaps embedded questions could be insightful. So something like, Joe knows which students solved the problem together. This might be a fruitful way of kind of digging more deeply into whether there's a limit to the depth of how much plurality we can have. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
So is there a question from people in the room?
Thanks. I have a short data question for Huilei. So I'm just wondering if there's any reason that you choose the head noun of the relative clauses as the one classifier noun rather than the bare nouns. I'm asking because for me, it feels a little bit odd if you have one there, and it will become completely perfect if you have just the bare noun. But I guess if you drop one, then you wouldn't be able to tell whether it's indefinite or definite. So I was wondering well, first of all, if you share my intuition, and second, if there's any reason that you choose that particular type of nouns as the head.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I chose to put a numeral there to illustrate, to more clearly illustrate the scope ambiguity between the universal quantifier and the numeral quantifier. Yeah, and I share your intuition that without numeral, if we just have a bare noun in the head, we can still get the wide scope rating and matrix pronoun banding of the embedded QP. Yeah. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have a question online from Sophia. For Robert and Erin. Yeah, you can ask your question.
Hi, great talk. I am wondering, there's a sort of intuition that online contexts provide kind of more, I don't know, immunity, lower the face stakes, this sort of thing. And so I wonder if that might result in a difference between unmasking constructions and dog whistles in kind of similar kinds of discourse in person versus online. Do you have any data or feelings about these sorts of effects?
So the first, before answering your question, I would just point out or ask whether for everybody the stakes are lower online, because I feel like it's quite dependent on how online you really are, in the sense that some people's lives are carried out online in a way that other people's aren't, and for them I think the stakes are quite high. But also I think that but I do think that this one really well-defined difference between online and in-person contexts is the degree to which you are completely reliant on text and the information that you can glean from text about who the person is. And so, if you're looking at somebody's Twitter thing and you're like, okay, what's this person's story? What's the story here? You look at what they say, you look at what you might or might not recognize as a dog whistle there, and you look at what they retweet. Whereas in quote-unquote real life, you have lots of physical cues too to deal with, and like various kinds of body language, eye movements, blah, blah, blah. And so this kind of decontextualization, I don't know if it changes the stakes, but it probably changes the strategies.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that answers your question in any way.
Yeah, well, when I said lower stakes, I meant for the user, sometimes in explaining kind of the online bullying or things of that nature, people use the idea that the authors of those types of behavior feel like they have less face.
Oh, I see. So maybe it's more a question of anonymity then, do you suppose?
Possibly, yeah. So, I mean, I think I'm trying to think of ways that it connects to your kind of, I'm not going to hide arguments.
Do you have a...
I mean, I think it does connect maybe to the I don't want to try. So I think that's the case where the audience has a very high prior about your persona. And you might expect that sort of in face-to-face conversation with, non-strangers, people are probably more likely to know your sociolinguistic persona because you interact with them all the time. And online, I mean, we think dog whistles kind of in general come to their own in mass communication, right? I mean, I think they just the general phenomenon works best in like politics or, online when you're talking to potentially hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of people, and you're trying to manage your persona and your messages across this large audience. So I don't know about if the stakes matter, but I think that the conditions for maximizing utility exist more in like social media conversations than, chatting to your buddies at the bar or something.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there a question from the audience?
Thanks. This is a question for Charlotte and Jillian. There was a datum in the talk that I just missed because it happened really quickly, but it felt fairly provocative about these occasional adjectives with stative predicates. So it was the occasional star in the night sky. I forget the exact predicate already. So I was wondering if you would walk me back through that example and what the intended truth conditions were and what it was supposed to be. Because it felt important and I didn't quite grasp it.
Yeah, so we actually do think that example is pretty crucial because many of the previous analyses of this phenomenon, they're called the frequency adjectives, right? So you get Zimmerman basically has a pluractional account and that's cashed out in terms of temporality and the non-temporal overlap of the different events that are being quantified over and said to be sparse, yeah? And I think we are the only account, Garrick and McNally notice, first of all, that occasional can occasionally be used in contexts where the thing that's sparse is a spatial distribution. So, I was looking at my tomato plants and the occasional seed had sprouted, but most of them were, just nothing to be seen. So I think that's a clear case where it's a small thing. I'm looking at my little seed bed there. I'm seeing everything at the same time, but the occasional seed had sprouted. So you can't really cash that out in terms of temporal discontinuity. And so what we think, we think that our analysis in terms of quantifying over stages, where that's cashed out in terms of Barker's pair between events and individuals, events and individuals. What it means is that there has to be, so the criterion of identity for what a stage is going to be the different events that are paired with the instantiation of the individual. And events are discriminated not just by their temporality, but also by their location in space. So if you're discriminating, if you're allowed to discriminate sort of events, sort of situationally, sort of little mini situations as the criterion is where they are located, then our analysis in terms of these instantiations or manifestations of stages being sparsely distributed captures that just completely automatically in a kind of a vagueness way, not ambiguity. Or Garrick and McNally end up using their account is basically ambiguity, right? They've got two versions. Yeah. So I think looking at it as stages automatically predicts that you get these more stative spatial examples. So thanks. Yeah.
So we're perfectly on time, but I could give you at most one last quick question. Is there any? Otherwise, we conclude the session online. Nothing? Okay, so we thank then the presenters.
In this talk, we're going to focus on a specific subgroup of frequency adjectives in English.
Okay, welcome everyone to session 7 of SALT 32. Next talk is by Scott Underbois and Daniel Altschuler on coordination, coherence, and Einge-clause linkage. There is a handout.
Yes, a real-life physical handout. Great. All right. So presumably all languages allow for repetitions of various sorts for various purposes. However, a sizable number of languages like Einge have a specific kind of repetition that we see in one, which has been recently dubbed in typological work by Guerin and Eaton as bridging. No relationship to bridging in the sense of associative anaphora whatsoever. So we see this in one. So we have Ginikomacha-tuhe, Ginikomacha-tupatu, Ngafama Utian. He cuts trees. Having cut trees, he puts on goggles. For clarity's sake, we're going to use these very literal English translations that repeat the whole clause, as the Einge does. Something like and then might be a more natural, casual translation in English. In terms of meaning, Guerin and Eaton characterize bridging as adding structure and cohesion, backgrounding content of the first clause R and foregrounding C, highlighting important turning points on a main event line, and expressing a semantic relationship between discourse segments, typically one of sequentiality. So while these descriptions give some sense of the meaning contribution of bridging, these are incomplete in two ways. So first, they're lacking in precision, we argue. So in particular, they don't really clearly distinguish bridging from any old sequence of finite clauses of sentences in Einge or in English or any other language, or at least many other languages. Second, they lack compositionality. So to the extent that they assign a meaning, they assign it to the whole construction rather than to specific parts. And so we want to be able to understand what this construction does and how it comes to contribute that based on the parts that it has. So in this paper, we're going to give a case study on bridging in Einge, an isolate from Amazonian Ecuador and Colombia. And we're going to provide what, to our knowledge, is the first formal characterization of bridging in any language. We're going to show that bridging is restricted to cases where a discourse coherence relation, in the sense of SDRT, a discourse coherence relation of narration holds. And we're going to show how to derive that compositionally. Methodologically, we're going to support this with textual data from an audiovisual corpus from an ongoing language documentation project that Wilson Silva and I are engaged in, together with IE community members, as well as context relative felicity judgments.
So in order to do this.
Pardon? Okay. As well as context relative felicity judgments, which have been largely lacking from previous work on this construction. So I'll give a quick roadmap. In section 2, we're going to present background on the language and its speakers. Section 3, I'll introduce the morphosyntactic and semantic/pragmatic properties of bridging. And then in section 4, we'll develop a compositional account, formalizing and deriving these coherence-based constraints that we're going to establish. And then 5, we'll conclude. Okay, so Einge is also known as Kofan. It's an isolate spoken by about 1,500 speakers in northeast Ecuador and southern Colombia. Language is heavily endangered in Colombia, less so in Ecuador, where despite the small number of speakers, it's being still robustly learned by children in all of the major communities where it's spoken. The IE are traditionally hunter-gatherers, living across a broad territory, which hopefully you can see in the map on the left there, across northern Ecuador and southern Colombia. Many IE are still hunter-gatherers, though this way of life, along with their territory, is increasingly threatened. So there's documented interactions between the IE and Spanish missionaries as early as the 16th century, but the area in which they live was largely unperturbed by colonial incursion until the 20th century, when lots of oil was found in the region and things changed dramatically. So you can see in the picture on the right here, that's the broader territory there. The darker green bits are the sort of current present-day territory as recognized by the government. You can see all those little black X's in the middle are oil platforms. The red splotches are mining concessions that are being debated legally. And there's all kinds of roads and things that have allowed in colonization from other parts of the country and other kinds of nasty things. So that's the people. As far as the language in 2.2 here, Einge is generally a pretty typical SOV language. It's consistently head final, dependent marking with case clitics on nominals. Morphologically, it's agglutinative with lots of suffixes and clitics, especially on verbs. Arguments are indexed through case clitics on nominals in a nominative-accusative alignment. Nominative is null. We don't always gloss it, but you can tell that it's nominative. We also have number agreement on predicates, on main predicates, and then we have second position clitics in matrix clauses only that index the person of the subject. We can see all of these combined in example 2. So we have what do the tourists do? We have the second position clitic zu there that tells you that the subject of this sentence, the tourists, is third person. We have the plural subject marker on the verb, which tells us that the subject is plural in number. And then we, of course, have the overt subject, the tourists, that's marked nominative to tell us that that is the subject. Okay. And one other piece of background, subordinate clauses in language, including the middle clauses in these bridging constructions, the having cut trees, that clause, are subordinate clauses. Subordinate clauses in general in the language show a bunch of different properties that are formally distinguishable from matrix clauses. So first off, in terms of word order, subordinate clauses are rigidly verb final. Matrix clauses are very flexible. The second position clitic that we just saw is limited to matrix clauses, does not occur in subordinate clauses. And then finally, there's some amount of verbal morphology, high verbal morphology, like in the C domain, like this assertive ya, that doesn't occur in subordinate clauses. Okay, so that's background in general. So turning now to bridging itself. So Garrett and Eaton characterize bridging as in 3 here, as a sequence of 3 clauses in this particular order. So first we have the reference clause R. So that's a fully finite main clause, typically declarative. Following that, we have the bridging clause B, which is a subordinate clause, which repeats R in part or often in whole, and or summarizes it in some way, for example, using anaphoric proforms, which we'll see later. And then finally, we have the continuation clause C, which is another main clause, which forms a complex unit. We'll say roughly a sentence here, together with B, to the exclusion of R. So we see this sort of bracketed out in 4 repeated from above. So we have he cuts trees, that's our reference clause. And then we have the new sentence starts with this subordinate clause, having cut trees, and then the main clause, he puts on goggles. Okay, so that's sort of the basics. 2 other notable formal properties of bridging and ing, both of which are common cross-linguistically. So first, the B clauses are introduced by switch reference suffixes. Ing has a very simple switch reference system, so there's a same subject morpheme, pa, it has an allomorph, ba, phonologically conditioned, and then there's a different subject marker, C. Right, so this tells you the subject of the clause that it's attached to differs from the one that clause itself is modifying in these cases. So in 5a, we have the same subject case. So he entered the tree, having entered, same subject, he went to the top. Right, so going to the top and having entered have the same subject, so we get pa there. 5b, we get the different subject one, so a person was standing there, that person having stood there, different subject, the rabbit said blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's switch reference. That's very common, though not universal in this construction cross-linguistically. So there are languages with bridging without the switch reference occurring there. And then in 2, we have something which is potentially universal, which is distinctive prosody that characterizes this construction. So there's sort of 2 parts of this prosody here, only one of which will be relevant for us. So first, we have deaccenting, something which Krifka and Levina 2019 show for bridging in Dakie, a language of Vanuatu. And we also have tighter prosodic integration, something that I think from Garrett and Eaton's survey seems to be maybe universal in these constructions cross-linguistically, maybe even definitionally so, I don't know. Okay, so those are sort of the 2 other main formal properties. So far, we've only seen examples where the B clause just repeats the main verb or the whole clause or something like that from the first clause, but we find a broader range of examples here in 3.2. So Garrett and Eaton describe this as sort of 3 different sub-constructions. So the ones we've seen so far are recapitulative ones, repeating some part of what was there before. We also find what they call summary cases. So these are cases where we have an anaphoric proverb, such as do so, son in ing instead. We also find mixed ones where we have something like having cut like that or having hunted like that in the example in 8 here. So I won't go through these examples in 6 through 8 in detail here, but we see a range of different cases here. Garrett and Eaton think of these as 3 different constructions or 3 different sub-constructions or something like that. The claim that we'll make here, which we substantiate a bit in the appendix, but I won't do here, is really that these are all the same construction. It's compositionally derived based on what's there. So we have a range of different anaphoric forms, lexical resources, deaccenting. We put them together in regular ways and get these different kinds here. But there's not sort of any special magic to like type 1, type 2, type 3 kinds of thing. Okay, and so we give our detailed arguments for this in the appendix and find that there's no independent syntactic constraints on the B clause, that with just all the other stuff we generally have in the language. Semantically, one interesting difference that Eaton notes between the summary bridging and the recapitulative bridging is that the summary bridging tends to target paragraphs in his terms, while recapitulative bridging targets episodes. And we think we see a similar tendency in Ainge. So in Nine, we have kind of a whole chunk of discourse, and then we have that having happened or having done so about that whole multi-clausal chunk, then the next thing happened. And so we can find this, picking up a larger chunk of discourse there. Whereas in 10, when we just repeat the verb, well, we tend to be latching on to that clause right before. So he went and cut Yoko, having gone and cut, he came back, or I came back. Okay, so we do note that there's this difference between these here semantically, but rather than being a special property that needs to be specified about these constructions, we claim that this tendency emerges from independently observable properties of anaphoric expressions, in particular the ability of propositional anaphors to pick up multi-clausal chunks of discourse, just like English that can do. And then general principles of discourse coherence that tell us which multi-clausal chunks are available at any given point in time. For example, the right frontier constraint in SDRT. Okay, so that's sort of our background there. So we can turn in 3.3 to the semantic rhetorical constraints that are kind of at the heart of what we're trying to capture here. Okay, so we already saw above that Garrett and Eaton and some of this other work has made characterizations like that bridging typically involves sequentiality, right? Typically iconic ordering. We think this is too permissive in Ainge in at least 2 respects. So first, iconic ordering is required rather than a mere tendency. So the example that we've seen a couple of times now in 11 here, this tree cutting example, describes a scenario where the person cuts trees, using a chainsaw, and then having cut the trees puts on safety goggles, right? So it's not a very sensible order, but that's the only one that's felicitous with this sentence, rather than the more sensible one given world knowledge. Okay, so iconic ordering is required, not a tendency. And crucially, even in sequences which are iconically ordered, we find that direct causal connections are not possible. So we see this in 12 here. So we have Jose jumped, him having moved like that, the canoe moved too, right? And so this is infelicitous in a scenario where his jumping is directly causing the motion, but it works in a scenario where the motion of the canoe is coincidental. It just happens to move for some independent reason. Or if there's some sort of more indirect causal thing. So like he moves the canoe and then that causes a wave and the wave comes back and moves the canoe, something like that, this becomes better with. And this, again, these are all sort of generalizations that emerged from our corpus work and that we've corroborated with these kinds of negative felicity judgments here. Crucially, these judgments all contrast with non-bridging sequences, so just sequences of matrix clauses in the language. Which have a tendency for iconic ordering but don't have a requirement. So in 13 here, we have a response to a question, what do the tourists do when they visit the community? They fish, they walk in the forest, they take photos, they hunt, right? So while out of the blue, that sentence in 13 might make you think they did them in that order, it doesn't have to, and it's felicitous in this kind of context where that's not there. We have kind of denial data, et cetera, to show that as well. Okay, and then in 14, we see we can infer a direct causal connection between the 2 clauses in just a sequence of clauses. So the fox got stuck in the hole, and the fox got angry. He got angry, his anger is caused by falling in the hole. Right? So with sequences of these, just like in English, we can infer a causal connection. We don't have to, but there's no aversion to doing it in the same way that we think there is for bridging. Okay, so now moving on to our analysis. We want to understand how to kind of formalize this constraint that we've just seen here and how to derive it from the parts that we see. So recall from above, we schematized bridging as in 15 here. Right, so we have our reference clause, and then we have this second sentence that has the bridge and continuation together there. So there's sort of two main questions for us to address, which is the contribution of the relationship between the two sentences, R and C, or R and B/C, and the relationship between B and C itself. So recall above, we saw that R and C are tightly prosodically integrated. We're going to take that as an indication that R and C are in fact asyndetically coordinated. So as they're coordinated, and that coordination is going to have a particular semantics that goes with it. We do see some independent support for this asyndetic coordination from DPs, where we can kind of more clearly see that things are receiving a coordination kind of reading. So in 16, here we see two examples like that. So we have woolly monkeys and peccaries. Those are two different forest creatures that live together, have something in common. And then we have Yoko and Yahe, two culturally important traditional beverages. You might also find, mother and father, things like that would go well in this construction. So there's a more marked coordination construction that contrasts with this, but with this we see this sort of tight coordination and a kind of special semantics going with it. Okay, so that's R and C. We'll sort of flesh out what that meaning contribution is in a moment. As far as B and C, in other ongoing work, we argue that the B clauses in bridging are clausal adjuncts, not unlike the English glosses that we're giving. And they pattern together with other kinds of switch reference adjuncts in the language, and crucially different from other constructions. So they're sort of clausal modifiers, and we'll come back to what they contribute in particular in a moment. Okay, so first on to this asyndetic coordination. So here we're going to build on Chiruka 2003's proposal for English and, which is itself couched in an early version of SDRT. So Chiruka makes the generalization that English and is a marker of discourse coordination. That is to say, she claims that it requires a coordinating discourse coherence relation. So you can see at the top of page 11, we have a little diagram kind of giving a brief summary of coherence relations and different kinds of them in SDRT. So we have two main kinds, a main distinction between coordinating relations and subordinating. So coordinating relations are things like narration, background, result, contrast, right? Things that sort of introduce a new event, description of a new event, and relate it in some particular way to the previously described event. So you sort of move the discourse forward, describing a new event, and then tie it back in. In contrast, subordinating relations, like explanation, elaboration, etc., kind of drill down on the same event, giving a new description that kind of combines with that to, give more detail about the same event there. And so Chiruka's claim is that English and pushes us to these coordinating relations rather than subordinating. We see one kind of piece of evidence for this in 17, right? So I had a great meal last week. I went to Burger King. That sequence sounds like I went to Burger King is elaborating on the great meal. It's telling you where it was, right? That's not the only interpretation, but it's probably the most natural one. Contrast that with 17b, we add in an and. I had a great meal last week and I went to Burger King. Well, now it sounds like I'm giving a narration saying I had a great meal, then I went to Burger King, or contrasting the two. On the other hand, I also went to Burger King, something like that. 18 gives sort of a different kind of illustration of the same point. All right, so in terms of analysis, Chiruka claims that coordinating coherence relations require common topics, while subordinating ones don't, and then says, well, and semantically requires that its conjuncts contribute to a common discourse topic. So this seems like a very appealing, nice, clean idea, but it runs into a problem in that more recent versions of SDRT since her work have been pretty uniform in saying that narration, but not result, requires a common topic. So that is, some coordinating relations require this, but not all of them. And in particular, English and seems to be compatible with result, as Chiruka herself shows. So we have an example in 19 here. Wonder Woman pushed the villain and the villain fell, right? Doesn't require any sort of indirect causality or anything like that. The villain can fall from the pushing itself. So we take away from this that Chiruka's analysis is probably inadequate for English and, but seems to be precisely what we need for this asyndetic coordination in ING bridging, and much more speculatively in the footnote, we note possibly for other kinds of tight coordination in languages that have this contrast between two flavors of coordination. Okay, so then we have the question, well, okay, what does it mean to contribute a discourse topic and how is that related to narration? And here we're taking, quite directly from Asher and Laskarides' classic SDRT work. And so what they say is the following. So they say, if two discourse segments, alpha and beta, are related by narration, then there must be some common topic pi that alpha beta elaborates on. So we can see this in sort of graph form on the left side of page 12. And on the right side, we see the sort of specific conditions that are required that must be met in order to derive this interpretation. Right? So first we have the events described by alpha and beta are both parts of the event described by the common topic pi. So that is E sub pi is the topical event whose parts are E sub alpha and E sub beta. We get another DRS, K sub alpha and K sub beta, that records the common content. Records the common content of alpha and beta. That is what they contribute to this topical event E sub pi. And then finally, we have this temporal condition that the post state of E sub alpha is the pre-state of E sub beta, right? So we have each of these conditions, and when these conditions are met, then the narration relation will be supported here. Okay, so that's sort of how we're thinking of the relationship between discourse topics and narration. And so now we want to say, okay, well, we've said that bridging in ING involves this asyndetic coordination between R and C. So that is to say that it imposes semantically a requirement for a common topic, just as Chiruka envisioned for English. And so now we want to see how this works to get us what we need here, to get us part of what we need together with the B clause in a moment. So to do this, we're first going to compare this with a sequence of matrix clauses, no bridging. Right? So 21, we have, it should be he or she went to Lago Agrio, he or she caught a bus. Right? So he went to Lago Agrio, he caught a bus. And so as in the English gloss, right, so this is no bridging here. So as in the English gloss, this interpretation does not semantically specify how these two discourse units are related. So the semantic interpretation is going to be very simple as in 22 here. Right, so we have two DRSs. We have the first one, K1, that's for a going event, the goal of which is Lago Agrio. This is the main oil boom town in the middle of that territory there. And the agent is this unspecified he or she X. We have K2 then for the second clause. We have this taking a bus or catching a bus event. We have the same agent X, and then we have this theme Y as the bus. So we have this sequence. Semantically, it doesn't tell us how we glue these together, just as it doesn't tell us in English in the English translation here. In order to interpret this discourse as a narration, world knowledge then has to support two different conditions here, right? The same conditions that we listed out a moment ago. So first, there has to be a common topical event, E sub pi, comprised of these two events, E1 and E2. So comprised of going to Lago Agrio and catching a bus. So in this example, this could be readily met perhaps if there's a trip by a speaker to a salient other location by way of Lago Agrio, right? So for example, the capital Quito, right? So if we think we're talking about a trip to Quito, you say, how did you go there? Well, I went to Lago Agrio, I caught a bus, right? So catching the bus in Lago. So that's the common topical event. And then we have the temporal sequencing, the post-state of E1, the post-state of going to Lago Agrio is the pre-state of catching a bus. And so that can be readily met with given world knowledge that you can catch buses in Lago Agrio. So if these conditions are met, we arrive at an interpretation in 23 here with this narration relation holding between these two here. Crucially, though, given a different context, different world knowledge, we could instead infer other relations between K1 and K2, in this case, most likely elaboration, right? So for example, if no other location like Quito is made salient, such as in response to a question like, did you go to Lago Agrio, right? If I say, did you go to Lago Agrio? You say, I went to Lago Agrio, I caught a bus. It sounds like I caught a bus is now giving more detail, filling in, elaborating on the going to Lago Agrio event. So for a sequence of finite clauses in ING, just as in English, we can infer narration, but we need not. In bridging, however, we've claimed that asyndetic coordination hardwires a requirement for this common topic pi, upon which R and C elaborate. So 24 is the bridging analog here. So if we went to Lago Agrio, having gone, grabbed a bus. So in this case, then, only narration is going to be possible. And the B clause is going to help spell out the precise relevant post state for the temporal sequencing condition in ways we'll describe in this last section here. Right, so asyndetic coordination says you better find a common topical event, and then the B clause is going to help us kind of see how to do that. Okay, Yeah, okay. So in this section, we're turning to the contribution of the clausal adjunct be itself. We will give a caveat that looking beyond this construction, these switch reference adjunct clauses also have causal uses. And so what we're showing here is not really sort of the final semantics for what the switch reference adjunct clauses do, but rather it's an interpretation of them that's compatible with their semantics and is compatible with this narration/common topic requirement here. So there's a little bit more future work to do trying to understand more broadly what the semantic contribution of these adjunct clauses is. Okay, and so the claim is going to be that B helps us produce a better narration by making salient and precise the background for C. So again, according to Asher and Lascarides, background does not contribute a common topic to logical form. So unlike what we saw with narration, we're focusing here on a particular kind of background, this forward background in SDRT terms, whose first argument is a state of description and whose second argument is an event of description. So we see this spelled out in 25 here. It says that in order to infer the background relation between alpha and beta, when we have that relation, rather, we get this condition of overlap, so that the state described by alpha overlaps the event described by beta. Okay, so putting these two conditions together, then we can see how bridging works overall. So we have an example in 26 here. So he hunted the tapir. Having hunted it, he shot it with a shotgun. Again, as we saw above, this example only has the sort of surprising interpretation that he hunted it via some other method, say a poison dart, and then shot it after he had already hunted it already. And so we're going to derive this interpretation here in 27. Okay. So first off, at the top, we have K1 here. So that's that first clause, the R clause. Right? So we have a hunting event, X is the agent, the tapir is the theme, Y. So that's that first R clause. And then inside in K4, we have the B and the C clause, that sentence. Right? So on the left, K2, we have the B clause. So that is describing this having been hunted, or the tapir having been hunted state. Right? So that is a state of having been hunted dead that's holding of the tapir. And then on K3 on the right, we have the C clause, the continuation clause, talks about a shooting event with a subject, and the theme of that event being the tapir, and the instrument being the shotgun. Okay, so the B clause, the clausal adjunct, contributes this background here, right? It tells us that the state of the tapir having been hunted provides us the background for this next event of shooting with the shotgun. And then we have narration holding between the hunting the tapir event and this complex clausal unit in K4. Okay. So that's the basic analysis. So we see in recapitulative cases like this one in 26 here, the B clause enforces this forward background relation, thereby making prominent the final state of the previously described event. And so in this way, we ensure a very good narration, right? And we can note that a lot of the examples we've seen are ones where the narration relation might otherwise be a little bit wonky, and this sort of really helps us get to that interpretation. But we've also seen in 3.2 that we have examples where the B clause varies in its form, where it doesn't just repeat what we just saw, but can do a range of other things. And so we saw these recapitulative cases here, but we also saw summary and mixed cases where an anaphoric B clause, like having done so or that having happened, something like that, can pick up a complex discourse unit. We can also, not very frequently, but we can get things like 28, so I washed dishes, having dried the dishes, I went to sleep. Right, so we sort of interpolate an additional little step in there using this B clause to do that. Overall then, what bridging does is, in these cases, it serves to make explicit which of the available discourse units is to be related to C as background, right? So sometimes it's what we just said, sometimes it's something else, and this helps make that salient and make it precise in the cases where there are multiple different units that could be at play. Okay. So to wrap up, in this talk we've presented an analysis of bridging in ING as requiring these two coherence relations, narration holding between R and the BC unit, and then B serving as the background for C. And we've argued that this gives a precise account of what bridging does, and in particular one that distinguishes it from other sequences of clauses like finite clauses and other kinds of coordination in the language with an overt coordinator. So we think this is exciting for bridging in and of itself, since this is, again, a not uncommon construction cross-linguistically. We also think it opens the door to some interesting theorizing about coherence relations in this domain more broadly. So we sort of touched on and mentioned that there are these switch reference morphemes crucial to the B clauses here. More broadly, ing switch reference morphemes occur in 3 and only 3 environments. So first, the bridging linking that we saw here. Second, causal and temporal adjuncts as in 29. So whereas in bridging, the adjunct has to come before the clause it modifies. More broadly, they don't. And they can have temporal or causal interpretation. So they have kind of since, after, when, but also things like because, as in 29 here. In 30, we have the third place where these morphemes occur, which is in clause chaining. So this is they fished, walked in the forest, took photos, and then hunted. So this is like the example we saw before with sequences of finite clauses, but here in clause chaining, they have to be in that order, and things are a bit more restricted here. Okay, so in ongoing work, we argue that clause chaining also requires a narration relation, and that these adjuncts also have a coherence-based generalization to forward background, narration, or result. Crucially, these relations where these switch reference markers occur are a coherent subset of SDRT relationships. So in particular, they're non-structuring, coordinating discourse coherence relations. So they're all coordinating, and they're a particular subtype, so they're not ones like parallel and contrast that require particular reference to the structure of the sentences there. And so while similar to what other folks have found cross-linguistically, we don't think that there's a syntactic generalization about where does switch reference occur, either in ing or generally. There's not sort of a truth conditional semantic one either, but we think that there is some more promise both within ing and hopefully cross-linguistically to think about switch reference as having this kind of coherence-based story about where it occurs. We haven't said why, but that's sort of future work that we're thinking about. So I will leave it there, and I also want to make sure that we look at page 17 and acknowledge all of the wonderful speakers who have worked with us, both on the language documentation project more broadly and specifically doing the elicitations here, and of course also funders like National Science Foundation and things like that. They like to be mentioned too. So thank you all. Oh yeah, and I believe Daniel is on Zoom also, so if there's any hard questions, we can pitch him his way.
We have 8 minutes for questions. Let's start from the audience here in the room. Jessica was first.
Hi, that was so cool. You guys, I think you'll have good answers for these questions. The small question is, aren't there other coherence relations that require the same topic? And if so, what do we say to get rid of them? But the bigger wonder is that these all seem to be formed with accomplishments or something with a telos. And I'm doing something horrible, which is using my English intuitions, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was an additional requirement that the event in the second clause happened relatively immediately after the telos of the first clause, which is to say, we're not just sticking them relatively on a time scale, but we're saying this happened and then this happened right away. So I wonder what you think about the idea that there's some, in addition to what you guys are doing here with the discourse coherence relations, there's some sort of event semantic supplementation wherein repeating or just the bridging construction sets the topic, uses the telos to set the topic time for the second clause.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think, let's see. So you're very right that we've been dealing with, kinds of accomplishment verbs in the R clause so that they then have the state described in the B clause and that's kind of non-accidental. I think what we're unclear on is the extent to which that's kind of a thing that the semantics of the B clause is contributing. I think, the having cut trees comma in English, we might think contributes some kind of perfect semantics or perfective semantics on its own. And so we might think that the B clause is doing that. It's tricky to see that because perfective marking is kind of generally null. So just like saying a verb root on its own in isolation is very perfective-y. And so is that null morpheme part of this B clause? Maybe, maybe not. But we've started looking to try verbs that seem naturally like they would be activities and other things to see what happens. And we're not quite clear yet if they're just out or if they're sort of coercible or if they can be made more readily good. I don't know, Daniel, if Daniel has anything to add to that or if you have anything to reply.
Well, while we're getting Daniel, I'll just clarify. I would never die on the perfectivity hill. I think that would be a losing battle. But there is something to be, there's a little bit missing here with respect to the description of the switch reference application. And you might be able to say something about it applying to temporal arguments as opposed to individual arguments here.
Yeah, so one thing I can say on that front is, so whereas switch reference in many languages has what have been called non-canonical switch reference cases, where you can get actually the same identical subjects, but a switch in topic time, and then you get the different subject marker. Things like that are actually reasonably common in switch reference. We don't seem to find any of that in ING. But yeah, I think your other point that we do think that these events happen in tight sequence, and I think that the account sort of captures that with the post-state of the first event being the pre-state of the second. So if the post-state of the first one is going to Lago Agrio, but then you leave and go do some other things, that's not going to give you the pre-state for the second. So I think that part of it, we think the analysis captures, but you're definitely right that there's a lot more to unpack there. I don't know, Daniel, do you have anything to add?
Can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
I guess just two very small points. I think we had one example, right, where it looked kind of like activity-like in the R clause, but then in the B clause, it seemed like some sort of coercion, which made it perfect-like, which made it sound like it's not necessarily the case that you only have telix in the R clause. And then the other point that Jessica asked is about other coherence relations. And whether they require topicality. I think the way we were thinking about it is the sort of topicality that narration requires. The only other relation that I think would fare in that respect is continuation, which is a weaker relation than narration that doesn't have the sort of post-state, pre-state requirement. And that's something that's on the agenda to try to see how, whether the data that we see really requires this sort of pre-state and post-state things. As far as the other coherence relations, the other coordinating ones like contrast and parallel, they require certain kinds of topicality, but not in the ways that we're thinking. I think these are usually called common themes in SDRT, and then result crucially doesn't. So I think we're able to get to narration, but then also with the caveat that we'll have to say something about continuation.
Cool, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Yeah, Robert?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question just to sort of get a feel for this construction, because I don't work on languages that have constructions like this. And I was wondering sort of how modular it is. Like, can you get these sort of B clauses, switch reference, doing backgrounding in the absence of an R clause? Or does it really need the sort of this repetition in order to actually have this construction, the switch reference construction?
Yeah, so in the absence of the R clause, you can get a clausal adjunct with switch reference. So it looks exactly like the B clauses here, and we think is exactly like the B clause. You can get them left adjoined, you can get them right adjoined. They allow for the background semantics, but they also seem to allow for narration and crucially for causal interpretation. So that was, I think, example 29 in the conclusion. That part went by quickly, but yeah, so I'm going to look for firewood because you're going to leave tomorrow. And so that because you're going to leave tomorrow, the only thing that's telling you because, or that it's this clausal modifying structure, is the sort of switch reference marker there. So you could put that before. That could, given world knowledge, contribute something more background-like rather than result-like, as in this case. We kind of gave you the most different example to show the bounds of the construction, but it definitely does have uses that are more like this one here without the R clause.
Cool, thank you.
There are 40 seconds for a short question. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, I think this is kind of, to some degree, elaborating on Jessica's question. At 5b, you have this state of example, which is being bridged, right? And, I mean, is that still narration for Asheville and Cerides? It seems to be kind of like predicted that that's a sort of party 1980 whatever style narration relation, right? So you've got the simultaneity between these two, well, this state of predicate and the bridge. And, yeah, sorry.
So you asked about 5b?
Yeah.
Yeah, so with the standing there. So I guess I don't know enough about this verb to know if this is like an active, like I stood here versus like I was in a standing state, or if it could do either one and sort of which one it's doing here. So like, you're right that that's a good example to push on, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's translating as simultaneous, right? I mean, in your translation, at least.
Yeah. We did translate it that way, but you know,
it could be after having stood up.
It's a clue, not a result. Maybe it's not even a clue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Unclear.
Yeah, I was just going to say. I mean, I guess I'm out of time now, but I was going to point out as well that it reminds me a little bit of this paper by Barlev and Paraclas from like the 70s. Yeah, talking about the difference between syndetic and asyndetic coordination, how you have these like this non-synonymy between syndetic and asyndetic conjunctions. So the example that I was just thinking about was language is language is rule governed and language is rule governed. It follows regular patterns. So that's bad with and because we have these two state of predicates and yeah, I mean it's sort of. Yeah, language is rule governed and it follows regular patterns, you kind of lose this, I don't know, whatever discourse relation it is that you're after when you're making that claim. So yeah, again, the sort of, I guess, similarity between the bridging context and the asyndetic coordination was like an interesting one.
Yeah. I mean, I think we hope that the account we've given for asyndetic coordination might work for other cases of asyndetic coordination, especially in these, tight, loose coordination contrasting languages. But I don't work on such a language and we don't have that data yet to see that. There's not a lot of like formal work with judgments and all that kind of stuff for those, but I would be optimistic that it would. So if someone works in such a language, please see.
All right, let's thank the presenters once again. There is a short break now.
Hola, Rodrigo, ¿nos podrías poner el PDF un momentito? Hola, hola, hola. Hola. ¿Estamos listos? ¿Ya? 1 minute. No escucho. Ah, sí. Sí, sí. It's ready. Yeah. Okay. Hola a todos. Welcome everybody to our last invited talk, and indeed our last talk of SALT 32. So we're going to have now Andrés Saab. Andrés Saab is an associate researcher at the Consejo Nacional de Investigaciones Científicas de Argentina, at the Instituto de Investigaciones Filosóficas. He obtained his PhD at the Universidad de Buenos Aires. Among his research interests are the morphology-syntax interface, the semantic syntax interface, minimalism, distributed morphology. Andrés has done extensive work on the formal syntax semantics interface of and from Spanish. His research has undertaken classic topics of Spanish grammar, such as the omnipresent clitic se, differential object marking, clitic doubling, ellipsis, dilation, but also has stretched the boundaries of our knowledge, of our understanding of wider phenomena in the study of slurs and epithets. It is clear that Andrés has a theoretical drive in his academic work, but also that he has a strong commitment with the development of linguistics in Spanish. Given the language boundaries and the lack of specialized sources and resources for the teaching of formal semantics in Spanish, Andrés has authored a handbook of formal semantics, as was discussed yesterday, along with Francisco Ordóñez and Sandra Keramesemin. Andrés coordinated the project Romania Nova within the Asociación de Lingüística y Filología de América Latina, ALFAL, which mainly focus in the formal study of Romance languages in the Americas. We strongly believe that Andrés's voice in linguistic, we believe that Andrés is a voice in linguistic from the farthest reach of the continent that very much is worth hearing. So today Andrés will deliver the talk entitled Introducing Expressive Through Equations, Implications for the Theory of Nominal Predication in Romance. So without further ado, the floor is yours, Andrés.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I'm the last one. We are all tired, but we should to take a minute or more than a minute for really appreciate the great job that the local organizer of SALT did, especially to all the committee, Ana Aguilar, Renato García, Rafael Herrera Jiménez, Samuel, Julia Posas, Rodrigo Romero y Violeta Vázquez Rojas. You are the best hosts ever, guys. Of course, also to the students that were organizing the lunch, the coffee breaks, and all the needs for this wonderful conference after 2 years, tough years of these crazy pandemics, right? So this is so beautiful to meet all here with these beautiful people. I also want to say big thanks to the steering committee of SALT for having me here, to the SALTed workshop, Jessica, Ezra, Robert Henderson, thanks a lot. It's a really nice opportunity to share some of my thoughts with respect to expressivity with you today, okay? So just my psychologist says that I shouldn't apologize every time, but I will apologize at least one more time. And you know that my English it's not English, it's something like, And sometimes I have some hard time to understand questions. So if I don't answer you properly, please send me an email or something like that. I can respond more properly, okay? So thank you for your comprehension. Okay, so let's start with the last talk. Let's close SALT with a syntactic talk with a pinch of semantic salt, okay? I practiced this during 2 hours, okay? So my worry today is trying to convince you of 2 main claims regarding a beautiful construction we have in Spanish, but also in Catalan, Italians, and many Romance languages, which is the expression that people call binominal construction or the dead epithet of DP construction, which is the type of el idiota de Juan, literally the idiot of Juan, translated many times as that idiot Sean, or that idiot Juan. So the idea is to sustain 2 main theses. On the one hand, I want to sustain the idea that expressivity requires syntactic manipulation. This is what I call syntactic recycling. There is a grammar of expressivity that requires syntactic manipulation, which essentially consists of merging material in expletive position. This manipulation creates, I argue, a non-representational syntax. This idea of syntactic manipulation is related but must not be confused with the idea of syntactic deviation put forward by Robbery in a set of beautiful papers, which I hope to discuss with you later. He had this idea that expressivity requires deviation of grammar, okay, in order to affect the appraisal system. And the second hypothesis is more empirically driven, and it's the idea that epithets, that is not correct, epithets are part of expressive pronouns. That is to say, mere syntactic indexes feed an assignment function, and in the particular case of the binominal construction, the idea is that the semantic connection between the expressive pronoun and the of DP phrase is equation and not predication, okay? That's important because the received view claims that the connection between idiota and Juan is attributed predication, okay? Okay, so the plan is give you guys some preliminaries on expressivity and predication, to tell you some funny properties of the construction, some basic assumption about pronouns and expressivity, then my analysis of my concrete proposal based on unequative syntax and semantics for binomial construction, extend the system to other binomial construction, which also involve other equations, and finally to give you some conclusion. If time allows, I don't think so, I would like to discuss some idea by David Pesesky related to the notion of nominality and primordial genitives, okay? Okay, so let's start. So as you may know, according to Post logic, expressive and epithets form a natural class. They denote functions that take an issue denotation as argument and return the denotation of such an argument plus a conventional implicature dimension. This is example from Pot's books. Sheila's damn dog is on the couch. That bastard Chuck arrived late. And the idea is that they both are subject to CI application, and the difference is basically reduced to the denotation domain of the input argument. So whereas dam takes a predicate or maybe a more complex semantic type, bastard or the epithets in general always take entities as arguments in the tissue dimension. Direct consequence of this view is stated by Potts in another paper, the 2007 paper, as follows. All predicates that appear in copular position must necessarily fail to be expressive because they provide no argument for the copular verb. Pure expressive fit the expectation straightforwardly, as Potts shows. Oh, sorry, what is going on here? No. This is not good. Can you change to the PDF file? You don't have, okay. No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. No, it's okay. Stay there, because I have pictures. This is a tree. You can guess it. Okay, so, no, but it's okay, it's okay. Let as it is, yeah. They are semanticians, they are going to capture the idea. Okay, the idea is that DAM cannot work as argument of the copula if the copula is defined as identity function or something like that. If the pure expressive is an isolated expressive, as Nicholas argued, it's the same, right? So we don't have problem. That's not the point, so no problem. Well, epithets do not fit expectation in the same way. An epithet as bastard can indeed occur in predicative position, although it is easy to show that in that position it fails to be an expressive and project its meaning into the at-issue dimension. So if you say Andres is a bastard, Andres is not a bastard, it's easy to see that whatever the meaning of bastard is, it falls under the scope of negation, so we are forced to postulate some kind of lexical or syntactic ambiguity. That's the idea, right? But both epithets and pure expressive fails to be expressive in this sense, okay? Now consider our construction, el idiota de Juan tiene dinero, that idiot of Juan has money, and let's wonder whether the epithet fails to be expressive when occurring in binomial construction. Well, according to the received view on Romance binomial construction, it should fail to be expressive. This is a very clear quotation from the Deontic 2006 books, chapter 5 on binomial constructions, in which he clearly, explicitly says that in binomial construction, the first noun phrase ascribes a property to the noun phrase that follows it. That property ascription in general is structurally represented in the form of a predication structure, with the ascriber of the property being the predicate and the ascribee the subject. This leads us to the postulation of a syntactic structure underlying all qualitative binomial construction, to which there is a predicational relationship between the two noun phrases. More concrete, this is a concrete implementation, but the idea that what is involved here is predication is also shared by Richard Kane, Collins, Moro, and others, okay? If you remember, for the Deontic, subject predicates are mediated by a relator head, which is basically a copulative element, sometimes also linked to a linker element, which in some occasions, or most occasions, trigger predicate inversion, right? Like in Imogen considers Brian to be the best candidate, versus Imogen considers the best candidate to be mandatory Brian, and that's the structure, okay? So that's predication. Then Deontic, but also Sunier, Español Echeverría, Villalba, González Rivera, and all people, except one guy, claim that this is basically what happened with El Idiota de Juan. You have Juan as a subject, Idiota is a predicate, and then you have a relator and a linker that trigger predicate inversion, okay? So this is precisely a point of a strong disagreement between my own position and the received view, the mainstream view. Semantically speaking, whenever an epithet occurs in the binomial scheme, the predicative force vanishes. A brief comparison with group slurs shows the point clearly. I apologize in advance. I will not use slurs, but I wrote some of them here, right? Okay, so these ones are really strong ones because I need these strong ones. So I cannot explain why now. I don't have time. Okay, so this is two horrible slurs, one pejorative for homosexual, homophobic one, and then misogynistic one for female, okay? This following Macready, Isitea, but also other colleagues, we have here a dimensional, classificatory dimension expressed in truth conditional terms, and also have the pejorative force given by an extra dimension of meaning, which I will call here expressive dimension just for short, okay? Now, when you compare the slur in 1A and 1B with the binomial construction, there is the clear intuition shared by all speakers that the classificatory dimension disappear, okay? So the epithet of Andres or the epithet of Anna do not have the classificatory force that the examples in one has, okay? That's super clear. So we have this scheme, we have LP de Andres. This is the epithet. An occurrence of a predicative word in a non-predicative position gives rise to an stereotype and to a related negative valence indicating some sort of a speaker attitude. Sometimes the valence is positive. This is not important now. Then we have what I will call the target, the referential term to which the epithet is applied. And this guy is really going to be very important here. Because remember, according to Tendiken and the tradition, this should be a copula. And according to Pot criteria, if this is a copula, then the epithet must fail to be inexpressive, okay? More evidence that epithets don't have classificatory force. Take this one. Andrés es un animal. Andrés is an animal, have a reading one. Andrés is a living being, let's say a donkey. Or Andrés is a stereotype of animal. That's the second reading. Then when it comes to the binomial construction, el animal de Andrés, the animal of Andrés, this has only the reading that Andrés is a stereotype of animal. Okay, so far so clear? So far so good? Okay. Some relevant questions we would like to answer. How may any word become expressive in the relevant sense? Or how did animal in the previous example lose its original predicative force and communicates a mere stereotype with an associated negative valence? What is the exact syntactic and semantic relation between the epithet and the target? And finally, what is the formal link for in the relevant set of constructions? Reasonable answer to the previous question and others you might have in mind should shed light on the mechanics that underlies the grammar of expressivity. Of course, unveiling the expressive machinery is one first step in the way to understand how is that human languages are so powerful expressive devices. As we will see, a proper analysis of a Spanish epithet expressive has large empirical and theoretical consequences regarding the syntax and semantics of predication in the nominal domain, the internal structure of DP, and the way in which it's advisable to model expressive contexts in the semantics. Okay, let's see the properties of this animal. I will focus on 5 properties, which are really beautiful. This is a beautiful construction. First, the construction triggers many agreement concord mismatches, both internal to the DP and external to it. Second, the epithet always occurs preceding the DP. There is no predicate raising alternation. Third, this is a beautiful property. NP ellipsis of the epithet is absolutely banned for the preposition of form a constituent with the DP. And 5, the of phrase can remain implicit, giving rise to an epithet, simple epithet construction. Okay, property 1, the crucial fact is this. The epithet is not the trigger of agreement concord processes. Prima facie, the trigger seems to be the DP preceded by D, by D. So if you have something like el gallina de Juan, dice que lo amenazaron, the chicken of Juan says that clitic threatened, you can see that the epithet here is feminine singular, the article is masculine singular, Juan is masculine singular, and the clitic here is masculine singular, okay? There is no predicate written alternation, as I already said. This is at least curious, given that canonical copulative construction trigger predicate raising, but it's not the case with the binominal construction. You cannot say, el Juan de idiota tiene dinero, okay? This is the property 3. The epithet cannot be elided under no circumstances. You can say something like el gallina de Juan, the chicken of Juan, and the ande of Pedro. Even when nominal ellipsis in Spanish is a very productive construction. If you have an ambiguous construction like the donkey of Juan, where the construction can be read as possessive, in a possessive parsing or in a epithetic one, the epithetic reading disappears. So el burro de Juan, the donkey of Juan, and el de Pedro can only mean John's donkey and Pedro's donkeys, not the donkeys. The preposition of, this is crucial, form a constituent with the DP, For instance, they can be coordinated, los idiotas de Juan y de Pedro, the idiot of Juan of Pedro, indicating that of is not a copula. Fragments, el idiota de quién, with echo readings. El idiota de quién, the idiot of who, de Juan, with a fragment answer, again showing that the preposition forms a constituent with the target. Finally, property 5, implicit of DP. All these binomial phrases can occur with the simpler epithet construction, the chicken, the idiot, the donkey, blah, blah, blah. When this happens, in cases in which the of DP phrase remain implicit, that's important. The entire DP behaves as a pronoun, not as an R expression. This is different from POTS, more in the line of Jackendorf, Dubisky and Hamilton, and others. The idea is that the epithets following Dubisky and Hamilton are antilogophoric pronouns. This is formulated by them like an epithet must not be anteceded, but an individual from whose perspective the attributive content of the epithet is evaluated. So we Lasnik tend to think that we have a principal C effect because you have this type of correlation between the Sean and the idiot. But when you manipulate the context and change the subject of evaluation, then you can see that R expression and epithet behave differently. For instance, Sean robbed a man who was trying to give Sean direction that's out because of principle C, but Sean robbed a man who was trying to give the idiot direction is good. Or if you say, speaking of Sean, the idiot blah, blah, blah is good, but according to Sean, the idiot is blah, blah, blah is out because of the antilogophoric property. The same in Spanish, okay? Aun cuando yo pueda perdonarlo, Juan me demostró que Juan, el muy hijo de puta, sorry, no se lo merece. Exactly the same. So some preliminary observation you should have in mind. The agreement concord facts and the ellipsis fact show that the epithet is not the head of the construction. Given the particular distribution of the of DP, one is tempted to believe that the N inside the DP is the true head of the entire construction. Yet there is this annoying preposition de, which makes the hypothesis prima facie hard to accept. Observation 2, the property 4 clearly shows that the preposition of cannot be a copular element contradicting others. And third, property 5, on implicit DPs, and the pronominal nature of epithets open the analytic space and force us to seriously considering that the true head of the construction must be looked for in the internal syntax of pronouns. Okay, so background assumptions. More importantly for me, I follow here the tradition initiated by Kaplan, formally implemented in POS and extended by McGrady 2010, according to which expressive meanings can be properly captured by logical tool. Concretely, I assume that expressive, making many simplifications, in particular epithets and slurs, must be modeled by a dimensional semantics. Binomial construction pass the test to diagnose parallel expressive meanings like scoping out and speaker orientation. I here case of scoping out. Ana cree que el P de Andrés llegó tarde. Well, you know, there is a lot of controversy with this scoping out fact, but I will assume that this is clearly a case of scoping out plus Asian orientation, and the same with the case of truth conditional operation. I only use negation, which is super clear. Ese no es el P de Andrés, does not affect the expressive meaning in any relevant sense, okay? Second, for the particular case of epithet, I assume that they make no contribution at the tissue or true conditional dimension, but they contribute expressive meaning dimension by taking an individual as input argument and returning an expressive meaning whose specific content I will discuss later. So el P de Andrés, in a simplified version, which have more or less this denotation, I use, for convenience, POTS metalogic operator, but you can write this as you want, okay? That's basically the idea. You can take that the at-issue dimension is the P is contributing identity function, and that there is no meaning at all, or whatever you want, okay? But this return Andrés plus an implicature. In the case of slurs, I follow McGrady. the idea that this is an extension of pod, that in this case there is mixed meaning. You have that P in this case projects truth conditional meaning and also projects expressive meaning. Now, recall that all predicates that appear in copular position must fail to be expressive, blah, blah, blah. Now, after McGrady, this should be taken in another way. So you should reformulate this as follows, which is very confusing, but I didn't find any better formulation. So after McGrady, what I said is all predicates that appear in copular position must have predicative force, okay? That's the idea. At the truth conditional level, independently of the question whether all other ornamental meanings at the expressive dimension are at play or not. Okay, but that's the difference between Potts and McGrady. And I'm following McGrady in this respect. So when we again compare slurs to epithet, we see exactly that slurs has the classificatory dimension in one, but the epithet doesn't have the classificatory dimension. Okay, so this means basically that in the epithet construction, the epithet doesn't fail to be an expressive. Okay? This is basically the idea that of cannot be confused with to be. Okay, now let's zoom in the syntax of pronoun. This is very standard. This is my syntax for pronominal DPs. Pronominal DPs project indexes with ornamental stuff. And this I take following Jamie Kratzer, that this stuff are presuppositions, and then my lexical entries are super for you guys. This is basically toy semantics. Okay, but this is all, you have the individual index, and then you have all the partial identity function, giving you individuals in case that the presupposition is met. Okay? So for a pronoun like this, with index 3 and type E, you have you have the perform and trace rule or whatever you want for assignment function, and then if the context gives you the right assignment function, you are going to have the interpretation of the index with all the ornamentation that the 5 features introduce. Okay, I'm doing fine? Okay, so let's go to the proposal. Recall, no predication, yeah? No attributive predication. So what is going on with the L epithet of Juan? First, let's come back to the main claim, syntactic recycling hypothesis. Epithets are expressive pronouns merged in the high functional layer of a given pronominal expression. They are part of the syntax of a strong pronoun. So the syntax is the syntax of a pronoun plus an epithet, in a position which I assume is expletive at the true conditional level, of course. No, this is not a novelty, right? This is behind many claims that Daniel Guzman has made and many other colleagues, right? Now the semantic hypothesis is in such a syntactic position, epithets have no predicative force, we already saw that. They only denote a stereotype in an expressive dimension of meaning. I follow my own view of stories about this. I conceive of epithets and slurs as denoting stereotypes, basically set of propositions that at the end of the day give you a theory, a false and vague theory of humankind, and so on and so on. But this is not the topic for today. If you want to read the details of this, I refer to my previous work on this. Okay? For the aim of this talk, the important thing is that there is no classificatory dimension there. If you prefer an index, an expressive index, or another type of conventional implicature, it's okay, I'm fine with that. So far we have seen that epithets occur in non-predicative position as a specifier of number phrase. In that position, epithets only mean something in an expressive dimension of meaning. Okay, they communicate a stereotype according to this previous view I have on the issue. The obvious next question is, how now is the of phrase in the dead epithet of TP construction connected to the syntax of epithet proposed so far? My answer is This is not attributed predication. This is this is equation. Okay? So that's the idea. The idea is that syntax of epithets contain the presence of an equative head, which is in red in that tree. Then the rest of the spine, using the Martina's term, the functional spine. Where is the light? Oh, here. Is the spine, the essential spine is the spine of a pronoun. You have the index here, and then you have the ornamentation, and the epithet, okay? And then you have the equative head, which basically introduces a presupposition of identity, of an equation, okay? So basically, the head takes two individuals and give you one of the individual if the presupposition of equation is satisfied. Basically, this is the interpreted tree. You just have to focus here. You have the index here. You have the DP1 here. And this, if all is going well, is going to give you an index. If you satisfy the presupposition of number, you are going to have G2. And then if you combine G2 with the epithet, and you get the expressive meaning, okay? I think that the story is quite straightforward. Now, how this account for all the properties we saw before? Remember, 5 properties. First, that's the nice part of the analysis, I think. This is not a crazy syntax, okay? Remember that we have an agreement mismatches. El gallina de Juan dice que lo amenazaron. Okay, the nominal head, the one that projects and control agreement, is now the empty end head of the index and its extended projection, including num and d. There is no ascension agreement. There is no semantic agreement. You have here the index, gender in n, number in num, and person in d. Okay, and then all goes normally. No raising alternation, no predicate raising alternation. This follow because that syntax, an inversion syntax, is underivable in this system, right? There is no place for inversion here. This is the property of the ellipsis band. You cannot elide the epithet because the epithet is not a nominal. Ellipsis is, I'm confident about this. Ellipsis in Spanish is ellipsis of the NP. This is not an NP in a strict sense. It's an index, just an index, I mean. The epithet is here, so you cannot elide the epithets. This is not in nominal ellipsis. The preposition of form a constituent with the DP. This is nice. This is not a copula. This is a case licensor or something along that lines, those lines. Implicit of DP, recall that the off phrase can remain implicit. This is just the antilogophoric syntax already discussed, in which the equative phrase was simply not merged during the derivation. So this is a case in which you have just the strong pronoun syntax we already saw. Okay. Okay. This is the nice part, but I'm not going to complete the nice part, of course, because I have to run. Let me introduce other binominal constructions, which are this one. These are beautiful also in Romance. Este departamento de mierda. This is this apartment of shit, okay? Literally. Or the inverted structure, esta mierda de departamento, okay? Where you have the expressive in prenominal position, okay? This is translated in English more or less like a sheet or a sheet of an apartment, okay? Okay, I call this hybrid or mixed expressive because it's easy to say, to show that if you say, I didn't buy a sheet of an apartment, sheet project at the truth conditional dimension, okay? But there is also a remaining expressive meaning, indicating some type of emotion or whatever you want. Properties of this construction, very similar to to the previous one. It triggers many agreement-concord mismatches. Some of these expressive can occur in post-nominal position, giving rise to an alternation which looks like as a kind of predicate inversion. NP ellipsis of the expressive noun is again vain. The noun containing within the off phrase cannot be elided. And finally, the off phrase can again remain implicit. Okay? This is the agreement fact. First, note that sheet in Spanish is feminine, singular. Esta is feminine, so these two guys form a constituent, but department is plural masculine. Okay? Then, when it comes to verb agreement, you have finalmente se demolieron, demolish, plural. You see the plural here? But this is singular, so it looks like this guy is in agreement with this guy. For reasonable reasons having to do with the resistance to call the prepositional phrase the departamentos, the head of the MP, the Spanish tradition speaks here of adsensum agreement or semantic agreement, okay? The predicate inversion illusion. Some of the proponents of the predicative analysis say, okay, see, in this case we have alternation. In this case you have the inversion. But then this is an illusion because other expressive strongly reject the inversion. For esta puta madre. In my dialect, I know in Mexico, you can say de puta madre, which is a positive expressive, right? And you say, un departamento de puta madre. This means a great apartment, okay? And I'm really emotional about this. But you cannot say una puta madre de departamento, right? Right? No. Other ones, like the bosta is a synonym of shit, right? You can say una bosta de departamento with prenominal expressive, but you cannot say un departamento de bosta unless you are meaning that the departamento is made of shit. Okay? So it's an illusion. No, you cannot elide the expressive again. You cannot say una mierda de departamento y una de casa, right? Renato? No. You can elide the departamento to the extent that departamento is not part of an expressive syntax. You can say una mierda de departamento en San Telmo. San Telmo is a beautiful neighborhood in Buenos Aires. When you organize SALT in Buenos Aires, you should go to San Telmo because it's beautiful. And La Boca, where the Boca Juniors Stadium is, right? You can say una mierda de departamento en San Telmo y uno en La Boca, but you cannot crucially say una mierda de departamento en San Telmo, a shit of an apartment in San Telmo, y una mierda en La Boca. This construction doesn't mean a shit of an apartment in La Boca. Is correct? The Mexican colleagues agree with the judgment? Yeah? Okay, good. This is not my dialect. Implicit of NIP, this is beautiful. Que mierda, right? You don't need the genitive phrase. You can say, que mierda, what a shit. Here understand that the expressive applies to the relevant movie, if you are looking after a movie, right? And say, of course, in the same scenario, the speaker has the option of not leaving the predicative note implicit, as in, que mierda de película, right? Similarly, if one says, ese profesor es una mierda, that professor is a shit, the hearer must make explicit in her mind what is the implicit property the speaker had in her own mind, since the professor could be una mierda in many respects. For instance, the relevant professor could be just a bad professor, she's a shit as a professor, or a bad person, she's a shit as a person, or as a lover, whatever you want. Indeed, the speaker again has the option of making this perfectly explicit, like in, ese profesor es una mierda de profesor, es una mierda de persona, es una mierda de amante, es una mierda de whatever, esposo. Okay. It seems then that the two types of binominal DPs share a series of properties and are mainly differentiated by the nature of the second nominal, a predicate in case of a sheet of a predicate, and an R expression in the case of the epithet, the idiot of R expression, correct? No, let's assume also following Hemingratzer that variable assignment applies to the type, the semantic type you want, okay? So you don't need only, you don't have assignment only with entities, you can apply to properties or Hargate types. They recall that they use this definition for E-type pronouns and that type of stuff. I have worked a lot on nominal ellipses, and I have proposed that in Spanish, you have the syntax for regular pronouns there, but you have also an index for properties or predicates like in the right tree, okay? And this is exactly what happened with the second construction. So in the expressive construction, we have an equative phrase where you have una mierda in a position which is truth conditional relevant, and then the equation relates the two NPs, department and the index, okay? Then there are some movement. You are not concerned with the syntax of this, so let's skip this part. And then you need a semantic for equative phrase that now is a second equative head that introduces a equation of properties. Then you get the tree. You have the equation here. NP, the index for property is equal to apartment. Then you are going to have here an assignment for a property. Okay? This derives the facts we revise in a similar fashion, right? The agreement concord mismatches, this is really one nice part, I think, of the analysis, is resolved via syntactic agreement. There is no semantic agreement. The controller of the agreement is the index, okay? And the number and the D. Okay, the predicate inversion illusion, this is because there are two different syntax, there is no inversion, and so on and so on. The ellipsis band follows exactly for the same reason we saw previously. There is no empty ellipsis here. This is also nice. You cannot elide department. This is because the elided NP is inside a regular DP, one which clearly licenses nominal ellipsis in a productive way in Spanish. However, the genitive NP cannot be elided. And this shows that the genitive DP cannot be the head of the construction either. And finally, que mierda, implicit of NP, follow from the syntax of pronominals, where this guy is now an index for a predicate, a property, as you know. Summary, a set of equative constructions in the nominal domain certificates that there are indeed two types of nominal indexical, distinguished by their denotational domain. Equation for individual, equation for predicates. And to conclude, let me come back to the question. I have 3 or 4 minutes. How may any word become expressive in the relevant sense, or how did animal in the animal de Andrés lose its original predicative force? Recall the 4th question. Now, this is the answer, syntactic recycling. And that's the idea. Syntax provides different mere positions, some of which are predicative and some of which are not. Syntax also provides explicit position. A subset of lexical items with predicative force are also licensed in explicit position to the extent that those items also denote in an expressive dimension of meaning. We say that in explicit position, the truth conditional dimension is lost and only the expressive dimension survives. Of course, the best candidates to occur in explicit position are a subset of already expressive words, like slurs. This is different as I advance of the idea of syntactic deviation, okay? This idea of syntactic manipulation, okay. So the idea is, the core is that emotion in language requires syntactic deviation. The generation of the deviant structure affecting the appraisal system. According to Korber, this will explain some funny properties of Dutch expressives, as for instance, the really well-known case of the soulless spurious indefinite ein, like in Dieter van ein Jongens, see? Where you have this beautiful construction in which ein is singular and voice is plural. And you can also put here proper names, for instance. This is really beautiful. What says Kohlberg said, okay, this is affecting your perception. You manipulate the generative system in a way such that your head explodes, okay? That's the idea. Okay, that's a nice idea, but I don't think, I don't concur with the idea because this is conventional syntax. For the speaker of Dutch, this is conventional. You are not, in the El Idiota de Juan or El Gallina de Juan, with all an agreement facts, you don't see your head exploding, right? It's conventional, it's a conventional construction, okay? So so that's the idea. One could be tempted to explain the agreement fact of phenomenals in Kohlberg sense. Saying, okay, you use a feminine here, look, and then you have a masculine here. Oh, cool. My perception system is affected, then this is emotion, okay? Or you can try to explain this with a regular syntax. For instance, one could be tempted to explain the ein case in Dutch like Kane has explained the a few books case, right? Recall that for Kane, in English you have an indefinite singular here, but you have a plural here. And he showed that this is really an adjective. Yeah, it has superlative and all the properties of adjectives. So there is a temptation to extend the equative analysis to the construction in Dutch, according to which ein is a determiner, is not a spurious determiner, and then you have an equation between two properties. Okay? I don't know if this works. What is the exact syntactic relation between the epithet and the target? I have shown that the relation is not predication, the relation is equation. Okay? And the difference between the two constructions has to be with the merged position of the expressive in each case. And finally, what is the formal link for in the relevant set of constructions? Not a copula, but a case marker. The proposition de is a mere case marker, not a copula, against part of the received view. They are assigned to nominals inside the NP domain. This is consistent with the distribution of the off phrase in binomial construction. The copula hypothesis was never able to explain why the distribution of the off phrase in Spanish and Romance, not in Dutch, because fun in Dutch has funny properties. Exactly. At any rate, the relevant implication here is again that there is no true subject predicate syntax, but an equative syntax. And that's all. Thanks a lot for your passion.
Okay, thank you so much, Andres. Now I feel that I have my mind full of epithets. Okay, so we have questions from the room. Andrea?
Hi, thank you very much. Lots of stuff to think about. My question is maybe more on the empirical side. So I was trying to think about the same constructions in Italian. And since we're talking about Romance, I think it might be interesting to think about what the space of variation is. And what's interesting about Italian is that to get that construction, you need a demonstrative. So you need to say that, that x of one. It's kind of odd to just have a determiner. And the other thing is, at least for Italian, I wonder if what constraints the NP that you can have is more about evaluativity than expressivity.
Sorry, Andrea, what constraint what?
What constrains the type of noun that you can have is more about evaluativity than an expressivity. So for example, I can think of using the extraction to say, we can use the word fox, volpe, to mean that someone is very smart. And so we can say that fox of Juan, that's perfect. It means just Juan is very smart. But then if I have a fox that's called Juan, it's very odd to say the fox of Juan. But to me, I don't know to what extent we need Potts machinery of expressivity and multidimensionality here. It seems to be that there's something maybe more semantic about evaluation. Again, this might be more about Italian than the case you're describing, but I wonder if you had any thoughts on that.
The second part of your question, you are completely right. The property that the noun has to have for being in that position is valence. You don't need a stereotype. You need a balance, like a evaluation parameter or something like that. That's true for Spanish too. For instance, you cannot say, well, burócrata, the burócrata, which has a, well, I don't know. Well, okay, I don't want to think an example. As far as the demonstrative case, there is a, you know that there is a difference in the nominal ellipsis domain between French and Italian on the one hand, and Spanish, Catalan, and Portuguese on the other hand, according to which, in case in which you have an empty noun, or you have empty ellipses, the determiner in French and Italian has to be a strong one. The same with nominal ellipses, right? Quello. And you cannot say, in Spanish you can say el libro de Juan y el de Pedro, whereas in Italian you have to say quello, right? You cannot say the determiner also. So I don't know how to account for that. It's a distinction between two types of, I had some speculation in the past regarding to the nominal ellipsis pattern, but yeah, I don't know. It's something about the syntax of pronouns in Romance, okay?
Okay, with me?
Yeah. Thanks for the talk. It was terrific. I really enjoyed it. I am a speaker of Peninsular Spanish. I agree with the data. And I just wanted to flag something with respect to the agreement patterns that you mentioned. So sometimes there are cases where these similar partitives or involving the preposition of, and it's not a binomial construction like the ones you discussed today, but you can have something like no hay que vender la piel del oso antes de cazarlo, right? So you can't sell the fur of the bear before you hunt it, where the it is referring to the bear, not the fur. And in that case, I don't think that the head, or if there's a pronoun that is controlling the agreement, is the head of the extended projection. I think fur in that case is the head, because you can say no hay que vender cara la piel del oso, so you don't have to sell expensive feminine, where feminine agrees with fur. So I don't know if you had any thoughts about that. And then the other agreement case was los idiotas de la policía llegaron exhaustos. So the idiots, plural, of the police arrived, plural, exhausted, plural masculine, where you have the agreement with, los idiotas de la policía llegaron exhaustos. So you have plural agreement, plural masculine agreement with idiotas, and not with police. So I don't know, maybe there's something particular with unaccusative verbs like arrive, but I don't know, just wanted to flag this set of data, and we can talk more later. But
yeah,
thanks
I
again.
don't share the intuition with the police case. I cannot have this one with the collective noun. As for the first case, yes, I think that the problem, I use example with anaphoric resolution, with like law or it, right? We know that in some cases it can take as antecedent the case of the R expression, because it's not about binding, it's about co-reference, right? So you are, maybe, if I understood what you say, it could be the case that in the El idiota de Juan lo amenazaron, or el gallina de Juan lo amenazaron. It's not exactly a good example because you can refer, yeah, that's true. But there are other cases, like for instance, no, there are not other cases. With the second construction, it's more clear, right? Yeah, I have to find a way to avoid this confounding factor. Yes, thanks for pointing out that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because otherwise it's not telling, right? Yeah, that's true. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have still a few minutes for questions. Oh, so yeah, Scott.
Comment and I think clarificatory question. The comment is, one thing I think is really neat in the analysis you provided is that it really captures nicely the parallel with the English epithets, where it's been observed that John gave the butcher whatever, the butcher has to be de-accented to get the epithet interpretation. And so effectively you have this anaphoric thing and you end up equating it with some prior discourse referent. And so it parallels very nicely what you have here, but derives it in a totally different way. And so I thought that was really cool. The clarifying question was, I didn't catch how you get the gender agreement to mismatch, but the number agreement to match, right? Why you get los gallinas de Juan y de Carlos, I think it was, something like that. So why is it that the gender mismatches, but then the number matches and the number even gets onto gallinas, if I remember right?
So thanks for the first observation. Then the second is, your worry is about the gender facts. Yeah, you have number. Yeah, you have number agreement, but not gender agreement, right?
Right. Yeah,
Exactly.
that mismatch is what I'm
Let me
not
show. Yeah, yeah. Let me come back to the tree so we can. Here, okay, this tree, no, is one. This the reason is this. You have, the assumption here is that gender is codified on n, not on the root, the nominal. So you have the gender determined by this guy, but this is a var MP without number specification. So the number that this guy is going to get comes from here. That's the idea. It does resolve your worry. So you've got gallina here. You have feminine, because gallina is a root plus a feminine n, but the number is going to be determined by num. Make sense? Okay.
Okay, we still have time for a question. Yeah, over there.
Thanks. I was thinking about English, that idiot professor.
Sorry, could you speak a little bit?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking about English, that idiot professor, as opposed to that idiot Juan, where you've got basically a predicative, just a normal noun, as opposed to something like, this would be perfectly fine in a situation where there's a salient professor, right? Whereas that idiot, the professor, I guess it's okay. That idiot, the professor. Yeah. So I was curious about Spanish, whether you could say el idiota de profesor.
Yeah, exactly. And the same in Italian, right? You can have the...
well, I asked Andrea just now.
Yeah, you can say something like, el idiota, es idiota de profesor, es idiota del profesor, and that's evident for the indication of those two type of related structures. I would say that in case of es idiota de profesor, I will have the equative syntax for properties. And in the case of es idiota del profesor, I will have the syntax of equative for individuals. I think that this resolves the two constructions. But then there are other type of constructions. I don't know in Italian, but in Spanish we have also, for instance, the construction like el rata de Juan, the rat of Juan, the masculine rat feminine, el rata de Juan, blah, blah, blah. And then you have la rata de Juan, blah, blah, blah. The feminine rat feminine. And then there is a change of meaning. When you say el rata with an agreement in gender, this means that he's a greedy person. When you say la rata, this means that he's a really bad person. So there are many facts involving the constituency of the syntax that give you different readings. In one case, manipulating the syntax of the equative, introducing properties of individuals, and in other cases by manipulating the internal syntax of the epithet, for instance.
Thank you.
Okay, so time's up. Please give a round of applause for Andres. Thank you so much. Now we have Anna here, right?
So when Andres started thanking us for organizing the conference, he got a bit nervous. So he said my name, and then he started like shaking, and then I thought it was because he forgot the name of the rest of the organizers. But then I realized that the plan was that right after thanking us, he was going to use my name in the prostitute example. So yeah. Of course, I would be nervous as well, but yeah. He also said that he was, no, I don't remember, but yeah. So, fine. Okay, I don't know what is worse for an English incompetent, either to read or to just say it, the concluding remark, so I will just read it and let's see. SALT is done, and the organizers, Aaron, Carla, Julia, Renato, Rafa, Rodrigo, Samuel, Violeta, and myself are so glad. And because, among other things, we are very proud of several aspects of the outcome. One of them is the hybrid format. Admittedly, it wasn't perfect, but it certainly made this conference more accessible. Remote participants could circumvent issues such as visa arrangements, funding, domestic life, and of course COVID. And in-person participants got to see each other to have fun, nice food, and fun and enriching interaction. So although it is a circus, we totally recommend the hybrid format. And that's my phone. Can you do this? Yeah. When we realized that we weren't going to be hosting SALT from home in our pajamas, we wanted to create a festive atmosphere for at least the in-person dimension. That's why you got the popsicles and the other goodies. We wanted to celebrate with you that perhaps the worst of the pandemic is over. That perhaps means a lot to us because this community, just like yours, suffered and lost people. Now I will thank some individuals, so be patient. Our institutions, el CONACYT, through the Ciencia de Frontera Project, Diversidad y Uniformidad Semántica en Lenguas Subrepresentadas de México, de Finitud, Indexicalidad y Cuantificación. El Colegio de México, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla, thanks for their support. And very, very special thanks to El Colegio de México for letting us use its wonderful infrastructure and for the great, great staff. And Julia is going to list them.
Yeah, so when things work, you don't realize how many people are behind. But the organizing committee, I hear myself very loudly, do you as well? Well, the organizing committee was supported a lot by the students, we're gonna mention them, but also by the staff of El Colegio de México. And I want to thank them because it's not just 3 days, they've been working very hard. So I want to thank the finance people from El Colegio de México who got your money through PayPal and help us to pay for everything. So that was a lot of work. To Gerardo Gutierrez, Hugo Ortega y Alejandra Ávila. I want to give a big thanks to the computer department from El Colegio de México, who is run by Canek Ramirez, and especially to Héctor, to Alberto, and to Paco. Thank you guys, you've done a wonderful job. I just want to say this. Yesterday, someone told me that they've never been to a hybrid conference with such a smooth transition, so that's really a great job. Thank you very, very much. I also want to thank all the people from Servicios Generales who have done a fantastic work, from printing your badges to giving absolutely everything, like the access, police, the security, the water, absolutely everything. Raúl Cabrera, thank you so much. Miguel, Segura, Julián, Pedro, and a big thank from all the people of Eventos Especiales. I can't tell you how much they helped us. We had budget for coffee, it was just impayable, and they volunteered to help us out to do all the coffee. They've been here like the 3 days nonstop. I want to thank a lot. Arturo Hernández, José Cerritos, Isaías, Rubén, Carlos, Alfonso, and Guillermo. And this I want to say in Spanish. He trabajado en el Colegio de México por 11 años y siempre he pensado que lo mejor del Colegio de México no son los investigadores, que sí, por supuesto, tengo muy buenos colegas, pero es sobre todo la gente de apoyo y de administración del Colegio de México. Y muchísimas gracias. Es un honor verdaderamente trabajar con ustedes. Muchísimas gracias.
Hello. We also acknowledge the great help of Instituto de Investigaciones Antropológicas de la UNAM. Thank you so much, Samuel, Valeria Benítez, and collaborators for everything, including transportation and designing, etc. So thank you very much. Big thanks to our students for their impeccable job during these 3 days. Yolanda, Fernando, Héctor, Jessica, Héctor, Jordi, Miguel, Paulina. I also, on behalf of the rest of the organizers, thank very much Rafa and Julia. Their creativity and diligence was absolutely essential for everything to happen that gracefully. Thank you very much. Finally, but how it says, not least, finally but not least, we thank the SALT community, the steering committee for their trust, the 308 reviewers who guided us to create this program, the authors of 206 abstracts we received. It was bloody hard to select only 51. Our invited speakers for their beautiful, beautiful talks, the virtual and in-person participants, for your enthusiasm, patience, collaboration, for having read all our annoying emails, and for your excellent contributions. We have learned so much from you, and we thank you for that. And I have two more announcements, but this is going to be anticlimactic, so maybe you want to clap now. And there will be a business meeting, and we want you to really participate. It will happen in a couple of weeks. You will get another email with the invitation. And SALT 33 will be held at Yale University in New Haven from May 12 to May 14, 2023. Benita Dayal and the organizers look forward to your abstracts. And now it's out. Another anticlimactic move. So transportation will depart at what? 6:40. So now you are dismissed.